been a minute. Yes.
How are you, Maz?
Good, Sean. How are you?
Good. I like your shirt.
Good, thank you.
Very colorful
Very,
and sunny.
very beautiful today. I love all the colors.
Oh,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes.
No, no, no. Spinning.
I know. That's where I'm at. Is I'm
Close all.
Great. Hello.
Did you leave?
That would have been fun. Yeah. So you don't want to dress up for Halloween?
That would be no. Sorry. I will. I will. I will. I don't know.
You're your own person, sir.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. You totally could. I don't want to.
I'm also about to be on the rules committee. So if it's against the rules.
Or, well, I don't want to like speak against my own desire not to dress up, but being on rules committee could make it a rule.
Oh, a requirement. Wow.
Whoa.
That might be a little overreach.
I would dress exactly like this and say I'm dressed up.
We'll be starting in less than a minute.
There's lots of jazzercise instructors who dress up for Halloween, but I never do. Party pooper.
Thanks for this, Kelly.
These two are.
It was helpful last time, I thought, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Bella uniform. Bella uniform, Josh.
Take notes like a crazy person.
You do.
All right, it's 4 p.m. on April 15th. Yep. It is 4 p.m. on April 15th, 2025, and I'm going to call the City of Iowa City work session to order. The first item is clarification of agenda items. And of course, I want to welcome everyone to your City Hall. It's beautiful out, so happy that you're here with us. We're going to move on to item number 2, information packet discussions, starting with April 3rd.
Yeah, I'd like to mention IP2, the March 2025 building statistics. I appreciate seeing those in here. There was a nice uptick in permit activity, but when you look at it, of the 88 permits, only 4 of them are for, I think, new single-family homes, duplexes, accessory dwelling units. So one thing that I know Councilor Alter and I learned at the Comprehensive Plan Review Committee meeting is that our community is expected to grow from about 75,000 to about 95,000 people by 2050, and they kind of broke that down by years for us, and that means
We're way
that
behind.
we're going to have, we need about 364 new housing units each year just to keep pace. So just want to maybe keep that on everybody's radar, that we have 4 permits and our goal should be somewhere around 364 per year.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any other items from April 3rd IP? We're going to move on to April 10th.
Don't want to be greedy, but for IP5 pending work topics, we've had alternative crisis response on the pending work session topics for quite a while, and I'm wondering if it's time to queue up a conversation about mobile crisis and how that program has worked and get some feedback on what it's done. We're nearly 3 years into that ARPA funding, right? That's going to expire soon, so getting some feedback on how it worked and if it worked would be helpful.
Yeah.
Is that something we can just sort of refine that topic to be a specific conversation about mobile crisis, if that's okay with everyone?
I think that's perfect. Since we are talking about the budget today, maybe that will be the next meeting.
Would you have the time to turn that
Well,
around that quickly?
I would, we're not the service provider, so I would suggest that we work with community to see what works best in their schedule, so you could hear directly from them on how that service is going. If you'd rather the staff gather the information and present it, we can do that, but probably better straight from community.
Yeah, I'd love to hear collaborative effort too between the city, them, and maybe our
You bet.
Sounds good. Public safety. Thanks.
Sounds great. And then we have the joint entities meeting, which is IP6.
And I don't know if we would, again, to put the onus on community for an April 22nd readout, but it seems to me like that could be a good joint topic. Maybe just to put a pin in it and we could get our own update, but then they could return. I know there's one slated for the summer as well. So the greater community and electeds know.
I like that idea.
Right.
So we'll inquire if community could address the entire joint entities on the 21st.
I think, you meant to joint entities for the summer joint entities meeting, right?
I was going to say, I mean, if they can pull something together, but
If not,
Which is
just
pretty
so
short
that-
but
notice.
it is short notice, so that's why I did note that there is one in the summer, so that might be, so they don't have to feel under pressure and panicked if they cannot.
That makes sense.
You know, because I'm sure that they want to share.
Sure.
If that's too tight of a timeline, then we could suggest summer. So,
Okay.
that's, sorry, I should be talking to you, Kelly, I apologize.
Is there a projected time for the summer one? I heard some talk between June and July.
It is, I think it's on the April 3rd
Okay.
packet,
I have it on my calendar. I probably can't get to it. right
Gotcha.
now.
July 21st.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anything else from the IP from April 10th? We're going to move on to item number 3, University of Iowa Student Government Updates. Welcome.
Good evening. We have about 1 month left of classes. As you can see, I'm in my midterm chic right now. On a bit of a less happy note, the student body is currently reeling from the recent five graduate students recently had their visas revoked at the university. And while this hasn't yet happened to any of our undergraduates, we are trying to brace for the worst. So the student government is currently trying to figure out how we're going to respond to this, if we're going to put out a statement. Right now, we're really trying to just support the affected communities as much as possible. We're working with our directors of justice and equity, reaching out to the graduate student professional government, working with our international constituency senator and other international organizations, and just trying to support them as much as we can right now while we figure out what to do. We have purchased red cards, the immigration cards that have like your rights on them and responses for ICE. We do have a large number of those in our office that we have been giving out to some of our cultural houses, things like that. Not really in any official capacity, just trying to do what we can with those. So that's something we're keeping an eye out, and we would love for you guys to keep an eye out for too. I know it's a big federal issue. There's not much you can do, but any support is nice. On a bit of a lighter note, we have a really big event coming up in collaboration with the university, student government, and the I believe it's the Lena Project, L-E-N-A. It's a local environmental nonprofit. We are doing a big event that's going to be on the west side of our campus on Arbor Day, which is April 25th, where we are going to be planting 4,000 native trees over by Hillcrest Residence Hall using the Miyawaki method, which basically just means we propagate the trees indoors and then proceed to transplant them outside after they've grown a little bit. So trying to create a biodiverse, self-sustaining forest. So we're struggling a little bit, but we're trying to keep as many events going as possible. We have our multicultural organizations. They're throwing a formal in 5 days, which is on the 20th. So we've got some events coming up. We're just trying to keep our heads up, but that's all I've got for you guys today.
Thank you. We're going to move on to item number 4, which is Heart Safe Community Campaign Update.
I did have one thing to say, if that's okay.
Oh, sure. We'll have you hold on one second. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Sorry to wait till you get out there. I was finishing my notes, but I just want to say it's really hard to, in these types of situations, to look at like elected officials and university officials and faculty and things like that. But I was recently just reading about, coincidentally, was just reading about 1968 France and how so many social movements begin with students taking autonomy and not necessarily asking permission from anybody or going through proper channels to protect each other. So I just wanted to put that out there that, the students go away, the university ceases to exist, not the other way around. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
All right. We're going to move on to item number 4, which is Heart Safe Community Campaign Update.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Teague and council members. We're pleased to be here. I'd like to introduce my colleague, Diane Atkins. Diane and I are both retired from the University of Iowa. She in pediatric cardiology. She has a distinguished background in resuscitation science. She has been most recently the chairperson of the Emergency Cardiovascular Care Committee for the American Heart Association, now the immediate past chair and still heavily involved, a member of the Science Advisory Committee of the International Liaison Committee on Resuscitation, and a member of the Pediatric Life Support Task Force, and importantly, she received the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Resuscitation Science Symposium from the American Heart Association last year. So we have some real science backing this up. We are both indebted to the late Richard Kerber, who may be known to many of you, who passed away in 2016. But he really inspired this campaign, and we will tag team it, and Diane will start, if I can get this to come up. There we go. Okay. So Diane will lead off. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And I would like to say that Jim also is a physician and science-based. And so this truly is a science-based effort. We are the Rotary Kerber Heart Safe Community Campaign. And our, let's see, whoops, that went all the way to the end. Let me get the right button here. Nope, that went to the end as well. Let's see, how about if I do it this way? Nope, still wants to go to the back. All right, here we go. So we are a volunteer organization through Rotary, and our primary initiatives are to improve survival from sudden cardiac arrest, along with the Johnson County Ambulance Service. Recently, we are working on a survey to local businesses in Iowa City, as we have a plan now to train members of Iowa City businesses in CPR, and to also provide, with a cost-sharing basis, automatic external defibrillators. And with this, we have an automatic, or an AED, cost-sharing program. We do provide public education with hands-only CPR. We now have a public library collaboration, and I'm wondering if this isn't one of the only places in the country that has this, where you can check out mannequins from our public libraries, and it has the instructions on how to do CPR and how to teach CPR. And I think we need to look into that, Jim. I bet you we're the only ones. And our overall goal is to improve the statistics and the survival statistics in Iowa City and Johnson County of sudden cardiac arrest. Let me find out where I want to go here. I'm just going to do this one. How bad or how frequent is cardiac arrest? Each year, 356,000 lives in the United States are lost to sudden cardiac arrest. That means about 1,200 people every day are dying of sudden cardiac arrest. This exceeds by more than twice lung cancer, stroke, breast cancer, and AIDS. And it is almost half of those who die of heart disease, which we know is the major killer in the United States. Now, what do we mean by sudden cardiac arrest? It means that the heart has stopped pumping and is no longer delivering blood to the brain, to the heart, and to the kidneys, which are the three major organs that we worry about the most. But the brain is the most important because the brain has the least capacity to recover from a deficit of oxygen. This is an electrocardiogram of someone who has suffered a sudden cardiac arrest. And I think do you see that? Yeah, good. These vertical lines right here are normal heartbeats. And then suddenly there's this one right here that, for lack of a better way to describe it, goes the wrong way. So it's coming from a different place in the heart. And then suddenly the heart takes off. And each one of these is basically a heartbeat. But it doesn't allow the heart time to fill with blood. So when it tries to, and it's going like this, it virtually can't pump any blood. That happens in this particular tracing at 6:02 in the morning. Then, as we in the business say, the signal starts to deteriorate. It develops into something that we call ventricular fibrillation. And at this point, it will not convert to anything other than this final line, which we call a flat line, or the heart has no activity whatsoever. The important thing to note is the timeline here. This happens in 10 minutes. That's the maximum amount of time, the maximum amount of glucose that the heart has to keep doing anything. And when that is gone, then the heart can't do anything. That takes 10 minutes. And why is 10 minutes important? Because, as you can well imagine, the clock is ticking. And for every 1 minute that goes by, there is a 10% decline in survival. So at 10 minutes, your chances of survival are virtually zero. At 1 minute, if CPR can get started at 1 minute, your survival is probably up around 90 seconds or 90%. 2 minutes, down to 80. 5 or 6, you're already at 50%. And 5 or 6 minutes is the average response time of Johnson County Ambulance in our urban area. That doesn't include our rural. And we have a top-notch ambulance system here in Johnson County and Iowa City. And even then, the best they could hope for is 5 to 6 minutes. But, and here's the but, and this is why we're here. Research has shown that we can have 60% survival if there is an aggressive community campaign that promotes bystander CPR and use of an AED, and with that, a very dense network of automated external defibrillators. And that's what the Rotary Kerber campaign is trying to achieve. I just want to digress a little bit. Dick Kerber was my mentor. He got me into this field. He was a cardiologist at the University of Iowa, and he was actually one of the founders of the Emergency Cardiovascular Care Committee of the American Heart Association, and that is the group that sets the standards for CPR in the United States. So when you have to go renew, you can blame it on Dick and me, okay? We're the ones who are making you do it. But why is lay rescuer response so important? Well, one thing is it's a time element. It's absolutely a time element. And the Heart Association talks about a chain of survival, which is, number one, recognition and activation of the emergency response system. Number two is immediate high-quality CPR. And number 3 is rapid defibrillation. And I want to emphasize that this is the only disease that I am aware of that the initial steps of treatment are best delivered by the person standing next to you. The only thing that I am aware of where the best person who's standing next to you is the best person to deliver that first treatment, because you only have 10 minutes. And in fact, maybe you only have 5 or 6 if you really want a functional brain at the end of it. So the first 3 steps of this chain of survival are best delivered by a lay rescuer. And that's why we want to train, and that's why we want to have this dense network of AEDs, and that's why we want to have early notification. And Jim will talk to you about that. We are a heart-safe community, and you may have seen these signs around. We have them a lot around Iowa City. We have several communities in Johnson County. We have been through a very rigorous process to become designated a heart-safe community. We were the 4th county in the United States to achieve this distinction. And we had to demonstrate that we had a very active community campaign that was ongoing in order to receive this distinction, and number 2, to maintain it. Okay, and I'm going to turn this over to Jim now, and he's going to talk about, you want me to do it? Okay, so one of the things that we are incredibly proud of is our system that we call Pulse Point. And this is something that we worked very closely with Fiona Johnson, who is the director of the Johnson County Ambulance Service, and the County Board of Supervisors. This is a telephone app that you can download on your phone. Pulse Point Respond. You can go to it right now. I'll let you bring out your phones. You may not be allowed to, but you can do it here. I won't be offended. And download this app, and at the bottom, under Settings, activate Critical Response. What this will do is that when dispatch recognizes that a cardiac arrest has happened and CPR is needed, at the same time that they dispatch the ambulance, they also will send out this message to all of the phones that are within about 2,000 feet, or I'm sorry, a quarter of a mile. That's about 2,000 feet within that area, saying CPR is needed here. And there's a corresponding app that will also tell you where the closest AED is. We're very proud. We have 5,000 people who are enrolled in Pulse Point in Johnson County. We went live with this on February 14th, 2022, with about 1,200 people at that time. My goal was 5,000. We reached it, but now my goal is 7,500, because we know that this makes a huge difference in survival. The data are out there. Many, many papers have been written that when a community has this activated in their community, that survival increases, bystander CPR goes up. Now, what about AEDs and where the cardiac arrests are? The picture on the left is data from Johnson County Ambulance that shows where the cardiac arrests occur in our county. And obviously, we're down in here. And you can see there are a couple of hot spots right here, southeast Iowa City, right here, more a little bit east, but also a little bit central. And based on this, we then set up AEDs. And whoops, sorry about that. Yeah, okay. And this map, is this the biggest that it will go to? There, that's a bit better. So the little blue dots are where all the AEDs that we are aware of in Johnson County and Iowa City. One of the things that you can see right here, and this is the university, and the university has now placed an AED in every building on campus. They did that with Linda Kerber, who is Dick Kerber's wife, when we first started this campaign. But you can see we actually do have a lot of AEDs around. But the problem with these AEDs is that they are in buildings. And buildings tend to be closed up to 12 hours a day. You know, maybe only open from 9 to 5, so people can't get to them. So the next thing that we have done is these little red lines are AEDs that are in the yellow boxes, if you have seen them. And I think I have a picture here. I'm going to go ahead, yes. So these yellow boxes are around town. There's one down on the Ped Mall that's probably the closest to us right now. We have them all throughout the county. We have now put in about 50 of these AEDs around our county. One of the things we are working on very closely right now is that you will notice that right here in the middle, we don't have one on the university campus. And we're working with the university to correct that problem. But as this map shows, we do have 527 AEDs in Johnson County. And this just shows you in the locations by number where they are. And you can see the university probably has about 150 or so on the entire campus. I've talked about these yellow boxes. I should mention that for a variety of reasons, we purchased the boxes that lock. So you do need a code to get into them to get the AED. And we did that because, unfortunately, we were worried about vandalism. It does take a few more seconds because dispatch has the code. The code is the same for every box in the county, but you have to get that code from dispatch. And we thought that it was better to take those few seconds to get that code than it was to open a box and not find an AED. So they are locked. You call 911. And when you call 911, you can put your speaker on speakerphone because they will guide you through CPR. If you get nervous, you're frightened, you've never had it, they will guide you through the first steps of CPR. And at the same time, they will give you the code to this box and they will tell you where the closest one is. They will also know where all of these others are that are in buildings that may be open at the particular time. So a very, very sophisticated dispatch system. These are our AEDs in Johnson County. You want me to keep on? Did you want me to keep on? No, I can go. Oh, okay, all right. So these are just some of the pictures of where they have had them. We let the communities put it where they think they're most necessary. Fiona has put them where the hotspots are in Iowa City.
Where's the next slide?
The thing to do is to go right down there.
Oh, there we are, okay. Okay, thanks, Diane. The AEDs most recently have been dispatched to remote areas where the ambulance service is tough to get to, and so we put put them out into Kent Park and down in Kelowna and some other remote areas, and they are being installed as we speak. Also, we're encouraging communities to look for other locations where they would be useful, and Fiona is working closely with the city managers, fire department, police department, EMT, to do that. Diane mentioned the library CPR AED program. This is a new program. We donated the training mannequins, the AED trainers, for checkout. Check it out like a book, and your scout troop or your club of any kind, or even an individual family can check them out. There is going to be an inaugural kickoff on June 9th at the Iowa City Public Library. Also a teen training event on June 18th, and also Art Fest, Jazz Fest. We, the Johnson County Ambulance Service, with some support from the Rotary trainers, provide service for that. This is just some photos of the training that we've done. We've now trained hundreds, many hundreds, and this is a couple of photos from church. I think this is from Heart Walk. We have Heart Walk coming up here on the first Saturday in May again, and encourage any of you who are interested in that to come. Here's some data from that Fiona has put together, and this shows bystander CPR that we have been working very hard through training to enhance, and we have succeeded in Johnson County. We have 70% of sudden cardiac arrests are attended by a bystander, and in which a bystander has been involved in starting CPR, compared to about 40% nationally. Bystander AED use, this perhaps doesn't look good, but actually it means that they're getting AEDs to the site more quickly than is on the national average. Survival is about 50% higher than national average. Obviously, we have a long way to go, but we're here at about 17%, whereas it's about 9%, 8 to 9% nationally. So we're well over 50% in terms of survival in Johnson County. Learn hands-only CPR. That is something that we can't emphasize enough. And the action item, and Diane already emphasized this, is to download PulsePoint, enable critical alerts. And this has gone, excuse me, very well. We have an internet ad out on this that is driving the increases. We had a 9% increase just this last month in those who have downloaded this app. Another action item is assisting in sending out a short survey to evaluate community AED and CPR training. This we've done in concert with the Johnson County supervisors and with the Greater Iowa, with United Way, and with the Community Foundation of Johnson County, have sent this out electronically to their members, and we are finding some new AEDs this way, and we are encouraging others to purchase through our cost-sharing program AEDs. For nonprofits, $500, you get a $2,000 value of an AED with a cabinet. For a small business, $600. For a mid-sized business, $750. And for a business that has over 100 employees, it's half price, a $1,000 donation. We have been very successful. The community's been incredibly supportive in making donations. We had 54,000 donated last year and a total of about 240,000 since the beginning of the campaign. With the supervisors, we have put out guidelines, AED placement guidelines, all schools. I think all schools in Johnson County now have AEDs, and government facilities are well supplied. I'm not sure every possible facility, but that's something Fiona, Johnson County Ambulance Service, has done a lot of work on. Healthcare facilities are well supplied, certainly the hospitals. Doctors, dentists have them, should have them. Workplaces, we have work to do. We have a number of businesses that have, we've supplied AEDs, more are needed. Public transportation, bus stops, transportation hubs. These are prime locations for these 24/7 yellow boxes. The University of Iowa is installing the 6 that we donated to them at bus stops as good locations. Community centers, lobbies, fitness rooms, swimming pools, those are important because sudden drowning is a cause of sudden cardiac arrest. Places of recreation, remote sites I mentioned, apartment complexes and senior living buildings. There are a number that do not have them. And of course, these are high risk in terms because we know that sudden cardiac arrests go up with age. And finally, places of worship. And we have had considerable success, but certainly not all places of worship have AEDs. So this is our final slide. You can save a life. Call for help, start CPR, restart a heart, save a life. And we are, through our advertising, and we will be doing more of this, we're really trying to get the community residents involved to join the campaign to identify places that don't have AEDs that should. And hopefully we will be able to progress and put even more AEDs out, better training. And finally, I'd like to say we appreciate the support we've had from the city of Iowa City, from all of you, from Coralville, from North Liberty have been partners. All the EMT programs throughout the county have been supportive as well. So we thank you for that, and thanks Mayor Teague for the opportunity to talk today. And we'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. A lot's happened since 2022.
Yeah.
So thanks to both of you.
I just wanted to add one thing, because we are working very hard with businesses, and businesses are often worried about liability. The data would show that you are more often sued because you do not respond or you're not prepared to respond than if you do. We have a Good Samaritan law in Iowa that will protect you, and you're at more risk if you are not prepared than you are if you ignore the situation.
Great, thank you. And it's good to know that there's over 500 of these in Johnson County, and sounds like there is about 50 outside in the community. So thanks to both of you for all the work that you're doing and for all the partners. So thanks again for coming today. We're going to move on to item number 5, which is 21 South Lynn discussion. I'm going to turn it over to our city manager, Jeff Fruin, to kick us off. And we have 2 counselors that are recusing themselves from this discussion. And for the record, that is Counselor Moe and Counselor Alter. Welcome.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. Again, Jeff Fruin, City Manager. Happy to be here today with an update on the 21 South Lynn project. We won't go through as much background as we did earlier this year, but just an abbreviated background. This is 21 South Lynn that you see here on the site. The city purchased this property back in 2023. And looking back at the timeline, where we've been on this project and where we are now, we started the public engagement and planning phase back in February of 2024, really made an intentional effort to understand what the community perceived the needs and opportunities are on this site. That led to the development of the RFP, the Request for Proposal document. We worked on that, went through a draft with you, and finally issued that in September of 2024. And we gave 60 days for responses. We've received those responses last fall, and we've been working through those ever since, and that's where we stand today. We're nearing the end of the RFP phase of this, working towards that council selection of a preferred development concept and team, and we'll hopefully get there here in the next month or two. So just a quick reminder on the RFP itself. That's the document in which we advertised what we're seeking, what our goals are. The text in italics on the blue there is directly from the RFP, and we were very clear what our goals were with this site, and that we were looking for a public-private partnership opportunity and looking for a project that was going to be in the best long-term interest of the downtown and the larger community. We did talk specifically about the generation of tax revenue to support city services. And again, talked about alignment with a lot of the existing plans like you'd expect. So alignment with the council's strategic plan, along with our downtown Iowa City plan. Specifically for some of the goals of the project, we talked about a mix of uses. We really stressed an active and engaging first floor We wanted a mix of housing types at different affordability points for residential uses. We talked about high construction standards and leadership and climate action, and then also recognizing that we wanted contextual architecture with the surrounding properties as well. So we've talked about this a few times with you, and just at this stage in the process, what you should be expecting. These are not fully designed concepts, nor should we expect that. These are concepts that have required a lot of time and investment from the proposing teams, but you should expect that as you select a team, a lot of the details will still need to be refined, both on their end and on the city's end. So I'll say this probably again at the end. At this point in time, I think we have the level of detail and understanding that you should expect at this stage in the process, and then as we move to a sale agreement or a development agreement, those details will become much more fine-tuned in alignment with your goals. Okay, I'm going to walk you through the two remaining proposals. You may recall that we started with 3 proposals, and we had 2 of the team merge, and you heard from both of those teams at your March 11th council meeting. So tonight's really just designed to get you caught up after staff had a chance to take some more time and review the merged proposal. Well, we'll start with the Grand Rail Development Team. This proposal is largely unchanged from the original submission. They did present a few new things in their work session presentation to you last time. And I'll quickly summarize those, and then we'll move to the next one. But what's presented here is a 6-story project, type 2 steel frame construction. During your last work session, they did indicate that they are happy to consider going up a couple of levels if that's a desire for the council. So if you wanted to expand the uses, be it residential, commercial, that they feel the building design is flexible enough to move up a couple of stories. They intend to design to LEED Silver standards, include rooftop solar, fully electrify the building, and consider possible rainwater harvesting as some of their leadership and climate action attributes. On the ground floor, they are expressing a space for an entertainment use. That was the original proposal, about 6,300 square feet for entertainment use. But they've also indicated, and at your work session you saw a couple different variations on what they could do with that ground floor, including retail, micro retail, restaurant, and entertainment uses. They do have letters of interest included from the Englert and Stories project, as does the other proposing team as well. The concept, as originally proposed, includes 3 office floors and 2 residential floors, again with a kind of a caveat that those are all flexible depending on final market conditions and city goals. On the residential side, they had 20 total units proposed. 4 of those were dedicated to permanent affordable housing. And again, if it goes up to 8 stories, if we wanted to add the residential component, they expressed a willingness to do so there. So some of the differentiators on this project would be the mid-size structure. That 6 to 8 stories is going to be different than what you see in the next one. They really stress the flexibility across all of the floors, from ground floor flexibility on what that may look like, again, from small micro retail up to large entertainment uses. They've expressed a willingness to work with us and respond to market conditions. And that goes up for the upper floors as well. So commercial could become residential. Residential could be considered commercial, and really stressed a flexible approach there. On the financial side, they have projected a $3 million purchase price for the property, and there is no request for any gap financing, which would typically be tax increment financing. So we'll move on to the second proposal. This is the merging of the Salida Partners and Iceberg Development Team proposals, now led by Iceberg. So you'll see it moving forward, just referred to as the Iceberg proposal. All the same project partners from both teams are still engaged with engaged in the team, except for Hodge, IMEG, and McClure. This is a 12-story Type 4 mass timber building with the intention to build towards LEED Silver standards. It's anchored by a 2 stories, 15 square foot Englert Theater venue and eating establishment, and a 15,000 square foot 2 stories museum project on levels 2 and 3. The ground floor also has 4 micro retail bays of about 500 square feet each. The 4th floor is designated for office space. Both of the teams have a letter of interest from ACT. There are 8 stories of residential in this concept with 45 affordable units intended to utilize the 4% LIHTC offering. That's the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. Of those 45, 33 are anticipated to be designated for seniors 55 and up, and 12 would not have an age restriction. 46 additional units would be market rate, and that would be broken down between short-term rentals, senior, again, age restricted, and general market rate units. So a total of 91 units, with approximately half of those being affordable through the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. Differentiators for this project certainly would include the scale of it, again, shifting from a mid-rise, what you saw earlier, to a more of what would be a higher rise in Iowa City. The use of mass timber, and that's detailed quite a bit in their proposal, certainly would be an innovative climate action approach to take. It's not something that we've seen here in Iowa City, and is not to this scale deployed a whole lot in the state of Iowa or greater Midwest, but is certainly a differentiator for the Iceberg proposal. And then lastly, just the sheer number of residential units and affordable units, right? 45 affordable units is certainly a differentiator, and would far exceed what we would require in our TIF policy. If you remember, our TIF policy requires a 15% affordability, so this would far exceed that requirement. The economics are different between the two in the financial proposals. So this one would have a $2 million proposed purchase price. That's $1 million less than the previous one. And this one is requesting and needing gap financing of $9 million. And their team projects that would take about 15 years to pay back, utilizing 60% of the increment. Right, so those would be rebates. The city would still collect all the taxes, and we would rebate 60% back to them for an estimated 15 years to reach a total of $9 million, are their initial pro forma projections. They also have letters of interest, and actually you can see very purposefully designed space for the Englert and the Stories project. However, their financials do not have any subsidy for those uses. So those would have to be subsidized outside of that $9 million tax increment financing that I mentioned before, and the purchase price. Okay, so I'm going to leave this slide up and just kind of wrap up with some comments. This is the same information that's in the memo from your packet, and is really intended to be just a quick reference guide. Clearly, there's a lot of detailed information in the proposals, and encourage you to read through those proposals multiple times as you're making your decision and making sure that you're understanding things. But we'll go through this real quick. We talked about the difference in height, so contextuality with the surrounding. I think both teams can make strong arguments about the contextual architecture, but we do know that this is a topic of interest for Iowa City, or at least historically has been. So note the difference there. Difference in construction type. I think both would meet our stated goals in the RFP, but clearly a different approach there. Ground floor uses, I think, are very similar as presented. I think they're both presenting, are kind of leaning into the entertainment uses, willing to do small retail, restaurant, and those things. Both have letters of interest from the Englert and Stories, but neither provides that financial support for them to enter in there with subsidy. Clearly, they would work with either of those two users if they could afford to do so themselves. We see the breakdown in the residential uses, the 20 total units for Grand Rail, which could be a little bit higher if they do expand to an 8-story concept or 7-story concept, and then the 46 affordable 45 residential units. We didn't talk about valuation at all, but staff has worked with the Iowa City Assessor's Office and put forward our best estimate on total valuation. So these numbers may be slightly different than what you see in their proposals. These are numbers that staff has put together based on our conversations with the assessor. So total valuation difference of $21.5 million to $32.3 million. You'll notice the gap shrinks a little bit when you start to look at taxable valuation. So the gap between total valuation is about 11 million, but that gap shrinks to about 6 million roughly when you look at the taxable valuation of the two properties there. We talked about the purchase price being $1 million difference between the two, and then you have one that is not requesting TIF and one that's requesting $9 million in TIF over an estimated 14 years. So to wrap up, to kind of turn over to you, your task next is to select that preferred development concept and team. And you should remind yourself of those RFP goals, and we're looking to do what's in the best long-term interest of downtown Iowa City and the larger community. So really keep that public benefit in mind. And I tried to frame that up for you. You have to look at, it's kind of why I started to call out the differentiators. That's why we have this table. You've got to look at what those differences are between these proposals, be it scale, be it the financial package, be it the number of affordable units. And you have to really start to put a value to those differences and see if that is worth the financial differences presented in those two. You do not need to make a decision tonight. I'd recommend that you probably don't. You want to spend some more time reflecting, give the public a little bit more time to reach out to you and speak to you if they want to provide that input. We've tried to be very transparent through this whole process, and I think taking a little extra time to allow for that engagement is positive. However, I do think we're ready to move. As I said earlier, you should not probably expect a whole lot more detail. If there's clarifications that can be made, that's great, but I think the teams have put a lot of time and investment in and probably don't need to ask them to do more at this stage until we're ready to select a preferred development team and concept. And then there'll certainly be more time and investment from that particular group. I did lay out one alternative in your memo in terms of moving forward. You can certainly start your discussions tonight and discuss what you're seeing in the proposals. On your May 6th meeting, if you are so inclined, you can ask for the teams to confirm or modify their financial expectations to maximize the appeal and private commitment, and certainly account for all the time has passed. Remember, these original proposals were due many months ago, and there's been a lot of changes. I think before entering that next phase, it's not a bad idea to have those teams confirm or submit a last opportunity to submit modifications to their financial projections so that nobody's caught off guard going into that next phase. And then you would have that information and ready to make a decision at your May 20th meeting. Again, that's one suggestion. You're free to take as much or as little time as you want in making this decision, but wanted to create some path that you could consider in your discussions tonight. I'm happy to answer questions. Otherwise, we'll turn it to you, Mayor, and to facilitate the discussion.
Great, thank you, Jeff.
I have a question to Jeff. Question, if you can just remind me, maybe you don't have that on the top of your head, but if we would have sold the land, how much this land worth?
We bought the land for $4.5 million. That was responding to what we believed would be the most likely suitor in the market at the time we bought it, which was what we believed to be probably out-of-state real estate investment focused on student housing. So looking at some of the other kind of transactions in the area over the last few years, we thought that was a likely outcome, and we also felt like there was potential that more land could be assembled next to this parcel for an even larger project. So if we sold it today, I couldn't tell you. I think what you're seeing here is the, you know, some local teams here that are presenting what they feel like they can do. But I don't think if we put it for sale and tried to recoup 4.5, that we would find a buyer at that level right now, unless we were to open it up to that large-scale student housing market. Then we might be able to recoup that cost.
Good to know. Thank you.
Did you have something?
No?
Okay. I was curious about just clarification on the senior housing aspect of the iceberg proposal. I was aware of a situation, and like I live a block away from Market House, which is on Lynn, and there was a situation where, you know, I've tried to parse this together myself, where the original proposal back in 2017, when that was going to be developed, was to have there be floors dedicated to senior housing, and then they came back at like one of the last meetings or the last one and said, actually, we can't do this legally to have assigned senior housing in a building. It has to be the whole building or something like that. Can you speak to that? Because I would hate for something like that to happen again.
Yeah, we did cover that with the iceberg team. You're very accurate in how you were describing the Market House project, and Mayor Pro Tem brought this up at the last meeting too. That was the original intention of that project, and as we worked through that project, we came to that same conclusion that the developer did, in which it would not be allowed. In conversations with the iceberg team, they were able to present us an example of where they have successfully done that in a different state. And they were very clear in that it was not easy, it was very time-consuming to get the approvals from HUD, and that we should expect the same. So that's why in the memo I note that you know, there's no guarantees that we could get that same HUD approval on this project. It sounds like it was a very difficult process to get that HUD approval. But I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibilities. If they've shown they've done it once, then I would say it quite possibly could happen again. I think if you move forward with that proposal, you have to know that that mix may not be attainable, right? It may be our goal, we may work for it, but at the end of the day, if HUD has a change of opinion or we get a different take from HUD, we may have to back off that.
Okay. Because I was just curious because, you know, currently in Market House, I think it's just a lot of like private condos being sold and stuff like that, and like Airbnb usage. So I was just wondering if if hypothetically, if some type of provision could be put in place where if the senior housing aspect doesn't work, someone is still obligated to have them be affordable units, maybe not affordable senior units, something along those lines, just to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, so in the development agreement, in this case, in the development agreement, we would really focus in on those 45 units of affordable housing, and we would have protections in place to ensure that affordable housing is maintained. We wouldn't necessarily probably focus in on the age-restricted piece unless that was a stated priority and that was a must-have for that development agreement. But in the case that the iceberg proposal, right, they're getting annual TIF rebates for 15 years, so that's kind of the hook. If they don't comply and we find that they're not meeting the standards of the development agreement when it comes to those affordable units, they will no longer be able to collect on that TIF, and there could be a recapture of any TIF paid.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff, I really struggle understanding the total violations and the taxable violation. Is this something like the $15.6? Is this like the state, or this is a request, or this is what it happen all the
So the
time?
valuation, that would be the valuation of the building, right? It's not the construction cost. The construction cost is going to be a lot higher. But the valuation is what the Iowa City assessor is going to say it's worth. So we'll take the Grand Rail example. They're going to say that total assessment is 91.5. But what the assessor's office did is they looked at those rollbacks. So residential properties are only paying right now 47% of their value. Commercial properties pay 90% of their value. And that's why you see that difference there.
Yeah, that
So it's-
means this
it's-
is what's going to happen for the rollback for business kind of building.
Correct, and that's a big unknown, right? This taxable, this spread between the total valuation and taxable valuation is based on today's tax law. And we do know that there has been legislation already submitted or proposed this year that would eliminate those rollbacks. So very much can change based on future tax law.
Thank you for clarifying.
So I have, well, one, thank you for walking us through this memo, and thanks to the teams for submitting. I think it's great that we have some opportunity here in Iowa City that does kind of meet the needs of our community, meet kind of the highlights of our RFP. But there are some questions that I have relating to the overall cost, long-term. And I guess it's more of a comment to the developers as far as what I'm requesting, and that is any other financial last-minute stuff that you all want to present. I do welcome it. We know that for the Grand Rail, possibly 8 stories, and so it would be nice just to look at what that could look like. We are in the 11th hour, as we all know, and so if we're going to be allowing the community some time to respond, as well as the council some time to look at the proposals, and we're talking about May 20th, we kind of need to move quick on getting some last-minute numbers. So that's for Grand Rail. For Iceberg, certainly, you know, the TIF financing, we were expecting on some level that it could be a possibility with any other proposals. So the $9 million, that it is what it is. But our city manager has stressed concern about where's the tenant build-out cost, the rent subsidies, how does all of this play into this? And I do believe that it may be important, it's going to be vital that we understand from Iceberg how they're planning to make this financially solvable. So if you all can get that to us as soon as possible, I think that'd be great, because there's some great opportunity in each one of these proposals, and just want to make sure that I have time, as well as the public have time, to navigate through any of the last-minute numbers.
So, Mayor, I think it's on the Iceberg piece, it's a topic that we spoke directly with their team about. Clearly, they've designed that space to showcase the Stories Project and the Englert Theater. But with the pro forma not reflecting that, what they would provide is kind of what would be called a white box, or kind of a vanilla space. So they would not build out that space for either of those entities, and those entities would have to come up with those dollars themselves. Not only the build out cost, so you're building your restaurant, your theater, whatever that may be, your museum. They would have to privately fundraise or leverage existing funds that they have to be able to do that, or they could return to the city separately and ask you for additional financial support. But that's what they would do. They'd be charging those commercial rents, and if in this case, the Englert or the Stories could not independently secure that financing, then they would move on and they would find market rate users for that space. So it may have to require a little bit of redesign to accommodate additional users, but you should expect restaurant, retail types of users on that first floor.
No, thank you for that. And again, I think with this proposal, my assumption is it's, well, provide whatever you all can. How about that? I'll just leave it at that.
Just kind of agreeing. Yeah, and I also would like to see with some of the same things, the 8-story versus the 6-story, what that would look like. And then kind of along with that, sort of with the letters of interest, so everybody sort of, the public especially, understands that's not a commitment that they'll be in there. It's a letter of interest. So it's not binding. And it's equal across the board, across both proposals. And so to the extent that any thought of what the Plan B would be for those spaces for viability, I think I'd be interested, to speak to that maybe in some way, realizing that I don't expect anybody to go out and find the other people, just kind of what the flexibility would be like and how that might change the financial picture of the projects one way or the other.
When I look at the project number 1 here, the Grand Rail, it's, even though it say like affordable unit is 4, and and market price is 16, but that's because it is 2 floor of this. But here like 8 floor and 46, maybe 4 times 8, 24. If they build 8 floor. But what I really interesting to see, I'm looking for affordable housing here. 45 affordable, I want more details about that. And also, speaking about, do we want family to live there or not? So is that a 1-bedroom apartment? Is that could be a 2-bedroom? So to see like if we can accommodate family there. Also, I like the LIHTC, but the more I think about it, I just feel like we need permanent affordability. Our problem is like we have something, and I believe LIHTC is 30 years, or how long is LIHTC, Jeff?
Be a minimum of the 30 years.
So either to see more like affordability period, or maybe to see like more, it's permanent affordability. Yeah, I guess like we each time we have something affordable and suddenly after many years it's not gonna be affordable. Yeah, I feel like we're losing. We're not like, we're gonna start from the beginning. Yeah, that's what I feel about those. So I would like to learn more from both sides, like if they can, like, increase that.
Yeah, I guess I'll just reemphasize what you just mentioned about the affordable units. Again, we know that there is a sunset to those. If it's LIHTC, I'm assuming that the affordable units does not have a sunset to it.
The Grand Rail, you mean?
Not the Grand Rail.
The LIHTC. For the,
Oh, yes, the Iceberg does, but not the Grand Rail.
But I think if they did like LIHTC, they have to have, like, there is.
They're not
Sunset.
proposing.
So
Yeah.
there's ways to accomplish affordability, permanent affordability through the LIHTC program.
Okay, there's a way.
And the Housing Fellowship is listed as a interested partner, not really fully fleshed out on the Iceberg proposal, and is presumed to be a potential partner in the purchase of the units in the Grand Rail. So a good example of a LIHTC that could have permanent affordability is the Del Rey project in Iowa City, because of the Housing Fellowship's role in that project. After that required 30-year period, the Housing Fellowship, a mission-driven nonprofit, will become the owner of that structure and presumably maintain that permanent affordability going forward. So I think the team at Iceberg understands our desire to make those affordable, permanently affordable units, and is willing to figure out a way to memorialize that in a development agreement. We just don't have all those details, and we probably won't have those details at this stage, but Council's been pretty clear and really pushing for that permanent affordability, and I feel both teams are presenting that they're willing to meet that permanent affordability goal.
Yeah, I heard that, but I was just like to become clear so post people can bring like more unit or whatever. Anyway, I'm blinking now, but I was trying to say something. When I remember it, I will say it. So, yeah.
Any other comments by
Yes,
council?
I remember my comment. Thank you. Yes. Earlier I asked about the price and how much if we want to sell this land right now, because we want to see like 3 million here and 2 million there, and we giving tip here, no tip here, and all this kind of things. Like, I feel like since we are going to give this for 3 million or for 2 million, this is less than the purchase price. And I'm sure even though we rushed to buy it, that's why maybe at that time the price was high, because the city wanted. Sometimes something for the city is going to be expensive than other people. But as you said, because we don't want to do it like maybe another students' unit housing. But we need something like in exchange of that, maybe a 2 apartment, just like the one that we have in Chelsea, to be given to the public housing, and will be something like belong to the city, managed by the public housing for us. I'm just throwing that.
Sure,
So
sure.
think about it. I just feel like maybe we need something like exchange on giving like less price for the land.
I'm with you there as far as just making sure that the development teams understand that we're looking for something that really is in the best interest of our community. We know that you all know the affordability needs for housing. This is something that is a part of our strategic plan. And as the Mayor Pro Tem just mentioned, it would be great if we can try to, in a way, justify some of the opportunities that is happening with all of these proposals. So, yeah, I think I'm looking forward to whatever you all present when you come back.
One last thing, Jeff. Did you say that the Housing Fellowship expressed interest?
They wrote
They're a listed partner in both projects.
Okay. And is that for like how many of the potentially affordable units?
It's not
No details.
It's not 100% clear in the iceberg proposal. In the Grand Rail, they're the presumed buyer. Again, nothing is guaranteed, as Councilor Harmstead said, but they're the presumed buyer of the affordable units in the Grand Rail, and there is a presumption that they will be integrally involved in the affordable units of the iceberg proposal. We just don't know those details yet. And to be fair to the fellowship, they have made no commitments. They've expressed that interest in being part of the solution, but they've got to see the terms before they make those commitments too.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, if I can just recap, I want to make sure council expectations are the same, because what I'd like to do is get something in writing to both teams so it's very clear what we're asking for, and give them a very clear deadline that they can respond. So do you want to pick this conversation up on May 6th? Or do you wish to just have these responses ready to go for a May 20th meeting in which you think you can continue the conversation?
I do think it might be helpful if we can have it by May 6th. That way it'll be in our information packet. Council can bring it up and discuss it. Should we want, we could even have it as an item on our May 6th and
Yeah.
talk about it as much or as little as we want. If it's not possible by May 6th, then of course we'll do it the 20th. But that'll allow the council and the public some time to digest this.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. And then we'll wordsmith this appropriately when getting the communication out to the two teams that are here listening. What I'm hearing is confirmation of the financial numbers with a specific request to Grand Rail to say if it goes to an 8-story concept, do those numbers change at all, right? If not, just confirmation that those are the numbers, and if they need to change them for whatever reason, or they want to change them to broaden the appeal, they can. On the Iceberg side, there was just clarification from both teams. I'll get it in writing that they understand the city's commitment that we're looking for is permanent affordability. We don't have to figure out all the details yet, but making sure that there's an acknowledged permanent affordability expectation. I've heard a question specific to the Iceberg team about if they could describe the flexibility of the building should the Englert and/or Stories project not be able to be incorporated. And then Mayor Pro Tem had a question about the unit types for the affordable units. So we'll have them state for the affordable units that are targeting if they have ideas at this stage and on bedrooms, number of bedrooms per unit. I capture everything there? Okay, so we'll put that in writing. We have an extra week before your next council meeting, so there'll be a couple weeks for the teams to respond. But the goal will be to get this in that Thursday packet before your May 6th meeting. Put this on your work session, allow you to continue the discussion. Would you like the teams to be here in case you have questions?
Yeah, it'll be
Okay,
good.
we'll ask if they can be here, if they can have representatives here, and we'll go from there.
Great.
Anything else that I missed there, or we feel good? Okay, thank you for that
I don't know,
moment of
but I said
clarification.
about the price of the land. Through that there, so they can,
Sure,
yeah.
okay, thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, we're on to item, well, we'll wait for our colleagues to come back.
Yes.
Yes.
It's not.
Welcome back.
Thank you. You guys are a minute and a half behind digitally.
Yes,
So
yeah,
you were
it's
just
always
wrapping
like
up
that.
as you knocked on the door.
Great. We are on to item number 6, which is our council updates on assigned boards, commissions, and committees. I know we'll be doing assignments later today, so.
I think we should, we're gonna do assignment later.
Later
but-
today.
It's on the agenda.
We cannot talk about that now.
No, I think it's just a reminder to look at it and see where your interest is. Yep.
I just believe that, and maybe we can, this is a good time to give maybe Oliver about what he think it should be done for those, so later we can be ready to do it.
For each committee?
Yeah, because, maybe we don't need to do anything, so nobody can pick up some, because I think Oliver expressed interest just to take over whatever Andrew used to have, and that will make it easy. If everybody agree, of course.
If everybody agrees with that, I thought that it would just make it easier on everybody, and also, I could, get experience wherever. So, yeah.
My only hesitation is let's make sure we have that discussion at the formal, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Yep. So, okay. Anything else on council updates? Hearing none, we are adjourned until our 6 p.m. meeting.
Oh, that's fast.
Good enough. Mics are going on, and we'll start less than a minute.
Mic's on.
Good enough.
Just give that to Sean. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
It is now 6 p.m. on April 15th, 2025, and I'm going to call the City of Iowa City meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Alter,
Here.
Vargas,
Here.
Harmson,
Here.
Mo,
Here.
Saleh,
Yes, yeah.
Teague,
Here.
and Wyline.
Here.
All right. Welcome to your City Hall, to everyone that is in person and to those that are joining virtually. Welcome as well. First, we're going to move on to items number 2, proclamations. 2A is Arbor Day. Whereas the coming of spring produces a renewal of interest in tree planting for beauty, shade, conservation, and many other purposes beneficial to all people. And whereas the observation of Arbor Day has long been characterized by the planting and preservation of trees, and whereas trees in Iowa City beautify our community, increase property values, reduce pollution, lower interest, energy costs, and enhance the economic vitality of business areas. And whereas because trees absorb carbon monoxide and release oxygen, having a diverse and healthy tree population constitutes a major part of Iowa City's effort to mitigate against climate change. And whereas trees can provide natural air conditioning, the evaporation from a single tree can produce the cooling effect of 10-room size air conditioners operating 20 hours a day. And whereas evergreen trees can be used to reduce wind speed and thus loss of heat from our homes in the winter by as much as 10 to 50%. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim April 25th, 2025 to be Arbor Day in Iowa City, and I urge all community members to participate in tree planting and preserving projects throughout this year. And receiving this is Julie Seidel Johnson, our Parks and Rec Director.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As you know, this is an annual thing that we do here in Iowa City. And as Parks and Rec Director, I have to thank you. Since I came in January 2016, we have planted over 6,000 trees here in Iowa City. So at a time where there's so much like uncertainty around us and things happening, what's going to happen in the future, you've had 6,000 pieces of hope planted throughout to grow into the future. So I thank you for that, and thank you for having the staff and equipment to actually service those trees, because it's not just planting them, it's coaxing them along in these first few years and keeping them healthy. I also want to remind people we have a volunteer tree planting coming up on Arbor Day this year. So Friday, April 25th, 1 p.m. at the Oakland Cemetery. We're looking for volunteers in conjunction with the Heritage Tree Program to plant 20 trees actually on the day of Arbor Day. So we hope to see people out there at the cemetery making that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. To be Day of No Service Silence. And this is going to be read by Councilor Hermson.
Whereas, to date in 2025, 563 anti-LGBTQ+ bills have been introduced across the country, 19 of them in Iowa. And whereas, youth are especially vulnerable, with over half of LGBTQ+ youth reporting bullying or harassment in school due to their sexual orientation or gender identity each month. And whereas every April since its founding in the 1990s, students and allies protested discrimination by observing a day of silence followed by breaking the silence rallies to bring attention to discrimination against LGBTQ+ students. And whereas in 2023, this tradition morphed into the Day of No Silence in opposition to the current surge of anti-LGBTQ+ legislation, which was observed nationwide this year on April 4th. And whereas LGBTQ+ students must be able to learn, socialize, access support, live freely and safely as their authentic selves. And whereas racial equity, social justice, and human rights together serve as one of 3 key values in the city's strategic plan. Now, therefore, I, Sean Harmson, on behalf of Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim April 4th, 2025 to have been the Day of No Silence in Iowa City and encourage community members to advocate for the rights of LGBTQ+ people, especially vulnerable youth, and to fight oppression wherever and whenever it occurs. And accepting the award is Doug Kolash, the chair of the Human Rights Committee.
Doing a new tradition up here. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor Teague and Council. The Day of Silence was created to show the importance of diversity and inclusion within schools and academic communities, and what the impact of silencing those voices might look and feel like, since its creation has expanded beyond the school and academic community to community in general, as you've recognized tonight. In recent years, one goal of right-wing government, including our governor, the bully in chief, has been to eliminate that diversity and criminalize inclusion. We can no longer afford to stay silent. As MLK Jr. said, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. The Day of No Silence sends an important message to those who are attempting to push our community into the shadows of society. We will not go back. But more importantly, it sends a message to our allies. Again, quoting Dr. King, "He who passively accepts evil is as much involved in it as he who helps to perpetrate it. He who accepts evil without protesting against it is really cooperating with it." I'm also reminded, when we talk about silence and the Day of No Silence, of the ACT UP slogan from the 1980s, "Silence equals death," which was a response to the Reagan administration's inaction and silence regarding the AIDS epidemic, which led to a devastating loss of life within the LGBTQ community. The phrase continues to be used as a rallying cry for the importance of speaking out against injustice and silence. At this moment in history, it is imperative that our allies speak out against the injustices being perpetrated against our LGBTQ neighbors, family, and friends. Because, and I'll close with one more quote from Martin Luther King Jr., "In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends." Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move on to item number 2C, Fair Housing Month, read by Mayor Pro Tem Sala.
Whereas April 2025 marks the 57th anniversary of the passage of the Fair Housing Act, which initiates a national policy of fair housing for all who live in the United States. And whereas the Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, handicap, family status, and national origin. And whereas the City of Iowa City additionally prohibited discrimination because of creed, age, material status, sexual orientations, presence or absence of dependence, gender identity, and public assistance source of income. And whereas fair housing is a positive community good, and whereas economic stability, community health, and human relations in all communities are improved by diversity and integration, and whereas acts of housing discrimination and barriers to equal housing opportunity are repugnant to a common sense of decency and fairness. Now, therefore, I, Mazahir Saleh, on behalf of Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim April 2025 to be Fair Housing Month in Iowa City, to establish Iowa City as an inclusive community committed to fair housing, and to promote appreciation activity by private and public entities intended to provide or advocate for equal housing opportunity for all residents and prospective residents of Iowa City. And here to accept is Rosina Malone and Catherine Davis.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for the proclamation regarding Fair Housing Month. My name is Catherine Davis. I'm a board member of the Johnson County Affordable Housing Coalition, where we remain committed to advocating for fair, inclusive communities where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. I'm also the housing manager at DVIP RVAP, where I work with members of our community who at times have to put their own safety at risk because they see it as the better alternative to housing instability. We observe Fair Housing Month every April because the Fair Housing Act was signed into law by President Johnson on April 11th, 1968. However, the Iowa City Human Rights Ordinance has prohibited discrimination in housing since 1964. Equal opportunity for all is a fundamental goal of this city. We should continue to set the standard of free and equal access to housing opportunities in our area. Only through continued cooperation, commitment, and support of all Iowa City residents can barriers to fair housing be removed. Thank you for your time and your continued support of our most vulnerable populations.
Thank you. We're moving on to item number 2D, Sexual Assault Awareness Month Proclamation, read by Councilor Alter.
Whereas sexual abuse, sexual violence, and stalking affect everyone, including children, causing long-term physical, psychological, and emotional harm. And whereas every 68 seconds, an American is sexually assaulted, and every 9 minutes, that victim is a child. And whereas approximately 70% of people affected by rape or sexual assault experience moderate to severe distress, a larger percentage than for any other violent crime. And whereas sexual violence in rural communities exists as a hidden, silent, and often unrecognized crime that is often underreported, it's widespread and affects every community member. And whereas through the inspiration, courage, and resilience of people affected by sexual violence, our communities are learning to better respond to the life-changing impact of sexual violence on individuals through systems and in the community. And whereas DVIP and RVAP has worked to end violence and abuse for more than 45 years through the collaborative partnerships of staff, volunteers, local municipalities, criminal justice, health and human services, faith communities, business leaders, and private community members. And whereas our community's achievements should be commended, and we must continue our commitment to respect and support those affected by sexual violence and to prevent future violence in our community. Now, therefore, I, Megan Alter, on behalf of Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2025 to be Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Iowa City, Iowa, and urge all people to work together to eliminate sexual violence, sexual abuse, and stalking from our community. And accepting this proclamation is Alta Medea, the Director of Community Engagement at DVIP.
Thank you and welcome.
Yeah, thank you all so much. I first want to say thank you from the bottom of our hearts for all of the financial support that the City of Iowa City has contributed, not only to our programming and to the services we provide, but also to the shelter we're able to offer victim survivors. I also wanted to just highlight some of the statistics. DVIP, RVIP took on sexual assault services programming on October 1st of 2024. The numbers on your handouts, the 58 individuals served through our sexual assault services programming is actually just for October 1st through December 31st. Those are individuals we served in all 8 counties. We do not have the individual community breakdowns like you're used to hearing from our staff available to us at this time, as we are still inputting and gathering data on those individuals. We'll have more reports in about a year with the full numbers. I also wanted to point out that we have provided over 600 services to individuals, and that is everything from peer-to-peer counseling to accompanying folks at sexual assault forensic exams, getting them resources, hanging out with their children while they are meeting with law enforcement and other programs. So lots of different ways that those support services look. We know that this impacts our community greatly, and we could not do this work without the folks here in Iowa City. So thank you so much. One last thing, and then I will step aside. But April 22nd is the annual Take Back the Night rally in partnership with the University of Iowa. Take Back the Night rally has been going on longer than I can even remember, since the 70s. In addition, we will be hosting the Clothesline Project on April 22nd from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. prior to Take Back the Night rally at the Chauncey Swan Park. And that will be a display of approximately 100 shirts made by victim survivors telling their own stories. I strongly encourage all of the council and mayor to attend, as well as our community, to show victims that they are not alone. In our current political climate, with so much uncertainty and so many barriers being placed upon folks, having the ability to see the community stand up for you is more impactful to your healing process than anything. So we encourage you to join us on April 22nd, and a full list of Sexual Assault Awareness Month activities is on our website at dvipiowa.org. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thanks to everybody that came for the proclamations. We're going to move on to our consent agenda, which is items 3 through 7. Could I get a motion to approve it, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mose, seconded by Alter. Anyone from the public like to discuss a topic that is on our consent agenda? I want to remind everyone that we do have sign-in little stickers at the back, so you can fill that out in advance and drop it in the basket.
Got it.
And welcome. You'll have up to 3 minutes.
My name is Mark Priest. First, I want to thank you for appointing me to the Human Rights Commission for a second term. The first term I learned a lot, and now I know more. I also noted that in the consent agenda, I'm learning things. It reminds me of the last scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark, that if I don't say something about it, it might not be heard. So that's why I'm here. I want to say something about the All Are Welcome resolution. You'll notice in the minutes that I think this is in your consent agenda packet, that referring the resolution to the City Council for adoption. It's already been adopted by Johnson County. Rachel Zimmerman and the county supervisors helped me with this. Eric and Jeff helped me with this along the way. I'm going to suppose you have the All Are Welcome resolution available to you. I would simply highlight for the public, whereas many Iowans are experiencing anger and fear due to several laws passed in Iowa in 23 and 24, including the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, known as RAFRA, which codifies religious exemptions, allowing individuals to use religious beliefs as legal justification to discriminate against other Iowans who are then deprived of their rights and liberty. Therefore, the resolutions that promoting a united vision for where all are welcome in Johnson County, and you can refer on to that. I wanted to also remind you, these quotes are significant, but this one's from Reinhold Niebuhr. You maybe know him best for the one who wrote the Serenity Prayer. First they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I didn't speak out because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. I bring you this light to illuminate this opportunity for you to adopt the All Are Welcome resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on any item that is on our consent agenda? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no one in person or online, council discussion?
I just want to say thank you for bringing this out of consent agenda and pointing the public as well as us to this.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I would like to ask on item 6E, Taft Avenue reconstruction. I know we've all received several emails concerned about that. Jeff, can you remind us what the time frame is in the, for the Taft Avenue reconstruction project?
Going off memory here a little bit as I flip through, I believe it's 27 and 28.
Yep.
That is correct. So construction in 27 and 28. It's currently in the design phase.
And it's the middle portion?
Correct. Lower West Branch Road to American Legion Road.
Okay. I received a lot of questions about that. And then the other one I had a question about on the consent agenda was 6I, and that would be the GEO bond bidding procedure. Normally it's something I wouldn't think at all about, but I know that like last week was the worst day for bond markets ever. What does that mean for the city if we have a really bad bond bid? How does that impact our budget, and how do we navigate that?
Well, we are pretty conservative on the interest rates that we budget. Might need some help from Nicole here, but I believe we budget 5%. Yeah, 5% on our interest rates, and we historically have come in well below then. If the bond market is disrupted on the day that we take bids, and it's a little higher, we can generally accept that, after, and if we have to do a budget correction in the following year to make up for some of the larger debt service payments, we can, but even a slightly high interest rate in 1 year is not going to disrupt our financial projections enough. That's why we carry fund balances as well. So if we do need to tap into a fund balance to pay a little bit of a higher interest rate, we can, but generally we're able to we're prepared to handle that kind of fluctuation.
Thank you.
Would this concern you in our ability to sell munis, or if something like this happens?
No, I don't think we're concerned right now.
Okay.
It certainly was a disruptive week, but I think things have settled out, and at least today we're feeling okay.
Okay.
I had one thing on 6A, the AFSME tentative agreement. Just one kind of procedural question. This was just a wages negotiation, correct?
That's correct.
During wage negotiations, are there any outside counsel procured by the city, or is that just for full contract?
We have the ability, so we have an outside labor counsel on kind of retainer. We didn't utilize it for just a wage reopener. We could, but this time we did not.
But for like a full contract negotiation, that's kind of like the norm?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Hearing nothing else, roll call, please.
Harmson?
Yes.
Moe?
Yes.
Sella?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Wyline?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We're on to item number 8, which is community comment. Public comment is intended so that members of the public may be heard by council. Because community comment is for items not properly noticed on the agenda, council cannot engage in discussion or debate due to open meeting laws. I am going to ask to see a raise of hands of everyone that want to speak during this time. I see one person. All right, we'll invite you up at this time. Welcome. And you'll have up to 3 minutes, and there is a sign-in.
I've already done it.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. My name is John Colon. I'm the chair for the Johnson County Livable Community for Successful Aging.
And please state the city you're from as well.
Iowa City
Great.
as well. I'm here just to notify the public and the council that we are in the process of our Phase 5 for our survey, community survey for Johnson County on areas that affect seniors and people that are aging. The survey is really focused on the AARP, 8 livability domains, and council members have this card in front of them right now. Folks that are in the audience, if you'd like one, I've got a stack with me. We're inviting residents of the county and of the city, age 45 and above, to participate in the survey. The survey is designed to assess folks' impression and encounters with various services within the county and the city. That's anything from medical services, transportation, housing. So we would like to invite everyone age 45 and above to participate in the survey. Some of you will be getting a postcard in the mail. It'll be a large version of this. It will be going out this week. But as I said, anyone is eligible to participate. You can go to livablecommunity.org to fill out the survey. It's electronic. If you'd like a paper copy, there's information on our website about how to obtain a paper copy and a return envelope. So it's short and it's sweet. We'd love to have everyone participate to get an understanding of how people are perceiving services that are available, and if they're not, what we can also do to help them connect with those services. We added a 9th area to the survey, which is disaster preparedness. I think all of us lived through the derecho a few years ago and were impacted by it, realized that we weren't prepared. And I think some people are still in that mode of, it's not going to happen to me. We have a section on that that's also very important. We'd love feedback from the community on that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Yes, please. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Hi, I'm Dr. Emma Denny. I'm from Iowa City. I'm sure that everyone present here and everyone on the council has been hearing reports of ICE targeting college organizers, particularly this week in the University of Iowa when 5 international students had their visas pulled, we suspect, for participating in protests. We're not fully aware of that yet because, you know, the government right now is pretty impenetrable. Part of why that is allowed to happen is because UIPD has direct agreements with ICE. UIPD has enforcement and investigation agreements with ICE that this city doesn't currently have. I want the city to think long and hard about its policy regarding ICE and make sure that in the future, nothing like these agreements with UIPD can exist, and that nothing like the kinds of enforcement that is allowed to happen in this city, despite a lot of the local citizens' wishes because of the UIPD's presence in this city. I really want the council to think long and hard about any potential policy like that in regards to ICPD and ICE and any potential enforcement or investigation policy outside of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to take some time and discuss any item that is not on our agenda? Seeing no one, we're going to move on to item number 9, which is Planning and Zoning Matters. 9A, rezoning north of Melrose Avenue and east of Camp Cardinal Boulevard. Ordinance conditionally rezoning approximately 7.2 acres of property located north of Melrose Avenue and east of Camp Cardinal Boulevard from interim development single-family residential zone to mixed-use zone. This is second consideration, and the applicant is requesting expedited action.
I move that the rule requiring that ordinances must be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting which is to be finally passed be suspended, that the first consideration and vote be waived, and that the ordinance be given second consideration and vote at this time.
Moved by Mo.
Second, Saleh.
All right. Anyone from the public like to discuss this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. In person, please raise your hand so I can see. Seeing no one in person or online, Council discussion?
No.
Roll call, please.
Mo,
Yes.
Sully,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Could I get a motion to pass and adopt?
So moved. Alter.
Second, Mo.
Roll call, please.
Sully,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So move. Saleh.
Second, Burgess.
All right. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Great. We're on to item number 9B, rezoning portion of 691 East Foster Road. Ordinance conditionally rezoning approximately .06 acres for a portion of the property located at 691 East Foster Road from high-density single-family residential zone with a planned development overlay to low-density single-family residential zone. I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome Danielle.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Danielle Sisman, Neighborhood and Development Services. As the mayor summarized, this is a request for rezoning. It is preceded by or also accompanied by a request for a transfer of land between two adjacent property owners for the triangle shown here on the screen. Because the two properties are not zoned the same, we can't administratively approve that boundary line adjustment until the zoning is aligned properly so that all of the land that would be assembled by the transfer would be under one zoning district. So the request before you tonight is to resolve that difference by rezoning the area in the triangle to match the area of the lot to its east, which is RS5. The applicant in this case is requesting this because they believe that will make the lot more interesting to buyers. So they hope to sell the land for eventual development as a single-family dwelling. So that is lot 25 of the subdivision to the east. And as I said, this is a rezoning to resolve that split zoning that would be created by the boundary line adjustment. In this case, it's being essentially downzoned from an RS12 zone with an OPD to it to an RS5 zone. The additional land area would be assembled into one single lot. Sorry, let me go back to this rezoning condition. As I've already stated, the boundary line adjustment that would actually change the boundary of the lot is administrative, but this rezoning needs to occur first, so that's one of our conditions. With all rezonings, we do look at the standard criteria of whether it's consistent with the comprehensive plan and compatible with the existing neighborhood. In this case, both the overall citywide comprehensive plan and the North District plan envision open space and or housing in this area, so it would be consistent with the comprehensive plan. There are also several goals and policies in the comprehensive plan that would support additional housing development in this neighborhood. It's compatible with the character of the neighborhood. The land, as it's being transferred, already has an easement on it, though, that would prevent development on that on the part of the land that has the easement. It's a conservation easement. That conservation easement's in place. It's maintained as the land gets transferred, so it's still protecting the sensitive areas that exist in the area, just simply adding an overall square footage to the lot. We do need to ensure, though, that city services can adequately service this lot. The road layout is already developed in front of this lot, but not in a manner that would allow, let's say, a trash truck to adequately pick up trash without having to make a complicated maneuver of backing up. So the request that is accompanied by another condition that pavement be installed similar to what you see on the upper right-hand side of this roadway, where there's kind of that circular bulb with the driveways coming off of it. A similar amount of improvement needs to be made in front of this lot to allow those city services to be provided without having to back up. So just a quick overview of the land development process as it relates to this land. There are two subdivisions that were established in the 1950s and 2018 that are being combined into one lot, resolving the rezoning so it's similar across both areas. The staff will take care of the boundary line adjustment once the rezoning is approved, and then any building permits that occur in the future. So again, just to summarize, there were two conditions envisioned with this rezoning as promoted by staff and agreed to by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So based on a review of the relevant general criteria, staff made that recommendation, and at its March 5th, 2025 meeting, by a vote of 6-0, the Planning and Zoning Commission concurred. The CZA has been signed and is in our possession. I'm happy to answer questions.
Great. Hearing no questions, thank you. Is the applicant present and do they want to speak? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. John Marner with MMS Consultants representing the developer. I have nothing to add, just available for any questions if you have any. Again, the goal is to create a more desirable lot. We understand all the conditions. As she said, the CZA has been signed and they're ready to move forward.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. If you're in the building, please raise your hand so I can see you. Seeing no one in person or online, before I close the public hearing, just wanted to ask council if they're inclined to vote with the P&Z. All right, great. I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to give first consideration?
So moved. Mo.
Second, Harmson.
Council discussion.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Roll call, please.
Teague,
Yes?
Wyline,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Salah.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. 9C, rezoning North Governor Street, ordinance conditionally rezoning approximately 5.49 acres of property located between North Dodge and North Governor Streets from medium-density single-family residential zone, high-density single-family residential zone, medium-density multifamily residential zone, and multifamily residential zone to high-density single-family residential zone with a planned development overlay for approximately 0.17 acres, and to medium-density multifamily residential zone with a planned development overlay for approximately 5.32 acres. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Ann Russett, Senior Planner. As the Mayor mentioned, this is a proposed rezoning. Here's an aerial of the subject property. It's located just north of Happy Hollow Park in between North Dodge and North Governor Streets. Here's the current zoning map. The subject property is a mix of single-family and multifamily zoning, including the 3 lots that remained zoned R3B, which is a zoning designation from the 1970s. RM20 is also a multifamily zoning district. There's also RS12, which is a high-density single-family zone, which does allow multifamily uses provisionally. And then there's some RS8 in the corner, which is a single-family zone. As you're aware from the staff report and from the memo from the City Attorney's Office, this property has a long and complicated history. In the 1980s, there was an Iowa Supreme Court decision related to this property. At the time, there were properties zoned R3B, and a developer obtained building permits to construct an office building and an apartment building. The city revoked the building permit and rezoned some of the parcels to only allow single-family and duplex residential. The owner sued the city, and the court determined that the city's actions were unreasonable. As a result of the Iowa Supreme Court decision, several lots still remain R3B. In 2011, there was a rezoning request to rezone a portion of the subject property to RM12. That rezoning would have allowed approximately 18 dwelling units. City Council denied that rezoning and directed staff to explore designating the properties to no longer allow multifamily. Based on the council direction, the city initiated a comprehensive plan amendment in 2012. The proposed amendment to the Central District Plan would change the future land use map from low to medium density multifamily to single family duplex. The comprehensive plan amendment was accompanied by several city initiated downzonings, and these actions by the city also resulted in a lawsuit. In 2018, there was TSB Holdings versus the Board of Adjustments, and the court determined that the Kemp decision from the 80s prohibited the city from enforcing the new zoning ordinance. So the property owner was permitted to move forward with multifamily development consistent with the R3B zoning. And they remain zoned R3B today. For the proposed rezoning, the city is acting as a co-applicant for several reasons. The city would like to see a cohesive development pattern as opposed to that which would be allowed under the current zoning. We'd also like to see compliance with our modern zoning regulations. This includes compliance with the multifamily site development standards. The City Council's strategic plan includes a goal related to establishing partnerships and collaborations, particularly in the interest of advancing the city's housing goals. And meeting our housing goals requires increasing the overall supply of housing, which this rezoning would do. Here's a few pictures of the site on the top left. This is a photo looking north along North Governor Street. You can see the vacant office building on the left. In the upper right, this is looking west from North Governor Street. You can see the vacant office building. And in the distance, you can see the existing apartments that exist along North Dodge Street. From the bottom left, this is looking south on North Dodge. The subject property already, this apartment building exists here, and there's also a duplex on the subject property. This image here is kind of looking southwest from North Governor Street. You can see the surface parking that exists and some of the trees that exist on the southern end of the property. Here's the current zoning map, again, which I went over earlier. I just wanted to mention that the R3B zoning district does allow up to 15 dwelling units per acre. Based on the size of these parcels here, 85 dwelling units max would be allowed, and the maximum height in this zone is 45 feet and 3 stories. The proposed zoning is a planned development overlay with the portion zoned RS12. The majority is proposed to be RM20. The maximum density in the RM20 zone is 24 dwelling units per net acre, and the maximum height is 35 feet. The planned development overlay, the applicant is not requesting any waivers from zoning standards. The OPD is required due to impacts to critical slopes, and any future development must substantially comply with the OPD plan. There is one rezoning condition that we're recommending that subsequent to the rezoning, that the land is re-subdivided to follow the lots and the new zoning boundaries. Here's the preliminary plan development overlay plan. The project proposes to redevelop the land along North Governor Street. This would include the development or the demolition of 2 existing single-family homes that are currently located in this area, as well as the vacant office building. 2 multifamily residential buildings are proposed, each containing 42 units for a total of 84 units. The plan shows stormwater being located on site. Open space is proposed in this area here. Parking is internal to the buildings, and surface parking is proposed behind the buildings. The plans also show the inclusion of a sidewalk along North Governor Street. Here is the landscaping plan. They're proposing to keep approximately 15 mature trees on the southern end of the property and proposing to plant another 54 on the property, several of which are street trees along North Governor. In addition to what you see here, the Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending a condition that S3 screening be provided along this southern retaining wall in this location. There are 2 criteria that we use when we review rezonings. The first is consistency with the comprehensive plan. And the future land use map of the IC 2030 plan shows that the majority of the site is appropriate for multifamily residential development. All properties along North Dodge Street in this area here are identified as appropriate for multifamily, up to 24 dwelling units per acre. The Central District Plan also shows a majority of the site as appropriate for multifamily. And unlike the IC 2030 plan, there are some areas that are identified as appropriate for open space and single family. The future land use map functions as a conceptual future vision. Both plans envision multifamily in this area up to 24 dwelling units per acre, which is the maximum density of the proposed zone. In addition to the future land use map, there are several goals and strategies that align with this rezoning, including encouraging compact, efficient development, encouraging a diversity of housing types, ensuring a mix of housing types in all neighborhoods, and supporting infill development and redevelopment. In terms of environmental goals, our environmental goals also encourage compact inefficient development and discouraging sprawl by promoting infill development and also improving overall access to parks. In the Central District Plan, there is a goal to promote the Central District as an attractive place to live by encouraging reinvestment and supporting new housing opportunities. The proposed rezoning would allow for more housing and the removal of the vacant office building. The plan also notes the existing R3B zoning in this area and states that the area should be rezoned to a valid designation such as RM20. Next is compatibility with the neighborhood character, and just to provide a kind of a summary of the context of this neighborhood. Happy Hollow Park, again, is directly to the south of the subject property. Across the North Governor Street, there is some single-family homes. To the north, there are duplexes, and further north, there are single-family. There's existing multifamily on the subject property, and further to the south, there's a single-family. In terms of compatibility, I want to talk about site design, open space, landscaping, as well as substantial compliance with the OPD plan. I did want to mention that one of the rezoning conditions that is being recommended is that prior to that replatting of the property, that the duplex that is located in this area be converted to a single unit to comply with density requirements. So here's the preliminary OPD plan again, and it was developed to fit into the existing mixture of residential buildings and that the neighborhood contains. The two block-scale buildings front North Governor in a manner that aims to reduce their visual impact from the public right-of-way. The northern building is positioned in such a way that the shortest end of the building fronts North Governor. For the southern building, it is positioned at an angle, which the longest side is also kind of pushed further away from North Governor as it extends. Open space is provided at the southeast corner of the site. The open space area is at an elevation that is higher than the building, so as people come up North Governor Street, they should see the open space area and in the background the building, which would be at a lower elevation. Both buildings will be 35 feet in height. And to the south is Happy Hollow Park. The proposed project will not impact any of the trees that are currently located on the city's property, and that project also will be maintaining these 15 trees in this location here. Although there are no plans for redevelopment of the North Dodge Street site, any future redevelopment will need to be substantially compliant with what you see here. The rezoning would not allow any more dwelling units than currently exist. Additionally, the existing development pattern provides a transition from this single-family home here, which is just south of the subject property. It goes from a single-family use to a duplex to the apartment building, so there is that existing transition that is maintained within these OPD plans that would need to be ensured if any redevelopment were to occur. Here are the elevations for the proposed buildings. They have incorporated entrances to individual dwelling units from the exterior to create more of a townhome style feel, and this also helps to break up the long facade. As I mentioned, the property is bordered by North Governor Street and North Dodge Street. Both of these are arterials. They are currently operating under capacity. The site also has access to Iowa City Transit. This is an infill project, so there's access to existing sewer and water lines. Some rezoning conditions that are being recommended include the dedication of public right-of-way and easements along North Governor Street to increase the right-of-way and allow for the construction of a sidewalk. Dedication of a temporary construction easement along North Dodge Street, which will help with the reconstruction of North Dodge. And the abandonment of existing water lines for the North Dodge Street apartments, which currently come off North Governor Street. Those new service lines will connect the water lines to the North Dodge Street main. The site does contain regulated critical slopes, and the proposed development would impact 86% of those slopes. This site and the site to the south have been altered by humans over the years. This is an infill site which has access to city infrastructure, there's access to transit, and the subject property is close to a park, grocery store, restaurant, and elementary school, and even the downtown. And this infill project will also bring much-needed housing to our community. So in our review of the sensitive areas, we felt that the 86% impacted was kind of overcome by these other benefits that the project would provide. I also want to note that in comparison to some of the other sensitive area plans that the council has reviewed, there's only a little over 4,000 square feet of critical slopes. So even though it's 86%, around 3,000 square feet would be impacted. And I just wanted to note that the process whereby these impacts are allowed is through this OPD rezoning process, which the council is currently considering. So right now we're at the rezoning phase. We do have a final plat application in, a site plan in, and a design review case in. The final plat will come back to City Council. The other applications will be reviewed by staff. The applicant did hold a good neighbor meeting in August of 2024. Based on the review of the relevant general criteria, staff recommended approval of the proposed rezoning with 5 conditions. At the February 19th meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission by a vote of 6-1, the Planning and Zoning Commission concurred with staff's opinion and recommended approval of the 5 staff recommended conditions, and they also discussed and added 1 additional condition. So these conditions include that the subject property must be replatted prior to issuance of a building permit. Prior to approval of the final plat, that duplex on North Dodge must be converted. Dedication of right-of-way and an easement along North Governor Street. Dedication of a temporary construction easement along North Dodge Street. The water service lines for the apartments must be fixed to come off of North Dodge. And the 1 condition that was added by the commission was the retaining wall being screened on the southern end to the S3 standard. The conditional zoning agreement has been signed, and staff has received several protest petitions. The 20% threshold was met, and the approval of the rezoning will require a supermajority by council. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Any questions for Ann?
Real quick one. Just remind you, the density per acre between R3B and the proposed new density. What was R3B? I just missed that.
58 dwelling units per acre.
And then the proposed, if we do this, the change would be to max of?
24.
So 58 to 24. Okay.
Ann, can you speak to the, just describe what the S3 screening is like?
I made a note of that. Hang on. So the S3 screening is a high screen, and there has to be enough shrubs and small evergreens to form a continuous hedge that's between 5 feet and 6 feet in height.
I had a question about building height, specifically how it's measured. Is it only measured at the base of the building for the purposes of zoning? I know in building code it's at the base of the building, but do you consider the retaining wall as part of the building height?
The retaining wall wouldn't be included in the building height. The building height is measured based on an average grade of the property around the building.
At the foundation. I have a question that might be more Eric, but maybe it's both of you. And that would be I'm still trying to tease out what it means to have these strange R3B zones trapped in the middle of Iowa City, and what our responsibility is to align that with our current comprehensive plan. And specifically, does being an R3B zone mean that we completely omit all of our Chapter 14 zoning requirements, or just the density requirements in consideration?
Right, it's certainly a fair question. No, the court ruling, that is the second of the 2 cases regarding this, made clear that the city could rezone, but that the 3 lots in question that remain able to be developed at R3B standards, just that, need to be developed by R3B standards, which means anything that was not required by R3B back in 1978 would not be required of those properties. And I want to be careful to distinguish those lots as opposed to the others. But as Ms. Russet made clear, what we're really hoping to achieve is something that's congruent, that you don't have kind of eyesores and so forth on 3 lots, and then, modern zoning standards for the others.
Well, and that's kind of what the R3B zoning, as far as I can tell from that zoning ordinance, has no requirements for screening, no provisions for sensitive areas, nothing, right? It's just build to 45 feet to 20 feet setback. Is that, and then there's no other rules? Is that how that R3B zoning works?
Oh, sorry, did you want to?
Is that your understanding of the zoning? Is it there's really like very few requirements for those sites?
Yes, I would generally agree with that characterization, and I'll confess I am not an expert in R3B zoning. It's been obsolete for decades, but I did review it ahead of this meeting as I figured this might come up. There are some parking standards, and there are front, back, and side yard setback requirements. I mean, there are some things, but to compare the requirements back in the 70s to what's present now is apples to oranges. I mean, we have a far more comprehensive zoning code now than would have been the case back then.
They would have to follow our current building codes, but nothing in Title 14. Is that?
They would have to follow our building codes. I'll definitely agree with that part of it. I would say insofar as other Title 14 standards are concerned, I would say that anything that is incongruent with R3B, we would not be able to enforce on those 3 lots.
And I also noticed in the R3B allows something called apartment hotels. What the heck is that?
I can't recall if that was a defined term or not. I assumed that was for a hotel with longer stays as opposed to kind of single night stays.
Okay.
And so this would be if I'm tracking the argument correctly, the argument in favor would be that by doing this voluntarily in combination, we would basically be getting like a voluntary withdrawal of the R3B. Like they would be agreeing to not develop to R3B if we give the OPD.
Right. This rezoning would forever put to rest this issue. R3B zoning would be dead in Iowa City. And yes, I would characterize clearly this as a compromise. Certainly, the city is not getting everything it would love. Neither is the developer. I think we're getting about the best project we can expect to get, given the court's ruling in 2018.
So, I'm just going to keep rolling with questions. So our options are to accept this proposal, or if we deny it, we just can allow development at these strange, different hodgepodge conditions that if we just deny this application, they can develop at will on the parcels that exist?
Well, there would be a couple things in response to that. One is I suspect we would face litigation to see whether in rejecting this rezoning, we are essentially not allowing for the 2018 ruling to take effect. Maybe, maybe not, but in answer to the second part of your question, yes, certainly one potential outcome could be that the property owner could develop those 3 parcels at R3B zoning to the extent that they could, and would have to follow modern zoning on all the parcels that are not R3B zones.
May we approve an RM20 density, but not the PUD at this moment in time, and ask them to come back if we're concerned about sensitive areas? Is that an option in front of us?
Well, this is an OPD RM20 zoning application, so I don't think you can pick and choose. If I may be misunderstanding your question.
Yes, I'm asking, can we pick and choose? Okay.
I'm afraid you cannot pick and choose. You either need to accept or reject this proposal.
We can make non-substantive small conditions at this juncture.
Well, I'm going to be careful in my response there. I would want to hear what the conditions are.
Okay.
If they are really anything of substance, anything that's more than a de minimis change, then we would probably have to have a discussion about whether there would need to be a consult with P&Z, or maybe it even needs to go through P&Z through the whole process, particularly if it's something that they haven't had a chance to weigh in on.
Well, that's not for now. Question time. So,
I have a question that is not technical. How long has that office building been vacant?
Since I've lived in Iowa City.
I'm trying to match it against my memory when I moved here in yeah, 95. I want to
Yeah.
say it was vacant at that time.
I don't know when it was
I'm not
vacant. I
sure.
can say it was vacant since 2014.
Okay.
But it's probably been longer than that.
Yeah.
Hearing no other questions.
Sorry, I got one more. So one thing about this site would be the sidewalk that is provided on the lot. If you go to the site, you see it terminates at a strange hillside. Like because of the topography of Happy Hollow Park, was there a consideration for where that sidewalk goes and how it connects to anything?
There's no connection. There's no sidewalk to the south of what's being proposed.
So just sort of a sidewalk to nowhere right now, and how does that work? I mean,
Typically, we would get new sidewalks with infill development. So since they're proposing to develop this site, they're required to provide a sidewalk on their property.
right.
If the
city were to want to add a sidewalk, does that sidewalk actually work to add additional sidewalks
It would
to
need,
it?
it would need to, we're reviewing plans right now as part of the final plat. The sidewalk would need to be able to be extended to the south.
So that you would not just kind of hit a cliff?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I had a question. I know that it goes by North Governor Street, which is technically a state highway, right?
Yes.
What type of I don't know. I'm not privy to this information. What type of maybe traffic-related regulations go along with zoning, if any? Yeah, that's my.
Yeah, we looked at traffic counts on North Governor to see what the current, number of vehicles that are traveling there per day right now are. And based on our traffic counts, the number of vehicle trips is well below the capacity. It's around 5,000 to 7,000 trips per day, I want to say, and the capacity for this state highway is probably around 16 to 18,000.
Actually, can I follow up on his question? Good, thank you for that. Given that then this would create much more density and residents, has there been discussion or possible, forecasting of whether there would need to be some kind of signalization or something like that, given that the number of units and then potential people with vehicles?
Yeah, since North Governor is well below capacity, there's enough capacity for the proposed development, and there were no off-site improvements recommended as part of the project.
Do we even have the authority to do that on the state highway?
Any project in the state highway would have to be in collaboration with the DOT.
Okay.
The council does have the ability to add off-site conditions when they can demonstrate a public need is created.
So just to be clear, so what you're saying is that if this were to pass, if it were to be built, and it would, to the cities and perhaps MPOs studies, say, this looks like this needs some kind of changes, we could take action with DOT or request that the DOT look at this to make changes to make it safer if need be.
Yeah, I guess the assessment and the determination that was made by transportation planning staff is no additional improvements would be needed to accommodate the proposed development.
I'm just saying that if in future, if this were developed and there was a
And
perceived
changes needs,
need,
yes.
then that door is open for investigation to make
Yeah,
changes.
I think so, yeah.
Just to kind of put it out there, or just to ask the question to get it out there, this is something that I've tried to get the answer to for a long time, and it's kind of hard to get a clear answer. So if this unit is, or if this land is sold and another developer comes and wants to develop the land, it doesn't necessarily have to be an exact fit of the proposal, but the wording used is, correct me if I'm wrong, a substantial change. And is the substantial change, who is the ultimate decider of what a substantial change would be?
Yeah, It's something that we would discuss as staff with myself and my colleagues. The substantial changes that we would be looking at, or maybe change, this wouldn't apply here, but changes to a street network, changes in proposed uses. The other thing that we're looking at is the character of the development. Just to give you an example, where we have required, where we have considered it a substantial change is, if you're familiar with Oaknell East off of Scott Boulevard, east of North Dodge. They had an OPD rezoning that was approved for 3 buildings, and they came back and wanted to add an additional building. And even adding that additional building, it could comply with the zoning regulations, it could comply with the density requirements, but just adding that additional building, staff felt was a substantial enough change to the character that we required that they go back for another rezoning. So that's just one example.
Okay.
Can you talk a little bit about city infrastructure that travels through the site? Is that a storm that goes diagonally through the site?
And a sanitary trunk line.
And they're both existing to
Yes.
remain, and that's why the buildings are positioned to avoid disturbance?
Yeah, that's part of the reason, because of those existing easements.
And the retention pond is for additional stormwater on the parking lots and rooftops, effectively? Is that what the southwest corner is?
Yeah, the new stormwater basin is required with this development, so it's accommodating the stormwater for this project.
I'm going to go back to my first question. If we allow or require R3B, is there any provisions for stormwater management in R3B?
I don't think so.
I reviewed, again, skimming,
No,
not a deep dive, but I didn't see any.
I didn't either, so. Okay.
I guess just one more question following up on Oliver's question about the amount of change. The final plat for this rezoning, if it goes through, would come back to council. Can you characterize maybe a little more what differences we could see between what's in front of us now and the final plat that would not require going back to the drawing board as far as the zoning?
So the final plat is just going to show the lots, and they align with what is shown here, lots 1, 2, and 3, so that will be the same. The final plat won't show any of the buildings. The final plat will show the additional right-of-way that we've requested as a condition with the rezoning, the temporary construction easement, and those types of things will be shown on the plat.
And the site plan review then would have the buildings and the pond and the screening? Is
Yes,
that right?
yes.
Okay. And that would be just at staff level?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Real quick question, and maybe this is with the satellite view would be helpful to this one.
Okay.
I'm just wondering, because there's that, there's a stand of timber, or some small stand of woods or trees there between the park and, again, the proposed changes. This kind of answers my question a little bit, sort of where does that cut across into what we would be preserving, and how much of that would be the city side, just in terms of that tree cover there. So if I were to look at this, if I were to draw a line straight up the middle of this white sort of rectangular-ish shape.
Like this?
Yep, right there. That's the part that would stay, that they would not be developing, is that correct? Or can you have I'm trying to overlay these two things in my mind. The proposed part that's, yes, so that.
So here's
inside blue
here's the
dotted
lot line, I guess, for lot 1.
Right.
So it's closer to that existing building, I would say. So it might be something more like this, maybe a little bit to the left of center.
Okay. Yeah, just curious what exactly that looked like compared to what's currently there. So that would be, so some of those, that little bit of wooded area, and there's a lot of deadfalls and stuff in there too, so I don't know if that's something that would get cleaned up or not, but just kind of wondered about that. So thank you, that answers my question.
This might be more for Julie or Jeff. I'm curious if there's any effort in our Parks Master Plan to address invest in Happy Hollow Park in the near future.
Just redid some stuff.
I know we just invested some there, and I wasn't sure if that's.
Yeah, I don't believe that there's anything in our 5-year CIP for Happy Hollow. There's been some recent investments in the playground, shelter, and restroom.
Yeah, and the ball field.
Anything, and the ball field, yes. Anything new would be minor, but no significant changes.
And so no sidewalks planned for that site?
No, but, it's common when you get a development to move forward, if there's gaps in sidewalks, that the city would take a look at that. And I've shared the example currently with Monument Hills on the east side. That's a subdivision at the corner of Scott and Rochester that just started within the past year or so. And after that was approved, the city moved forward with an infill sidewalk trail connection into Calder Park to connect that new subdivision with a nearby park. Very similar situation to this. That was not on our radar at the time, and we made that a priority. So if this moves forward, staff can certainly begin the investigation of that sidewalk down Governor to provide access to Happy Hollow. Anybody that's kind of been by that hill, there's some sledding paths over there. So many are familiar with it. It's very steep and it's a quick drop. So I would expect that there'd be some significant work to put a sidewalk in there, and there'd be a lot of tree removals and a retaining wall that may not be ideal, but that could be a future discussion that we have with council on whether you want us to pursue that or not.
Hearing no other questions, thank you. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're in here, please raise your hand so I can take a count.
Mayor, I want to make sure you offer the applicant an opportunity to speak if they wish.
Sure. Yep. In 1 second, I'll get the applicant up. The applicant want to speak? No, okay. You do want to speak? Okay. I'll have the applicant come up and speak, and then I'll take another round of hands when they're done. Welcome.
Thank you, John Marner, again with MMS Consultants. I just take a moment to thank Ann for that detailed staff report, for all the questions from council so far. I would echo her statement. Early on in the development of this site, I think staff and the developer and MMS saw an opportunity to work towards a site development that would be more cohesive for the neighborhood, as opposed to, again, a piecemeal, trying to match the existing R3B zoning. So a lot of our efforts at that point shifted to trying to develop that site, again, in that manner, working with some of the conditions that Ann already referenced. Certainly concerned about the traffic concerns, sensitive areas, the existing infrastructure for the sanitary sewer and the storm sewer, the existing trees. Those were all things we considered. The visibility of those buildings as you drive down Governor Street. Those are all things that we looked at and tried to review and work towards the best option. I'll answer a couple questions that I think came up. The sensitive areas, most of them, as Ann alluded to, are man-made as far as the slopes. So it is 86% impact, but the majority of them are focused in the southeast corner, and they are man-made. They're related to the construction of those homes when those homes were built quite a while ago. The other question regarding the sidewalk connection, I think that's something we're considering. As Ann noted, and this would be another comment, we've actually already submitted the site plan, so one of the concerns or comments expressed was how much could change. We've already submitted a site plan for staff review. We've submitted building plans for the Development Review Committee to try to ensure that we can meet some of those objectives that are consistent with this zoning application at the same time, so that council can have the confidence that we're working towards the same solution. And I think that's all I want to add. If I'm available for any questions, if you have any.
Hearing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'll take those hands again, and if you're online, please raise your virtual hand if you want to speak. Okay, so I am seeing 3 individuals that want to speak. There is a sign-in here, but also in the back there was a sticker. You can throw it in the basket. We ask that you come up at this time, and please give your name and city you're from. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Oh, those are my P&Z notes, but yeah. Mathieu Biger, Iowa City, Iowa. That seems silly, this big sticker.
Oh, you can just throw it in there. You don't have to unstick it. Yes, thank
Sweet.
you.
Okay, thanks for having us today. Dear councilors, I'm here to express my concerns regarding the proposed zoning and development of the Goosetown Apartments. As a longtime resident of the Northside neighborhood and a user of Happy Hollow Park, I feel compelled to highlight several critical issues, some of which may be reiterated later. Our neighborhood does have a mix of single-family homes, duplexes, and larger-scale apartment buildings. However, the proposed development is significantly larger than anything currently present. I looked at maps and GIS and used a fancy little pointer there to calculate things. Facades of proposed buildings match the width of North Dodge Highway as seen from the parking lot, for instance. Or I work on campus. The footprint is about the same as McLean Hall or Jessup Hall on the Panic Rest. So I imagine that as you approach the building. This raises concerns about the compatibility with the existing neighborhood character, and I would say that we should ensure that any development fits harmoniously within our community, preserving the unique cultural essence of the Northside and Goosetown neighborhood that we so cherish. Regarding rezoning itself, it does, based on what I've seen, comments, read, rezoning 900 North Dodge Street appears to be a violation of the comprehensive plan, at least maybe not the 2030 one, but the other one that was shown earlier. Historically, City Council and P&Z have recognized the R3B density on portions of the proposed zoning as a spot zone, and that was called a mistake. The Supreme Court did not obligate the city to include 900 North Dodge in this decision, nor did it, from what I've read, North 10 or any of the RS8 or RS12 lots on the property. And doing so seems to undermine the principle of fair and transparent urban planning. This was brought up at P&Z and was acknowledged by P&Z members before they voted, despite it all. Regarding housing goals and strategies, while the project aims to provide housing options for households of all types and incomes, the term market prices has become an ugly and contentious buzzword. We need to ensure that new developers truly offers affordable housing options that cater to the diverse needs of our residents. Building more housing, equating lower prices is also contentious. I only have 15 seconds. Oh, boy. So regarding the grove of trees, that's a whole acre. So it's small, but it's a whole acre still. Let's see. The plan does not seem to ensure safe and convenient access for bikes and pedestrians.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sure people will use that. Yes.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
I'm Audrey Barrick. I'm from Iowa City. Good evening, councilors and Mayor Teague.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me. So everybody wants 911 Governor Street area to be developed and the old social services building to be gone. And the city has worked hard, but we think the city can do much better than the current plan. I have 3 points to make. Number one, much more is being granted to Mr. Barkalow than is required by the Supreme Court decision. The court decision permitted up to 84 units to be built on 3 non-adjacent R3B plats. What is permitted, though, is not the same as what is feasible. Regardless of the court order, development potential for the R3B area is physically limited due to the odd shape of the court-imposed R3B zoning, the diagonal sewer easement that cuts across the properties, and the steep slopes on Lot 51. To wit, there is no building plan for that lot in the current proposal. It seems the city is concerned that if they don't go along with the current proposal, the development could be worse. However, it's unlikely Mr. Barkalow could, in practice, achieve the theoretical density permitted by the R3B zoning. Point number 2, the upzoning of the duplex at 900 North Dodge Street is in violation of the comprehensive plan. That duplex is designated as a single family and not multifamily, and as intentional transitional zoning between the RM20 to the north and the RS8 building to the south. That transition is removed by upzoning it. This property has nothing to do with the Supreme Court case. It was actually quite difficult for me to understand why it's being included in the OPD, as no rationale is provided in the staff report until it became clear that upzoning it is for the sole purpose of capturing and transferring unused density to apply to get to the 84 units. Rezoning 900 North Dodge Street is an overreach, which sets a precedent for future inappropriate rezoning and undermines principles of fair and transparent urban planning. The area is especially pedestrian unfriendly. Rather than taking this opportunity to improve that situation for the neighborhood, the development as planned adds substantially to and even entrenches the pedestrian hostility. The comprehensive plan does stipulate pedestrian access and safety as priority values in any new development. This development also has no walkway or trail into the park.
Thank you.
There's no relationship
you.
with the park. Thank you.
Thank you. Well,
Can I pass these out to the counselors? There's
you can
4
hand it to the.
sheets.
Yep. Can I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mo, seconded by Burgess. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We'll start her time over again.
If you, I'll wait. The clock is still running. Okay. If you look at the number of petitions that have been signed, representing property owners who are against the intensity, how intense the number of units and the number of bedrooms and the number of cars and vehicle traffic that will be coming in and out of this area, that's what all of those yellow houses represent. And it's significant to me to see that kind of citizen voicing its opinion and realizing that you as counselors, you're the people that we rely upon to further the wishes of what makes sense to the people living in the area. It's an area that is mostly single-family or duplex housing. There are some apartments. The number of apartments going in there is just way too intense, way too many. If it could be reduced, that would be great, and it would be also nice to see a development that incorporates some affordable housing and some lower income housing along with market rate. But what you have proposed is only market rate. In order to get the lower income or affordable, we all know that you have to have an organization like a nonprofit that's dedicated to that interest specifically. So I would recommend at this point, rather than voting in favor of it, to hold out and do better. You can do better by simply reverting back to the R3B. Even though that seems static, you'll buy time, you'll get a better development in the end. One of the other main problems that I see with this is the impact that will happen to Happy Hollow Park in the way that is there an overhead that shows how close the building is to the park? It's really only 20 feet from the retaining wall to the basketball court. There's really no way you can put up 5 or 6 feet of foliage to conceal the retaining wall, but that's a huge, like 45 feet tall, very close to the basketball court. And I think what I'm saying when I say 45 feet is getting at what Josh was wondering about. If it's a 10-foot retaining wall and then a 35-foot building, that's 45 feet. And the impact visually of having a building backloaded onto the park as you're trying to use, enjoy, and admire the park is totally antithetical to what I think park design and city design is about. If there were a way that the city could purchase the land at a reasonable price, perhaps before the rezoning. That sounds good to me. So I'm the good and do a better design. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to add to the conversation at this time? Welcome. Any other hands, because this will be the last opportunity? All right, and no one online. Welcome.
Hi.
Please state your name
I'm
and city
Zach
you're
Johnston.
from.
I'm from Iowa City, Rochester, and it expanded like the length of the project for like a year or something to cut into people's yards and to have to redo like retaining walls and stuff like that. Like, doesn't anybody else think that this is going to cause that exact same problem? Because like on the south side, we was talking about the sidewalk, right? That grade is ridiculously steep on that south. It's steep in the opposite direction in the people's yards there. For the sidewalk to extend north, if you were going to extend it in either direction, you'd have to regrade those. And then also, North Governor is like the primary way that people in Goosetown get to North Dodge Hy-Vee, right? So are they going to be diverting traffic through like around Oakland Cemetery up North Summit? And like that's like a brick road which is barely one lane, and people park on one side of it. So how long will North Governor be out of commission while we potentially make all these changes to it, and how will the traffic work in the interim period of time? I guess is the point that I wanted to make up is just logistically, this could have an impact on businesses north of this location and on the community itself and their ability to go get groceries for an indefinite period of time. That's all.
Thank you. I'm going to have you sign in at the desk there, please. Thanks. All right. So I've allowed for public opportunity to speak. Before I close this opportunity, I just want to make sure that we have 6 votes that are going to vote or tend to be inclined to vote with the P&Z. And I'm going to look to make sure that I see 6. Okay. So I do not see a total of 6. So at this point, we're going to have we need a consult with P&Z.
That's right.
Okay. All right.
So shall we defer this item?
Yeah,
to
so we're going to, yep. So if someone can make a motion to defer?
I will move commission to defer.
Moved by Saleh.
Second, Mo.
All right. And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, well, we should probably do a voice vote for this
Well,
one.
I was thinking not only, actually, a voice vote would be fine as opposed to a roll call, but I wonder if we want to pick a date certain for when you'd like to defer this to. Now, to be clear, we normally have the consults at work sessions, and so you would be looking at the formal, presumably, for when you would follow up with that.
May 6th.
The only trick about May 6th that I'm trying to remember the dates, I believe that Planning and Zoning meets on the first and third Wednesday. I'm looking, yes. So I think they meet on, would next meet tomorrow? Sorry? Well, yeah, it would be what, tomorrow and then the 7th? Am I getting that? No. Oh, okay. So the next meeting would be on May 7th. So not that we can't, bring them in for a consult on the 6th. We could do that. Would you like to handle it that way?
Yeah, I think we reach out see if they can attend the 6th.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing from council.
If possible.
Yeah.
And then if not, we go to May 20th.
Okay, I think it was Mayor Pro Tem's motion. I assume you consider that a friendly amendment to move to defer to May 6th?
I would motion to defer it to May 6th.
And seconded by Mo?
Yes.
All right. All in favor, any other discussion?
All I wanted to say was this is extremely difficult zoning, I'm sure, for staff and, the city attorney and all of your people, like, planning zoning, like, everybody's trying really hard. I just wanted to thank everybody for answering all of our millions of questions about this because it's so weird. I just wanted to acknowledge that, so thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
To defer?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion to defer passed 7-0. Great. Can I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved?
Second.
Moved by Burgess, seconded by Alter. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay. We're on to 9D, zoning code amendment related to the form-based code zones and standards. Ordinance amending Title 14 zoning code and Title 15 land subdivision to adjust standards, increase flexibility, and clarify language related to form-based zones and standards. I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Danielle Sitzman, Neighborhood and Development Services again. As you introduced this is a zoning code text change. And I just want to start with probably the most important part of this. I'm going to go quickly through the actual code language itself, since that's pretty crunchy, and just kind of treat that with high level. But I want to give you the context, the background, and the intent of these changes, which is really the most important thing going into any zoning code text amendments. I just want to highlight that the city has a long history of implementing zoning innovations. This slide just shows from the beginning of the inception of zoning in the 1920s, all the various tools that have kind of been developed over the years. Our code involves every one of these. There's a remnant of every innovation shown on this slide somewhere in our zoning code. And that includes form-based codes, which is the most recent on this slide, beginning in the 1970s, really more of an early 90s architect design-based thinking. Our code does have form-based code, and that's what these code amendments are going to deal with tonight. Just a little background on form-based codes. Again, form-based codes foster predictable built environments in a high-quality public realm by using the physical form rather than the separation of uses as the organizing principle for the code. So form-based codes deal with forms. And they really arose primarily because there was architects thinking about these things and realizing that modern zoning in the 90s was promoting two ends of the spectrum, either really low density single family or really dense block scale mid-rise multifamily, but the missing middle housing in the middle, which was around before zoning came around, had been kind of excluded, kind of regulated out by the standards of use-based zoning. So duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, small apartments, kind of the cottage court developments, all of those things are missing middle housing. And they were meant to be revived through the movement towards form-based codes. And form-based codes were organized around principles that architects understood called transects. Our particular code focused on just a couple transects in the spectrum of all kinds of urban forms and designs. Because we were writing our form-based code for the South District at the time, and we were thinking about greenfield development or land that had never been developed before, and fitting in to our urban design standards, those standards that made most sense for the South District, which is really a suburban, maybe general urban transect in this scheme. So rather than using use-based descriptions to distinguish zoning districts, we use transects and we use buildings and street-inspired language to describe what our form-based code should do. So we did adopt a form-based code. It was in process between 2019 and 2021. We used Opticos Design as our consultant. They are a nationally known architecture and urban design firm. They helped us draft the maps that went with this and all of the code standards. As I said, that was adopted in 2001, and it was intended to support high-quality, walkable vibrant neighborhoods to guide the physical development in the South District, following those codes themselves and the maps in a greenfield environment, to create an area that's safe for pedestrians, encourages walking, preserves important environmental resources, contains a connected street network for streets and paths, and allows a variety of housing types, really focusing on mixing housing types together in an unconventional way, in a way that conventional zoning had kind of excluded from being just organically developed. Now, with innovation, we know there's always opportunities to get things wrong, that there's always corrections that need to be made as they're actually tested. So we've identified challenges with our form-based code. Primarily, we've really not had any significant developments since we adopted our code in 2021. We have tried to incentivize developers to take the plunge and develop to form-based code standards. We actually had a grant program in 2022 that gave out money to developers if they were interested in looking at how they currently operate conventionally and shifting to an unconventional method, shifting to the form-based code. So since 2022, we've been working with Navigate. They took us up on that offer of a grant to kind of retool how they produce housing. And what they've done with us in collaboration with these proposed changes is actually get down into the weeds, into the nitty-gritty of floor plans, house sizes, and tell us as feedback what's not going to work, that they need help, tweaks made for in our code so that they can proceed with development. Now, as we looked at those, we didn't say yes to everything because we have to hold true to the principles of the form-based code. So the intent of these changes as presented by staff is always still thinking in terms of this is a form-based code. It needs to hold true to the principles in which it was developed through that long process with the community, 2019 to 2021, and that anything that we're suggesting tonight still holds those principles and still distinguishes itself from a conventional zone. So we didn't want to just say, okay, we need to adjust these standards and then end up basically taking two things that were farther apart and just kind of blending them so you couldn't tell anymore what was a form-based code and what was a conventional district. So at the heart of it, the intent of all the staff proposed changes that you're going to hear about tonight, try to keep true to those principles. So I think I'll just move on and say it's a zoning action. It's a zoning code text change, but it's still a zoning action. So we always look at, like I said, consistency of the comprehensive plan. The form-based code is part of our comprehensive plan, so that's why we're staying true to those principles. There are still plenty of policy guidance in the comprehensive plan that helps us identify what those values are. Looking again at all of the desire to provide a variety of housing choices, housing types, a different type of housing, a different mix of housing, really to get at that missing middle ideal. It also reflects our City Council's strategic plan and values. We're talking about partnerships and engagement, so we're working in partnership with our developer community, taking feedback from them, helping to incentivize them to retool and to give us feedback. So the proposed amendments, there's about 8 different code sections that are included in this proposal tonight. Overall, as I said, the intent really is to just improve and adjust our regulations to make them more feasible for actual development, to clarify the standards and remove unnecessary complexities. Unfortunately, we may have used some terms in our wording of the form-based code that are not standard terms for developers to understand, so we've had to explain them maybe too many times and realized there are other words we could use to accomplish the same thing. So maybe it's removing that complexity of language. We also want to improve the code's effectiveness and support its intended outcomes. And so we've proposed, as I said, a group of code changes under these 8 different, essentially chapters. So I'm going to go a little bit more quickly through these 8 large areas because I think of zoning code as a very crunchy, heavy on mechanics, heavy on the rules, lots of calculations or number crunching, and that's not really the important takeaway here. The important takeaway here is the intent of what we want to maintain and the way that we're going to make it more feasible and flexible. So moving into the first of the 8, building placement is really regulating setbacks and the orientation of buildings to create cohesive streetscapes, support walkability, and protect privacy between neighboring properties. What we've done here is adjust several standards. We have two different standards here related to setbacks. And when we start tinkering with setbacks, there's some other changes later in the code that I'll mention that flow out of once you change a setback, you have to change some other standards as well. But really, this is maximizing the building footprint on a lot. So we've minimized lot size by in the form-based code by creating small lots, but really what we're doing here is adjusting the standards for the setbacks so the proposed building on each lot could be a little bit bigger. It is a big leap for a developer to build a small building on a small lot. They're just simply asking us to allow them to build a slightly larger building on a small lot. The form-based code really is intended to create small buildings on small lots and keep prices low. The other change here is shown in these two drawings is to allow basically these rear garages to be for duplexes or side-by-side townhomes to basically eliminate the separation between each one. It's less efficient to build 4 little boxes in one long rectangular box. You basically build extra walls you don't need. And by eliminating those extra walls, they can reduce costs. So this is another one where this is in the rear, it's not visible, it's a lesser important standard. Staff is proposing this change. The second chapter has to do with building types, so this would be a mix of housing options, so things like houses, duplexes, townhomes. The standards here, again, are related to some of the nitty-gritty. This particular standard is for the houses that are large and small house types, tinkering with the wing dimensions. Really, the change in dimension here is to allow attached garages to be built to a more modern standard, so you could fit a car in your attached garage, have an attached garage. Really, the developer is telling us that we live in a climate where people want to have their vehicles protected and to easily get to them without going into the elements. So this dimension change allows a car to fit in a garage, as well as possibly stairs in the garage needed to circulate in the building. This set of drawings illustrates again how we would be eliminating some extra walls to eliminate extra costs. Basically, some of the wings of a building shown in the dark blue scenarios here, some of them are required to be offset from the corners of the main building. The developer creating additional walls that would be built just to move that wing in when it could just as easily flow from the main wall. This particular standard is limited only to one-story ranch-style homes. The developer community indicated to us that single-story ranches were particularly attractive to individuals such as seniors and those with accessibility needs because they're easy to get into and out of. So we wanted to allow some code changes to encourage that particular type of housing, but limit it to buildings that are only 1 story in height, because the standard is essentially moving from a long, narrow building to a slightly wider ranch building. We didn't want the bulk of that wider building to be added to. So it's limiting this particular flexibility to just 1-story buildings. This standard is related to cottage court. The cottage court building type. This is a 192 square foot increase in the lot dimensions that would be allowed for cottage court. This is, again, cottage court, but dealing with lot depth, basically allowing cottage courts, which are still the smallest housing type, allowed to be just slightly larger. A cottage court building would still be larger than our typical ADU building in a conventional neighborhood. So again, just slightly increasing the size of the smallest types of housing. This third chapter has to deal with architectural elements, and these are the physical characteristics of the building from the outside. So one of the standards that we had a request to change was the amount of glazing or windows on the ground floor of a building. Our current standard is that requires that 30% of the ground floor be glass of some type. And this was a really hard to do, but when they tallied it up, it really was quite a big difference between what they were proposing and what our code standard said. We actually took this one back to Optico's design to ask them what their opinion for the proposed reduction would be. And they told us that they've actually had similar edits to this standard in other communities that they have designed codes for. So again, innovation, learning from things as you go. This one is proposing the standard to go down from 30% to 15%. That seems like a large jump, but what we're really trying to ensure is that no side of the building is blank. So there's still a standard that there's 1 window per building side minimum. What we find is that typically the rear of the home has more windows perhaps than the front, and so it would be unlikely to have no windows on the front, but we were concerned about sides as well, so the standard simply drops that percentage, but still maintains some glazing on all sides of the building. And again, it was only intended to regulate the first floor. The building code still requires egress windows, so there still would be the windows needed for building safety. The fourth category is frontage types. I think that's things like porches. And there are several standards related to porches. The first one has to do with basically simplifying the language we use in our code about how to measure the size of a porch. We had some standards that would have been that were pointed out to us would have been hard for us to even check at a building plan set stage, because some of the elements of a porch aren't really finalized by the builder or the person buying the home until the very end. So we moved away from words like clear dimension and overall to make it easier for us to measure. And we also reduced some of the widths and depths for the porches. We still wanted to ensure that a porch was not a token effort, that it could be a usable space. But this was responding to helping us do the review and also helping the developer design a home that they thought would be saleable. The next type of frontage type is a dooryard or stoop. Some of these, as you can see on the top drawing, were limited in how far into the face of the building they could recess. We had a 1 foot limit. We've basically increased that to 3 feet at the request of our developer partners, because they indicated to us that works best for them. It's the way they lay out their floor plans on the inside with foyers. Also, it's still a usable space to come out of the building, meet the building code for landings and for circulation. The third one has to do with glazing. We simply eliminated this standard. We still have the 15% glazing standard on the ground floor that would address this part of the building anyway, so it seemed redundant to have additional standards for glazing around just one particular frontage type. And then finally, the stoop frontage type. We clarified the standard so that the measurement that was being taken was an easy to understand measurement, that it matched the way the designers talk about designing entries, so that there really was a way to have a smooth entrance up to your door without having to have a short ramp or a very steep ramp, but that there was still a separation from where your door on the front of your house was and where you entered from, so that really wasn't just a door out to the sidewalk, but that there was still a ramp with a very smooth transition for accessibility. The fifth standard has to do with parking, parking spaces, where they are, how driveways are located. In this standard, we had some wording in here about curb cuts, and we wanted to mitigate concerns about the visual dominance of curb cuts and to prioritize streetscapes. So we reduced our standard in the form-based code. It's still well above what a conventional standard, a conventionally zoned district would require. So we still preserve the ability for a pedestrian to walk down the street without having driveway after driveway that they have to traverse. The sixth chapter has to do with flexibility for unique situations. And so built into the form-based code are standards that can be tweaked a little bit or administratively waived a little bit through the process itself. This would be adding to that, because as we started to talk about the most likely land to be developed first in the form-based code district, it was clear that it was adjacent to conventional zoning districts, which were already built and had already kind of established block sizes and street networks that didn't work with the standards of the form-based code. So what we heard from our developer partners was they were going to have a hard time meeting the form-based code standards because they had to build off of what was already there. So they were inheriting a conventional zoning district neighbor, and it was hard to fit into our form-based code standards entirely just along those transition areas. We also wanted to make sure that regulated sensitive areas and other topographic constraints that might come up just on one-off situations could be handled easily without needing additional code changes or a lot of additional zoning actions. So this adds new administrative adjustments in those types of areas. Another kind of oddball flexibility that we needed to think about was driveway widths when two-way traffic has to occur when it's not an alley-loaded situation. There are a couple instances with possibly cottage court where cars might need to go quite a bit of ways to get behind a building. They might need to pass each other, and so this was allowing an additional width in just those very rare circumstances. And finally, language clarification, not finally, second to last, language clarification and code cleanup. So again, I mentioned that sometimes we use words as designers, as architects, that don't mesh with the way things are discussed in the industry. Sometimes we just get things wrong. So this is us responding to the really fine-tooth look that Navigate took to our code and helped us identify. Some of the things like encroachments into setbacks, we just needed to standardize typical encroachments into setbacks and itemize them here. We just missed itemizing things like bay windows and door surrounds and canopies and balconies and all the things that conventional code had already thought of but weren't really top of mind with the form-based code development. So this is just standardizing that. This change has to do with curb cuts. We were kind of using curb cut out of context when we really meant driveway width. So we're just saying driveway width so that it's clear when we talk about the width of a driveway where we're measuring it. This standard basically dealt with a very minor word that was causing a lot of concern about how much separation was a minimal separation. We like to use dimensions rather than some sort of subjective, what's minimal. We simply eliminated the word minimal here. When we say separation, we mean separation. So again, word choices. And then neighborhood plan is a unique feature of the form-based code. It's intended to itemize the changes, the little changes that add up over time as the developments occur in series, one after another, potentially different developers kind of getting that flexibility here and there. It was going to change the overall map for what we expected to see in the form-based code district. Previously, we were making it the responsibility of each developer to revise the entire form-based code district and give it back to us once they'd gotten their flexibilities. This code change basically says, no, you just need to track the ones in your own subdivision, in your own development, and city staff will take over tracking the whole so that no one developer is responsible for the entire thing. And this, again, this is code cleanup in this section just to add features to match a conventional zoning standard list of things that typically come up that just were not itemized. It's better to itemize so people know exactly what you're talking about rather than have the or similar category and then have to find out each time whether your thing is similar or not. And then code cleanup, we had several just typos and some scripts and fonts and things like that. So we're taking an opportunity this time to clean them up. And finally, we have Title 15. So Title 15 is land subdivisions. It's not something that's the purview of the Planning and Zoning Commission, so you won't see a recommendation from them on this one. But these are all changes that tie into the Chapter 14 changes. So this one has to do with block size adjustment. The form-based code really encourages smaller block lengths. If you can't get a street to make the separation in blocks, you can also use a pedestrian street, like is shown in green here, to essentially make two functional blocks for a pedestrian. Even though the car's got to go around the long way, a pedestrian still has an opportunity to traverse only a short block. Without a pedestrian opening, this is an option for basically when it doesn't make sense to do that. We wanted to have the opportunity to create the flexibility to determine kind of on a case-by-case basis whether a pedestrian passage really made sense. And this is, again, responding to situations where you're inheriting conventional zoning, conventional development next to your form-based code, so you really have to deal with, let's say, a street network that's already laid out that doesn't quite work for your block sizes, or you've got neighbors along the edge who have lot sizes and don't have street connections where you need your blocks to be determined. So this allows the option, again, for flexibility, dealing with those first form-based code style developments that build off of conventional neighborhoods. And also when there's sensitive areas or other features that we want to basically not have blocks built through. So, talking just a little bit about this form-based code and the area that we anticipate in Sandhills Estates, with Navigate being the next most likely development. As I said, this is kind of the history of the adoption of the South District form-based code. the comprehensive plan amendments that accompanied it, its adoption, and the grant program in 2022. Highlighted in blue are these text amendments. It's very possible, hopefully as development happens, we learn more, we innovate more, and there might be some more changes that come your way. But at this point, we think this is a very comprehensive set that will incentivize and allow for development to happen. For Navigate or any developer really in the form-based code district, there still would need to be a rezoning to a form-based code zone. And then they would go through the typical platting, preliminary plat, final plat, and building permits. So based on a review of those key intents and the context of the form-based code, staff drafted and recommended for approval the proposed zoning code text amendments in Chapter 14, also in consultation with, like I said, our developer partner Navigate, helping give us valuable feedback. At its March 5th, 2025 meeting, by a vote of 6-0, the Planning and Zoning Commission concurred with staff's opinion and recommended approval of the staff proposed changes. There is also included in the ordinance changes to Title 15, like I said, that do not go to Planning and Zoning Commission and simply are coming to you with a recommendation of staff tonight. I'm happy to answer questions, or my staffer, Rachel Schaefer, who diligently drafted all of these, is here tonight if we get too crunchy.
It's a lot of stuff. Thank you. Quick question on the glazing, the 15% to 30%. I was just wondering from an environmental perspective what the trade-off was between natural light and less R value that you get when you have windows instead of solid walls. So how does that balance out?
I can tell you that was not a thing that Opticos Design built into their original proposal of 30%. I don't think that that was part of the reason that they proposed that, because when we went back to them and asked them, is 15% okay? What are we trading off for 15 to 30? They really didn't have an answer for us. They had said that they had adjusted that standard in other communities. So, you know, you have natural light, but you also have an opening in your wall that you're losing heat through when you have a window. So there's all kinds of trade-offs. I don't think that was part of the calculation at any point.
Thank you.
Thanks for all of the work in developing this, and thanks to the builder partners who helped work through this process. I know that probably took a lot of time and effort. On the glazing issue, you mentioned that Optico had a chance to kind of weigh in on that change that we were proposing. Did they weigh in on all of these changes, or
No.
just some?
Just some. We didn't ask them on every single item. First of all, they're not under contract with us anymore, so we didn't want to wear them out with the small ones that we were comfortable with. So we just hit them up with the bigger ones, like the glazing that we thought was substantively different, or could be.
And that's kind of a lead up to my second question, and that's the memo for this does not have a fiscal impact. And I know that we hear all of the time that the staff time is always growing and growing and growing to review. Can you tell us what we're doing here with more form-based code revisions? Is this helping you guys review faster, or is this alleviating that
So we haven't
challenge?
had one to review yet,
Okay.
which was part of what we were realizing with the porch standards. If we'd had one to review and we needed to make measurements and check off whether a proposal was going to meet the form-based code, that we would have some challenges with clear, rather than outside dimensions trying to measure inside porch dimensions. That's not a detail that comes across on a typical building permit, residential building permit plan set. And then you have porch columns that get wrapped in things and would eat into that clear distance inside the porch. So we certainly didn't propose anything here that we thought would make our jobs harder.
Okay.
This is all intended to streamline it for both staff and the developer.
It seems like the larger developers are more equipped to deal with this. Maybe the smaller ones might take more time, though.
I think any developer is going to need to think about something entirely differently to do a form-based code.
So everything seemed to make sense, and it all, as I was looking at it, it's like these are ways to maximize land use and make housing as economical as possible, but maintain its attractiveness. Except for one, where it seemed like the cottage court concept was you were looking for bigger, less, like more space. What was the driver on that one? The other one seemed to be economizing, like making these things more affordable potentially, but that one didn't seem to work in that direction.
I don't know exactly what the push and pull and the dimensions of that were. Rachel, do you know? Yeah. Come on up.
Welcome.
Hi, Rachel Schaefer, Associate Planner. When it came to the cottage courts, that's a maximum dimension, so it just gave flexibility where the developer thought it would be more sellable for not such a small property. They could still build them smaller, a unit smaller, but to allow the maximum, which is still under 1,000 square feet footprint-wise, would be something that they could gradually introduce into the market since these are a fairly new building type to the community.
Thanks.
Thanks for asking that, because I was going to ask that. You know, it's a lot of these things that are being touched on and mitigated in all of this. You know, it's like, for instance, the proposed wing on a main body of a house that the proposed update allows you to have one less wall construction. I'm just curious if you know if there is any, like, what the reasoning of the existing code was or is for being the way it is.
Sure. I mean, Opticus is the whole purpose of describing a wing at all is to say that the principal building is most important and anything else is kind of secondary to it, and that you don't want your secondary things to overpower your primary thing. So the intention was that when you talk about a size of a house, you're talking about the principal main body of the house. You can have some extra things added onto it, but they shouldn't overall increase the area of the house, make it bigger and bigger and bigger, because the form-based code is looking for smaller houses on smaller lots. And so I think that was just a way of describing that the main body needed to meet that maximum, but you could have some extra things on, like wings, but they needed to stay small and stay lesser of an importance and still very kind of interesting if you're going to do them.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you.
I'm not an architect, but I play one on TV.
No, you're spot on. It looks a little nicer and it costs more.
Thank you. All right. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Please come. If I can see all the hands at this time. Yep. Please come on up, and we ask that you sign in, state your name and city you're from. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Emma Denny from Iowa City. I just wanted to make a brief statement in listening to this presentation. The phrase developer input came up a lot of developer consultation, but like people live in homes and people need to use zoned areas of a city because cities are for people, and not hearing that input on zoning changes is worrying to me. I don't know if the process allows for that input, or if this kind of public input is the only thing like that exists, but a community review board or a tenant review board or something that could also dictate these changes would be incredible, because only designing codes to benefit developers sort of has a lot of inherent wealth incentives and things like that that can get out of hand and be pretty worrying. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, come on up.
I'm the developer. Do you want to hear?
Oh, sure. So we'll have the developer come up first. Sorry about that. I should have had you come first. Yes.
Yes, sorry. Hold on.
To be clear, this is a text amendment, not for any specific developer or any specific plan, so she's a member of the public like anyone else.
So, okay,
Correct.
so you are given 3 minutes.
Yes, that's fine. My name is Gina Landau. I'm from Navigate Homes. And yes, I was the one that was the point of contact with city staff. I started at Navigate Homes a year and a half ago, and I've been working on this since day one with the city staff. And they've been wonderful to work with. It was amazing, the discrepancies that we uncovered, both the city staff and myself as a developer and our architects, that things were just not working at all. They just weren't going to work. And Daniel did a great presentation to make it as concise as possible and as understanding as possible. You know, she did say, and I want to point this out, the form-based code has a lot of complex language, and they had to explain it too many times. Yes, they had to explain it too many times. I get it. Facade zones and wings and clear dimensions, those are just not words that are used if you build homes. I've worked in the development industry for quite a few years, and I had no idea what some of those things meant. So doing these code changes is really going to make it easier, not just for Navigate Homes, but for all developers or all people that own land in the form-based code zone. And I do have to say, we want to build high-quality homes, but we want to be able to sell them, and we want to make them attainably priced and economical. So we're all on board with that part of it, too. So any questions from me as the big bad developer in the room?
We're just allowing for opportunity for folks to
Yes,
speak to
correct.
council.
You're right. Thank you.
Yes. All right, you're the last one up. Welcome.
Well, good evening. Nice to see you. John Balmer, 10 Princeton Court, Iowa City. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I travel that way out southeast Iowa City every day. And I've noticed to my great concern that nothing's happening down there. And this is great developable area. You have an elementary school, Alexander, that's there. You have a great park, True Blood Park, and I've seen their sign for Navigate Homes every day for probably 2 years now, and then there's the land of the Lehman. So I hope this will help that facilitate it, because unfortunately Iowa City sometimes has a reputation of not being particularly user-friendly. So I hope this will assist that towards that end, because I go by there every day, and it looks like it would be just a great spot for residential medium-priced homes. I mean, and the area around there is of like nature. So I would hope that that is the case, and I'll be watching very closely as this unfolds. But encourage you, if that is the case, I hope it happens. So thank you very much.
Thanks, and I'll have you sign in. Thank you. All right.
I changed my mind.
Okay. Yes, you're welcome to come up.
Mathieu Biger, Iowa City. My tiny concern, I didn't see the difference between, we mentioned the glazing, 30 to 15. I didn't see how many windows per side, or what was the code before that to one window per side. I'm not in that district. I'm in the north side, which is partially historic, and there's a lot of windows there. But the few houses that have, some houses that have come before you, or at least zoning, have one window per side. And maybe it's normal in a more modern home, but I know I'm not an architect either, but my concern is it just doesn't seem very appealing to me to have one window. Nice save cost. A good window costs money, but that's really my only note. I didn't see the change, so.
Thank you. Yep. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nancy Bird. I'm president of Greater Iowa City, Inc. And I wanted to thank both staff and Navigate Homes for the work that they did to really work on the form-based code. We heard a lot about this during our open advocacy calls for the city of Iowa City. We had a lot of businesses involved in that, and developer regulations often come up. And the form-based code in particular, recognizing that the city is looking towards walkable neighborhoods. We want to support that 100% and also appreciate the fact that city staff listened to the comments and worked really hard on working on this. So thank you very much. I'm just here to commend you all.
Thank you. Anyone else? I see no one online. See no one present. Before I close the public hearing, just going to ask council if they're inclined to vote with P&Z.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to give first consideration, please?
So moved.
Second,
Moved by Alter, seconded by Salah. Council discussion.
Actually, I want to hop in first, if I may, because I was not on council. I was simply an interested resident of the South District when, oh my God, tell me again the name of the consultant?
Optico.
Opticos. Thank you. When they came in. And so I was a part of that initial community feedback, and it was sort of a visioning project. What do you want in a neighborhood? And the things, and the way that it was explained to us was like, how does zoning in any way, shape, or form contribute to like the actual area that we're going to be living in? And they did a really good job of explaining, like, if it is deliberate and strategic and we gather input, then we can actually work towards what kinds of buildings and neighborhoods can be built, allowing more clarity for the developers. That also has, from us doing this community input, ways for us to know that indeed this is what the people who live in this area would want. So with that as the backdrop, I listened to what these changes would be. And I think this is absolutely, it is a, to use the cliche, it's a win-win. The developer feels that they can create affordable or more affordable homes in neighborhoods in a way that they can understand what the intention is. And the people who will want to live in homes, and there are plenty of people in the South District and beyond who want to have neighborhoods that are deliberately designed so they're walkable near a retail, although we'll talk about that later, but have an area that is amenable to where they live so that they can walk close to parks, close to schools, churches, etc. I feel like the changes that were gone through by Danielle and the staff, thank you so much for walking us through them. I think that they seem to be absolutely in keeping with simplifying for developers with the backdrop of input from people who want to live in these homes, what that looks like. And these are simply the language and the codifications to be able to make that clearer to developers. I fully understand that simply having sort of this notion of developers dictating how neighborhoods should function, we have some of that here, and this is a different model of it because this actually was based on a consultant coming in and saying, what does a good neighborhood look like in a way that's affordable? And these changes, to me, still reflect that streamlined intention while being true to it. So I just wanted to, I'm completely proselytizing right now, I recognize that, but because I was in on this before I had any thoughts of being on council, I think that these are some really good moves, and I hope that there is some movement that people will take a chance who build homes to say, now we can work with this and we can create more of a missing middle for a really great neighborhood that needs some more houses because we've got a lot of people who want to be homeowners. Right now it's still a very high rent district, and there are people who would like to own homes. We need more.
Thanks for that, Megan. I had a similar experience, starting in the planning process and being able to provide input. I remember meeting at Grantwood Elementary, and talking about the South District plan, probably 2013 or so, and just sort of every iteration of engaging the community and coming back to talk about walkability, to talk about how many families in that area already live so close to the school, to talk about how the form-based code would allow for neighborhood commercial so that people could, have areas nearby to shop, and integrating the amazing parks that we have in the South District. So I think there was a really solid, robust process that also reflects the development values, I think, that are expressed in our strategic plan. And some of those were spoken to this evening too, in terms of prioritizing for bike and pedestrian access, that while maybe we changed a couple feet of, a driveway or that kind of thing, but being able to really maintain the approach to the residents as being the street, not the garage, right? So if we were making changes like that, I would feel very differently, for like, oh, well, we decided we now want snout houses in the South District form-based code. That'd be really different, but I think we're really maintaining the integrity of the intent of this neighborhood scale, walkable, dense ability for development.
Go ahead, Oliver.
Okay. Don't want all of us to talk at once. I would also like to say that, you know, we are trying to become a developer ourselves as a city, and we last meeting voted to such a degree. And so to me, reading this, it makes it, in this particular area, more cost effective and easier to develop. So, I mean, stuff like that, while it can, it does benefit private developers, for us trying to build social housing and like affordable housing, this could also cut costs for us and mean that we are able to get more bang for our buck in this regard. So, yeah.
I was just going to say I'll be voting for this. I think it's great, and I appreciate the process, and I appreciate that, just as a note, this also went before P&Z for review, which is a board that of citizens, and there's been public input before this council meeting on these proposed changes. I would like to say that I hope we keep circling back and talking about how form-based code is working and how it can get better, and compare it to our use-based zoning, because we've got two different things going on in our city. And my question earlier was just sort of, constantly asking that question is, are we really happy with what we're getting? And we have this really great opportunity in Iowa City to see two different kinds of zoning modes move forward. And are we getting what we want? And is it easy enough to figure out that system? Because that would be my only hesitation about adding more form-based zones, is it makes it harder for people to enter the marketplace and, start a one-person construction company and build a house. But I'll be voting yes, because I think this is a very good process and a good thing.
Roll call, please.
Wyline?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Sella?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes, motion passes 7-0. We're on to our regular formal agenda items. We're going to start with 10A, Fiscal Year 2025 Pavement Rehabilitation Project. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of costs for the construction of the fiscal year 2025 pavement rehabilitation project, establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing. And welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
My name is Justin Harlan. I'm a senior civil engineer here with the city. And this is the 2025 pavement rehabilitation project. It's one of our annual pavement rehabilitation projects, annual project funded by the CIP. This project is very similar to what you saw on Park Road this past construction season. Consists of milling the existing asphalt, patching the existing pavement beneath. We also do curb and gutter repairs, curb ramp replacements, and then follow that by an asphalt overlay. We've also have segments of roadway that we do chip and seal. So we have 13 locations identified. All these locations were identified through our pavement management plan. How we develop that is we have a consultant that kind of rates the age and condition of our roadways. We also use staff and resident inputs. With this, you'll see in red, we'll do chip and seals, and then the blue is the mill and overlays. Draw your attention to some of the downtown items in College Street and South Dubuque. These items are going to be a phased construction, so we want to get these done prior to our students coming back with the U of I in August. Our estimated construction cost for this project is $2.46 million. With your approval, we'll do the bid opening in May. Award the contract a little later in May, and then that phased construction will be June to November. A couple other things to mention is we do this annual pavement rehabilitation project to add value to our roadways. When we extend the life of our pavements, that tends to add value to make those go a little further. And with that, I'm going to open this up for questions.
Asphalt's just oil and rocks, right? Is there any concern for tariff concerns for bid opening? Any escalation in costs you guys are worried about?
Certainly in today's conditions, there could be cause for concern, but from what we've seen in the bid environment around Iowa City, I don't believe that it will be a concern with this project.
Okay.
Hearing no other questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public like to address this topic? I see no one online. Seeing no hands in council chambers. I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Mo.
Second, Harmson.
Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Sella,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline.
Yes.
We're on, motion passes 7-0. We're on to item number 10B, Iowa River Trail Bridge Replacement Project. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the Iowa River Trail Bridge Replacement Project. Establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid. Directing city clerk to post notice to bidders. And fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing. And welcome again.
Thank you. Great to be back.
Are you here all week?
So this time I'll be presenting on the Iowa River Trail Bridge Replacement Project. So as you can see, the project is kind of located behind what would be Kelly's Auto and the Dairy Queen in that intersection, Myrtle Avenue and Riverside Drive. This area is right along the Iowa River Trail. It's known for its great views and access to both pedestrians, bicyclists, and various multimodal traffic. So kind of how we got here, I'll use the illustrations. The general trail and the trail bridge, both the north and south bridge, are in poor condition. We had a consultant evaluate the bridge. They rated it as in poor condition and recommended replacement of the trail bridge. With that, just using the equipment that we are going to need to do that, it will likely deteriorate the trail far enough that we're going to have to replace it. They further recommended that we replace the bridge with a segmental block retaining wall. There's some advantages to that. Reduced maintenance cost, it makes people feel a little more confident using that. And with the trail replacement, again, increasing that pedestrian and bicyclist confidence. With the trail at the south end, this would be located kind of underneath the railroad tracks there. There's several panels that need to be replaced, several supports that need to be replaced, and that's going to be included in this project. And of course, once we get done, we need to restore those disturbed areas that we've kind of used for construction and put those back. This fits into our strategic plan under the area of mobility. We continue to want to grow and prioritize those bike and pedestrian accommodations. We do want the trail improvement, and we do want to reduce that maintenance with city staff. Like I said, with this trail bridge, they have wooden panels. They don't hold up well to some of the staff's equipment, and they don't like salt in the winter times, and usually it's our staff that's going out there to replace those to make it safe for the general public. With this one, estimated construction cost $460,000. It is a capital improvement funded project. We did hold a public meeting. That was in July of last year. Obviously, this public hearing, with your approval, we'll be opening a bid here at the very last part of April. We'll be awarding with that first council in May. The construction timeline is phased. We do want that bridge to be open, and so with the trail prior to the U of I coming back to school. We understand that a lot of U of I students use this, and we want that available to them when they come into classes. With the final completion in September, what the final completion means is that we want some of that seating established and have that natural aesthetic environment kind of put back in place. If there's not any, I'll open it up for questions.
The area north of there that travels behind like hydraulics in the university parking lot, is that the city's trail or the university's trail, or is it shared?
It is our trail.
It is the City of Iowa City's trail north of that spot, too. Okay.
Yes. Parking lot is U of I's.
Okay.
The area on the university, I'm sorry, Ron Konecki, Public Works Director, the area that's on university property is maintained and owned by the University of Iowa.
Okay.
So that trail section is actually the University of Iowa's, and they actually also maintain the section that we've talked about before between Burlington Street and Iowa Avenue along Highway 6.
And you're designing all of it in a big master plan with the university, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Justin, this might be outside the scope of your role, but I just want to make sure, since it's going to be closed for a lot of the summer, that we have some kind of detour markings or suggestion or something, because there's a lot of folks that do use that trail to avoid Riverside Drive and just getting north and south over
Yes,
there.
we do have a detour plan in place. We'll actually be going in front and utilizing that sidewalk through there and then coming back down to the portion of the trail that will not be under construction.
Thank you.
Cool.
Hearing no other questions, thank you. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? I see no one online. If you're present, please just step forward. See no one present or online. I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Mo.
Second, Alter.
Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Burgess.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Mo.
Yes.
Sella.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes.
Wyline.
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. 10C, Transit Funding Application. Resolution authorizing the filling of the Consolidated Transit Funding Application for Iowa City Transit with the Iowa Department of Transportation for fiscal year 2026, State Transit Assistance, and Federal Transit Administration funding. I'm going to open the public hearing. And welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Darian Nagelgam, Director of Transportation Services. Every spring, we come to the council and we ask you all for authorization to apply for our Consolidated Transit Funding Application, which is an annual application we file with the Iowa Department of Transportation that lists all of our capital and operating expenses that we are seeking funding from both the state and from the Federal Transit Administration for. The projects will be included in the FY26 Iowa DOT Consolidated Transit Funding Application that the Metropolitan Planning Organization of Johnson County, or MPOJC, completes, and in their FY26 through 29 MPOJC Transportation Improvement Program. So we may, Iowa City Transit may not seek funding for all of the projects, but essentially each project needs to be in the Consolidated Transit Funding Application in order to become eligible. So this is really an eligibility requirement. Iowa City Transit is requesting approximately $3.5 million in federal operating funds and approximately $36 million in federal capital funds. And the total amount of the federal and state funding that we're requesting in the application is $40.3 million. And there's 4 different funding programs I just want to highlight really briefly that we are asking for funding through. One is the State Transit Assistance Program, and this is the formula funded program. So funds come into the metro area and are distributed to Iowa City Transit, Coralville Transit, and to CAMBUS. And we're requesting $810,000 approximately through that revenue stream. Federal Operating Assistance for Transit, otherwise known as 5307 funding. We're requesting approximately $3.2 million. From federal funding that helps us to provide transportation and transit services to elderly persons and those with disabilities, otherwise known as 5310. This is another federal funding source. We're requesting $257,000, and again, these are formula derived for our agency. We use that to help fund our seats service that we contract for paratransit services through Johnson County Seats. And last, statewide and federal capital assistance for transit. That's through another federal program called 5339. And through that program, we're requesting $36 million in funding. And that's to fund this is to enable the funding for a transit facility grant that we had received. That's to replace buses, our fixed route buses, as they age out of production, to request funding for support to help pay for our paratransit vehicles. bus spare parts, and bus shelters. So really, that's the sum total of all of the items essentially on our wish list for both the state, our state.
The money for the new transit facility, it has to also be included in this as an ask, even though we've been awarded it?
Yes. So every year, and some of these very specific numbers you see are actually formulas that we received from them, that this is the amount we're going to receive, but we have to go through a formal process to allow you all to comment and the public to comment on our receipt of those funds, whether it's funds that we have applied for from a competitive program, such as the LONO, where we receive the transit facility funding, or just funding that we receive every year. So we still have to formally, let the public have a chance to weigh in.
I see. So that's the logic for doing it in that. Okay, thank you.
It's a great question.
Thank you much.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one online, seeing no one present, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved. Second, Saleh.
Moved by Burgess, seconded by Saleh. And council discussion. Roll call, please.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Salah?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Wyline?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. 10D, fiscal year 2025 budget amendment public hearing. A resolution amending the current budget for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. I'm going to open the public hearing and going to have our city manager come and speak to us. Welcome.
Okay, you guys doing okay?
Yes.
We're getting ready to go through 4 budget items. So if there's a need for a break,
I would think, can we take a quick
10-minute break?
break?
Sure, we're going to do a 10-minute break.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you, Jeff. Someone else said it.
Great.
I was like, oh my God.
Great.
I don't know the rules about that.
All right, we are on item 10D, and this is the fiscal year 2025 budgeted amendment public hearing. And we have our city manager, Jeff Fruin, to kind of lead us through this.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. You have 4 budget items remaining on your agenda tonight. And if okay with you, I'm just going to speak to all of them at once. You'll still have to go through each of those public hearing processes, if that's okay. All right, so for the fiscal year 25 amendment, which is the vote in front of you, this is our second budget amendment of the year. This is a routine time of year in which we will come and offer a budget amendment. Most of the changes that you see in there are related to changes you would have reviewed with the capital improvement program. So we look at all those capital projects in the fall, and then in January we walk you through those changes. Some of those changes affect the current budget year that we're in, and those amendments would be before you. There was also a $100,000 transfer that was missed from the road use tax fund to the capital fund to support our infrastructure projects. That's recognized in there, and everything else is very small. Routine with no substantive impact. There are no impacts to property taxes or changes in the levy included in this amendment. With no questions, we'll move on to the fiscal year 26 budget. This is the budget year that will start in July and carry through June of 2026. Just as a reminder on the schedule for this budget, we start in September. So in this case, September 3rd, 2024. We talk big picture priorities with the council, make sure staff is aware of any new initiatives that you would like to see funded. And then you, really it's staff work during the fall, and then you start to review that budget in January. So you see all these touch points. I won't go through them all, but beginning on January 13th with the all-day review, you go through and pretty much close to every agenda that you have between that January meeting and tonight, there's something budget-related on your work session or city council agenda. We are at the April 15th public hearing and the vote on the budget adoption. And we do have to certify with the county auditor our budget by April 30th, coming up here in a couple weeks. I want to talk through a few details on the fiscal year 26 budget and start with some of the challenges that we're facing. This is the final year of the state commercial and industrial backfill. So this dates all the way back to 2013 property tax reform legislation. When there was a break given to commercial and industrial properties, the state told us at that time, we'll make you whole, and they wrote us a check for about $1.5 million for many years, and then several years ago they decided that was enough and they're going to phase us out. We are in the final year of that phase out. So in fiscal year 26, we will have we'll get roughly about $308,000 of that original $1.5 million backfill, and then in fiscal 27, we will no longer receive any backfill. We are currently phasing the loss of the library and the emergency levies, which were removed with the latest round of property tax reform back in 2023. The value of those former levies is about $2.6 million in would have been lost annual revenue. So we are still phasing that in, and we have until fiscal year 29 to fully phase that loss in. There's also been increases in the military and senior homestead exemptions that were passed by the state in recent years. That has reduced our revenue by $440,000 in the 2026 budget. And then we spent a lot of time in January talking about rollbacks, and I can go through that if you want, but we are at a historically low residential rollback. That's currently 47.4%. Sorry, will be 47.4% for this fiscal year 26 budget. That is the percent of the property value that is taxable. So if you own a $100,000 home, you pay taxes on 47.4% of that $100,000. That also affects our multi-residential property, and you'll see that 82% of Iowa City's valuation is considered residential, which means that rollback has a huge effect. The lower that goes, the bigger effect that has on our budget. Our taxable valuation growth from fiscal year 23 to this projected budget has only averaged 1.26%. Now, that's the taxable. We've been growing more than that, and over the last 5 years, we're about 5.5% total valuation growth. But the state property tax reform is dialing back the taxability of that growth, so you can see a lot of building take place in our community, but that doesn't necessarily mean the tax base is growing at that same rate. So 1.26% annual growth in that taxable range is certainly not sufficient in the long term to sustain current service levels. Much like our residents and our businesses are experiencing, there's also a whole lot of volatility in our supplies, if you will. So whether it's fuel or chemicals to support our operation, there's always increased volatility that we have to account for. And one of the big things that's impacting property owners and cities across the country are insurance rates, and so we put some statistics there. These are things that we have to pay, regardless of whether our taxable value is growing. And you can see that between our property and liability insurance over the last 2 years, it's been almost getting close to $1 million in added costs. We have to pay that before we can start to look at all those other discretionary things that we would like to see funded. During your budget review, you spend most of the time talking about the general fund. That's our main operating fund. It includes general government, public safety, culture and recreation, and other non-enterprise operations. Property taxes on the revenue side make up 65% of the money coming in. We don't have any other single source of revenue that's more than 4%. So we are very heavily dependent on property taxes. That's not always by choice. That's by the constraints that we have to raise other revenue sources. On the flip side, when you look at the expenses, personnel expenses are 75%. We're a very labor-intensive organization, and as we talk about a lot during budget, labor expenses, generally you should count on growing anywhere from 3 to 5% per year. That's not just wages, that could be health insurance, that could be pension costs, any number of things like that. So you can see how dependent we are on those property taxes. We really have to see that major revenue source, that 65% of our revenue grow in order just to maintain the level of personnel we have, much less grow that level of personnel in a growing community. Looking ahead to this budget, the fiscal year 26 budget, we are asking for a 2.7% increase in property taxes collected. And our general fund expenditures are growing at 3.5%. So again, another mismatch. We're going to be asking for less property tax dollars, but we're maintaining expenditure growth to keep our status quo operations. Some of the notable impacts that we covered during our budget review. This budget puts a pause on the pursuit of the 5th fire station. For those of you that have been on council for several years, you know that's been a multi-year process of trying to build up funds to pay for the staff to open a new fire station. And we've had to press pause on that, not only because of the current fiscal year 26 environment, but what we foresee in the next few years. We've had a freeze or a minor reduction in a lot of our discretionary programs. We have no new staffing request in the general fund, and we've reduced our transfers to the capital, meaning we're doing less pay-as-you-go on the capital and more borrowing. And those are all some side effects of the property tax reform legislation that we're navigating. To summarize taxes, rates, and fee changes, property taxes has a flat levy rate. So this will be the 4th straight year of a flat levy rate, and that was preceded by 11 straight years of a levy rate reduction. And if you receive a tax bill, Iowa City's ask is about 39% of that bill. So every dollar you pay in property taxes, 39 cents comes to the city. Our utility franchise tax is proposed to increase from 1% to 2%. This is part of the Fair Free funding strategy. We are exhausting the federal funds that we used for the two pilot years for Fair Free. And because of the success of that program, you all directed us to develop some options for continuing that Fair Free operation, and the utility franchise tax increase of 1% will generate approximately $1 million to help sustain that Fair Free operation. A reminder, cities are able to go up to 5%. There are a number of cities in Iowa that are at 5% or levels higher than us. 2% is still relatively low compared to a lot of our peer cities. We do have a water rate increase of 3%. This is really just to maintain status quo operations. We're increasing housing inspection fees for the first time since, I believe, 2016. That's expected to generate about $60,000 more per year. Those funds that we get through our housing inspection fees pay for the housing inspection services that we provide. So we just adjust those when we need to ensure that we're breaking even on our housing inspection operations. We have 2 new Public Works related fees, a $2 curbside waste sticker. So if you're familiar, if you're a customer of ours on the waste side, if you fill up your bin on the waste side and you have extra bags, you can buy stickers. We don't have that same system on the yard waste, and what we get is a lot of super users that will fill up their bin and have a lot of the extra yard waste. So as we need to bring in more revenue to support yard waste, we're really targeting some of those super users to pay for that, as opposed to spreading that cost across all users who may not be using that service quite as much as others. And then we also have a $5 minimum landfill fee for anybody taking in residential yard waste.
If you don't mind, Jeff, before we go off this, can you just remind me what the utility franchise tax is? I just forgot that.
So utility franchise tax is going to be a tax on your gas and electric bill. So that's going to be charged, in our case, mostly by Mid-American and then passed on to us. A few budget highlights that I'll touch on. The Fare Free pilot, I think it's a huge success that we've identified a alternative revenue to continue to support fare-free transit. That's not an easy thing to do. There's a good reason that is a rarity in cities across the country, because it is not an inexpensive service to offer. We've seen huge ridership growth, and I commend the council for following through on a revenue source to continue to support that effort. Despite the loss of the emergency levy, which previously was funding our climate action activities, we've been able to maintain our commitment to the community with our climate action activities, including our resilience hubs and a lot of the grants that we do for businesses and homeowners. And then we've maintained the general fund affordable housing investment level. And you may recall that the council directed the additional $200,000 back in that staff originally recommended that we reduce that line. So this budget that you're approving on does recognize that direction, and there is $1 million in the general fund to support affordable housing investment. It also implements our Pro Housing Grant, which is the $3.75 million federal grant that we got to reduce barriers to housing and begin to develop our own capacity to produce and own affordable housing. We're maintaining a strong capital improvement investment. That's one of the things that I'm really proud of. Despite all the pressures on our budget right now, we are not taking a step back on our infrastructure investment. When you do that, you end up paying more down the road. So I'm really proud that we've been able to continue to expand that, especially in this era of inflationary drivers that are impacting the cost of those investments. And then over the past year, past couple of years, we've talked quite about of the need to invest in a lot of our public facilities. We've talked about substandard work environments that we have for public employees, and then we've talked about constraints that buildings have on improving service levels to a growing community. All of the bullet points that you see there are projects that are either underway or funded in part with dollars in this budget. And I'm proud that we're remaining focused on investing in those areas that we can. We continue implementation of the wage and classification study recommendations, and those have come forward to you in large part through the collective bargaining agreements that you've seen over the last 2 or 3 months. The police fire, you have AFSCME on your agenda, had it on your agenda tonight. You'll formally approve those pay schedules at your next meeting as well. So some final thoughts on the 26 budget and then a preview of what we might see in fiscal year 27. By far, the most challenging budget environment that I've seen since I've been here. And it's likely only to get a little bit more difficult with the additional challenges that I touched on that first slide. We have a $2.8 million budgeted deficit in the general fund, and while I'm hopeful that we can overcome that in fiscal year 26 through some of our conservative budgeting practices and making prudent decisions throughout the year, it should be a signal as that projected deficit grows that it's going to be harder and harder to maintain our current service levels and all of the partnerships that we have requiring financial investment. We are extending the fare free. We've got housing investments, so I think we're hitting on your still top priority strategic plan items. We've expanded our debt service capacity again to keep up that investment with our capital projects during this inflationary period. And again, the significant investments in public facilities. And it's important that we're not only making those investments in public facilities, but the users aren't seeing a tax and associated tax increase. So when you can pursue a nearly $40 million wastewater project and not have to push rates up 5, 10, 15%, that's a rarity in local government. And that speaks to prudent budgeting from decades prior. Looking ahead, we're going to have to deal with the loss of the $300,000 in commercial backfill next year, right? And then we still have that $2.6 million to make up between fiscal year 27, 28, and 29. So it doesn't necessarily have to be in thirds, but we're going to have to realize that loss of $2.6 million over those next 3 fiscal years. Much like we did now, I think a lot of our external partnerships, it's going to be hard to maintain those at the current level without sacrificing some of the core municipal services. So that's going to be a challenge because we know a lot of those partners are facing similar budget pressures and they provide an extremely valuable service. We're going to have to continue to increase the debt service levy. We can't continue that infrastructure investment at a flat levy rate. So what we're trying to do as the state forces us to take down our operating levies, we're pushing our debt levy up a little bit so that we can continue to invest in infrastructure without changing the rate that the public is paying. You're probably likely going to see continued modest utility rate increases. This is a 3% water rate increase in front of you for fiscal year 26. You might see a similar type of scale increase in fiscal year 27, 28 as we look at sanitary sewers, we look at stormwater and water. We should expect some of those smaller increases to come along with those budgets. Our facilities reserve budget got a little bit of a reprieve with the good bids from City Park Pool, but it will still mostly be depleted, and we will still have a lot of facility investments that I think we need to be serious about and making funding plans for. So we're going to have to either try to build back up that facilities reserve, or we're going to have to rely on voter referendums to get the spending authority to invest in some of our key public facilities. And we have an emergency fund. We actually established that emergency fund after the 2013 property tax reform, thinking that we might need it during times of tax reform. We haven't had to tap into that very much over the past decade, but depending on what happens the next few years and what kind of legislation passes this session or next session, that $5.4 million emergency fund balance may be needed to sustain any type of period of sudden loss of revenues that we have due to those reform efforts. Happy to answer questions on the fiscal year 26 budget. I will just note, you also have to vote separately on the utility rates. They were as described in that presentation. And then your final vote tonight on the budget is a simple resolution approving the 3-year financial plan and the 5-year CIP, which is also kind of wrapped up in this. So I'll happy to answer questions, and then I'll sit down and let you work through those 4 items.
Jeff, I have a quick question about the last bullet that you just talked about with the emergency fund. at least at the beginning, when everything shut down in COVID, was the emergency fund utilized?
We never had to tap it. We have used the emergency fund probably less than 5 times, and I think all for flood buyout
That's what I was-
properties. So one of the reasons we established the emergency fund, in addition to reacting to property tax reform, was to make our community more resilient post the 2008 flood. So we have, when there hasn't been federal grant funds available, we've used local funds to buy out properties that are in the floodplain.
Okay, thank you.
Don't hear any other questions for you. For the public, we are on item 10D, so I'll do each item separately. So item 10D is fiscal year 2025 budget amendment public hearing. So this is the current budget that we're in that ends June 30th, 2025. So if anyone wants to speak to that at this point, I invite you up at this time. And if you're online, which no one is, okay. Seeing no one in person, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved. Mo?
Second, Alter.
Council discussion? Roll call, please.
Mo?
Yes.
Sala?
1 second, sorry.
Hold on.
This is for the current budget.
For the current, is the current budget we are using we're gonna use the swimming pool fund from it or no?
No, that is not in the budget amendment.
Okay. Roll call.
Okay, roll call, please.
I'll start from the top again, sorry. Mo?
Yes.
Sala?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes?
Wyline?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 10E, fiscal year 2026 budget public hearing. Resolution adopting the annual budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2026, next year. I'm going to open the public hearing and invite folks that want to speak to this. Yes, if I can see how many hands raised. Great. And also, I want to remind folks that there are stickers in the back that you can pre-fill out your information and just drop it in the bucket. Please state your name and city you're from. You'll have up to 3
Mr. Mayor,
minutes.
members of the council, John Ballmer, 10 Princeton Court, Iowa City. I want to commend you for your diligence in considering your budget for this coming fiscal year and realize that it's challenging, no question about it. But I think we're fortunate here in Iowa City to have had a well-managed budget, and kudos should go to Mr. Fruin and his staff because that's kept us, frankly, in good stead. Now, having said that, it's obvious that we need to expand our economic growth opportunities here and expand the tax base. I think that's critical. I don't see much happening in this budget or from the council to promote that, and I would encourage you to consider that also as part of this. Now, also in regards to your funding, I'm never one to give a blank check, but certainly for the basic services of this community, i.e. public safety, police and fire, I think are very important and critical, and I would hope that you will fund those fully to their maximum. It would send a poor message to the community if you start taking money away from the police department, and that is, I know that's out there, and people are talking about it. So just be aware. I think there are a lot of people that are concerned about that. Certainly as a homeowner, as a small business owner, that's something that concerns me. So I would like to have you consider that funding fully for those basic services. One other thing I just want to clarify. This Ballmer, that's the person that did the bombing in the governor of Pennsylvania, that isn't my relative. So just be aware of that. I want to clarify that guy's a knucklehead. Anyway, the the budget that you create is probably the most important thing you do as a city council. That's the message it sends to the community. And I would wholeheartedly ask you to make sure that you fund your basic services. Now, having said that, there's challenges ahead, and what you might consider doing and with the city manager is form some sort of a community task force to look at future potential revenue streams. Get people that are in the community that some financial minds, just a general broad cross section. I think it would be helpful to have an outsider's viewpoint, because it just seems to me that we need to look further beyond what we have. And I know we're a creature of the state legislature, no question. So we have to follow what they are giving us. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Megan Vollenweider. I'm a resident of Iowa City. I do not live in Iowa City because it is cheap. I live here because it is nice. And one of the things that makes Iowa City nice, or the thing that makes a city nice, to my mind, there are two things: opportunity and amenities. And part of the amenities is strong public services. Property taxes are a substantial part of how we pay for these public services. Now, the city's, as mentioned, city's tax levy has not changed in 4 years, and they're not proposing an increase now. And before that, it was falling for a long time. So if the amount of taxes someone owes in the city goes up, it's related to the value of their home, and not something that the city is doing to manipulate that. Does this mean that the city is rolling in dough now? No, it doesn't. Much like your own household, the cost of everything has gone up from, the city buys things like rocks and oil and, pays people to do their jobs, not buying whatever it is you buy at home. But all of those things have gotten very expensive. And the state has not only not abated the financial headwinds, they have gone out of their way to create and aggravate them. The city has thus far been able to absorb these financial challenges, but I fear, or really has been stated, we're reaching an inflection point where we are either going to, the order of the day for government forever, or as long as I can remember, has been doing more with less. We're going to reach a point where we will either need to pay more, or we're going to have to do less with less. I simply want to state my preference for paying more to maintain the services we have, or even paying more to get more, especially when it comes to things that are really important to me, like increasing affordable housing, transportation, parks, especially the pools, that's my jam, and the library, amongst other cultural offerings that I think make Iowa City unique and attractive. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
My name is Kellen. I'm from Iowa City. I'm going to disagree on the point that we should not be cutting the police budget. I think your ultimate goal should be to eliminate the police department entirely. You all got an email from my partner about my experience at the library the other day. I won't go into it fully, but essentially, I was immediately threatened with arrest for trying to help de-escalate a situation that was so clearly being escalated by police. Didn't go well, right? I didn't want to get arrested, so I just kind of stood there and watched police further re-traumatize a homeless person, and it sucked. So I think you could start by not funding the open positions that are no doubt in the police department right now. There's no reason to set money aside for staff you don't have, and I think anything less than attempting to bring the police budget down to zero is just completely misguided and should not be the direction the city is going in. I'm soon to be a homeowner. I have never felt safe around police, so I don't get that sentiment at all. And frankly, I'm only about to be a homeowner because of amazing programs that the city is doing, like the down payment assistance program, that it would be so terrible to cut something like that before cutting the police budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Emma Denny from Iowa City. understand the legislative challenge that this board has in front of it when it comes to the police budget. I understand the requests that come from Des Moines in this case. And it's your duty and moral obligation to do everything you can to fight the fundamental violence of police, right? Police don't exist to do anything else other than conduct the state's violence and defend property. That's what they're for, right? I, as a human being, don't tend to feel safe around police. I know that police, for example, in their normal operations conducting traffic stops, those traffic stops have recently been used as justification for deporting legal residents by ICE. Why would we continue to fund institutions that collaborate with such fundamentally violent acts? In the past, members of this council, including Sean Harmson, have pointed out that police do things for sexual assault and domestic violence victims. As a victim of domestic violence and sexual assault, the police have done nothing for me in my life. Every interaction I have had with police has only made me more scared. The things that have done something for me in my life have been things like DVIP and RVAP, have been things like community support and resource programs, have been things like community counseling programs, things that are a much better use of what's approaching $19 million than violent thugs on our streets. I do understand, like I said, the challenge. But I think, especially in the climate of fear that currently exists in this country, you are doing your community a disservice by continuing to fund the police like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
My name is Bologna Alu. I live in Iowa City. I'm here today to say that I think you guys should be lowering the police budget, not raising it further. I was here last year around this time saying the exact same thing, and it went up, and it's about to go up again. I, like Emma, have never had a good interaction with a cop. I have never had a good interaction with an Iowa City Police Department cop. I have never had a good interaction with the University of Iowa Police Department cop, etc., etc. The interactions I have had have made me realize that they do not care about the majority of this community. They do not care about the people who don't own a business. They don't care about the people who don't own a house. I wouldn't even say they care about the people who do. I think they only care about themselves. As the political climate at both the state and federal level moves in a direction I can only describe as fascist, I am worried about the message that increasing the budget of the people who will enforce the laws that will send immigrants out of the country, that will throw me and my trans siblings in jail simply for existing. What message does that send to those communities? Even if you think, oh, well, the Iowa City Police Department is one of the good ones. They would never cooperate with that. I doubt that from what I've seen. I think the message that increasing their budget sends to underrepresented communities, the trans community, the immigrant community in Iowa City, it shows them that y'all don't care, that you are not willing to do the bare minimum to keep them safe from the state, that you don't care if they're thrown in jail, if they're kicked out of the country, that you are willing to be collaborators with Donald Trump, with Kim Reynolds. that you don't care about us. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Yeah, my name's Nix. I live in Iowa City. I don't plan to speak long because I know you don't really listen to us anyway. But I'm sure that y'all know that trans people had their civil rights taken away from them. And in July, your police will be enforcing laws that will jail trans people. We will not be able to use the bathrooms that we want without fear of getting arrested. And that's pretty shitty. Seems like y'all are, the city and some counselors are delusional that the Iowa City Police Department will not be enforcing laws that will deport citizens in your city and amount at all. That'd be awesome. And put it towards things that actually help people, like housing. If people weren't homeless, then your police wouldn't harass homeless people. Yeah, so house them. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Maeve. I'm from Iowa City. We've heard for years now that now is not the right time to stop giving the police department more money. If now is not the time, when will it be? It is clear that there will never be a palatable time for you to do this. We are in a moment of severe crisis, and you want to give more resources to the people who work with ICE to kidnap our neighbors. This will directly put more of our community at harm, and you are willfully signing off on it. History will not remember these decisions kindly. It is also clear that there is a massive appetite for the city to actually do something, as evidenced by Oliver's recent landslide victory. Sean, Megan, and Bruce, you are all up for re-election soon. People here desperately need material support. This is top of mind for essentially everyone I know. One great example of material support you could provide is something that was actually already mentioned tonight, ensuring we do not sign any kind of cooperation policy with ICE. Your asses and protect your community with the institutional power that you have. You work for us. If you're not meeting the needs of your constituents, we can and will replace you. One last thing. I've been a homeowner for multiple years now, and having secure housing has only made me realize how much more vulnerable you are to state forces when you don't own property. I think it's ridiculous to say that you're a homeowner and think police protect you more because of that. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Jay Honahan. I live at 420 North First Avenue, Iowa City, Iowa. And I just want to point out, my dad sent a letter to some of you about about funding the police and giving your funds to the police. I believe that we shouldn't cut funds of the police department. They do a lot for us. And since December, we've had 3 murders in Iowa City. And I live on the corner of a very busy street, Rochester and First Avenue. And there's cars speeding going down that street. And there's not enough police out patrolling the area. And they run red lights. And going up Scott Boulevard, I've had cars pass me at a very high rate of speed, and we just need our public service like the police and the fire department, and they need to be fully funded, and you need to allocate your money to the police department and the fire department. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, no, you put your name in the basket. That's all you needed to do. Thank you. Yep. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Hi there. Monty. I'm from Iowa City. I also wanted to speak against raising the police budget. I'm sure you all know the saying, if the best time to plant a tree was 25 years ago, the second best time is right now. There probably is not going to be a good time or a right time or a convenient time to start putting together alternatives to law enforcement. It's currently, right now, it is not against the law to divert money that would go to the police department into other things, harm reduction services for one, or things that would really materially and meaningfully affect the people in this community. You already can't walk 2 blocks downtown without seeing some kind of police vehicle or having some police presence. There's cameras everywhere. Frankly, I don't know what else. I mean, I know there's other things that could be done. I hope that doesn't happen. One more point, I suppose, that I want to make is that every dictatorship for the past 100 years has made some practice of disappearing people. Minorities, political opponents, communists, labor leaders, agitators, any kind of undesirables. This administration has proven no different in its first 100 days. I urge you to stop adding fuel to this fire and do anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. I will have you sign in. Did you sign in? Thank you. Thanks. Welcome. Please
Hi.
state your name and city
My
you're
name is
from.
John Tykel, Iowa City. I didn't plan on speaking tonight, but I want to endorse the police, endorse fire. I certainly don't agree with what's going on in Washington, what's going on in our State House, but I want to echo what this gentleman said about the traffic, the speeding. I mean, we've seen deaths lately and terrible accidents. I believe we need more police presence, at least out on the streets. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Is there anyone else that want to speak during this time? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mo, seconded by Alter. Council discussion.
I'll jump in. I have been in touch with you in the past, and you've heard me the last several years talk about how I believe that enhancing and improving public safety is a primary role of local government. That continues to be true. I think where we have learned where we missed the mark in providing safety is how exactly we define it. And I know that we all know and understand the challenges that we have in our community, in the wider community, in the United States, with the disproportionately harmful impact that policing as an institution has on vulnerable people. And while we have made some reforms over the last few years, we have not addressed those structural and systemic issues in the ways that I believe we have committed to our community multiple times that we would seek to do. And I know from speaking with several of you that my insistence on tying the question of funding for our police department to other ideas for enhancing community safety, that is problematic, that is wanting, that is a political third rail. And it is, and I understand that, and I appreciate that. I also know that this is a moment in which we have been presented with a status quo budget, and this is not a status quo moment. I agree with the comments, and I said this a year ago and maybe even 2 years ago as well, that as the laws radically change in ways that we can see will continue to make life more dangerous for certain members of our community, that increasing the mechanism by which those laws are enforced in our city doesn't make good sense to me, and that we should be investing in preventing harm and diverting away from the carceral system. These are not new things that I'm bringing to you now. I hope that we can take the opportunity of the combination of the worst budget moment that we've had in 15 years and what we're hearing from the community about the need for safety. And what I would propose is that we just hold the funding level at what we approved in fiscal year 2025. That would be a reduction in the per $1,000, but it would not be an increase over what we approved originally for the 2025 budget. These are not radical changes. We have 83 sworn officers right now, and that's the highest number we've had hired in a number of years. We are not, let me just, I think we're missing the opportunity to really be bold and say this is the moment in which we can not anticipate reducing our funding in partnerships, right? Which is right there in our in our strategic plan values, right? We shouldn't anticipate that as things get harder, we're going to give less money to our community partners who directly improve the safety of the most vulnerable members of our community. We shouldn't be anticipating that we can't support mobile crisis, or we can't support permanent supportive housing, or we can't support transitioning people from the emergency room into housing. We can't say that we should anticipate lowering investments in the arts or in the cultural things that make Iowa City so great. We can't anticipate planting fewer trees or reducing parks and recreation programming. Those are the general fund impacts that we know will be coming. And if we continue to increase what we're defining as safety here with some of the most expensive employees who we have in the city, if we continue to increase it every year, we're just locking that in. We're just locking that in because we do have a collective bargaining agreement. We do pay our employees well. I have never asked to fire anyone. I have never asked to eliminate positions. All I am asking for us to do is turn down the spigot so that the money can flow elsewhere, so that the money can flow to our priorities of social justice and racial equity, to affordable housing, to human rights at a time that they're being stripped away from our residents. And again, I know I've made this pitch now. It was 2021 that I wrote my op-ed coming out as an abolitionist of police and prisons. Okay, these are not new concepts, and I have been repeatedly told it's not the time. It's not the time, and we should expect reductions in, some of these innovative things that we're trying to do. We have to try new things. We have to try to build systems of care and safety that work for Iowa City. We are having a hard time hiring police officers. We're having a hard time retaining police officers. And we know that investments in things like GuideLink, investments in things like permanent supportive housing, right? We have the data from years ago to show that that is a massive cost savings to our community. I think now is the absolute wrong time to say that we should not be leaning into those diversions, leaning into ways in which we can reduce conflict in our community, reduce harm in our community. And the question is always, well, what are we going to do and how are we going to talk about it? Thank you, Josh, for suggesting we talk about mobile crisis again. Right? Because that's an easy one. Sean, you and I serve on the JEC board, and we're talking about the possibility of the crisis counselor. That's an easy one, right? A crisis counselor on the dispatch floor that we might be able to help support. But I know that we know the economic viability of our community, which is important, and we do need to increase the tax base. What we know from our partners at Greater Iowa City is that our businesses need housing for their employees. Our businesses need quality of life amenities for their employees. The people who want to live here, work here, play here, grow here, go to school here, need quality of life things. And we are promising to not be able to fund those when we're investing in things that are models that don't enhance that quality of life. So that's my pitch, and I would make a motion to, in this budget document, so for this agenda item, on page 8 of the fiscal year 2026 budget approval document, I move to amend the police department line from $17,520,200 to $644,190. That amount is right at what was our fiscal year 2025. That amount is 95% of the proposed budget amount. Because another piece of information that our city manager was able to provide is that the last 2 completed fiscal years, our police department isn't spending all their money. We continue to increase the budget, but they are not spending all their money. In fiscal year 2023, there was $678,399 unspent. In fiscal year 2024, there was $822,795 unspent. In fiscal year 2025, which is the current budget year that we're in now, 71% of the budget has been spent to date, so we can expect, if that tracks linearly, then there would be about $890,000 unspent. So this amendment should not have a practical impact on the service level for this coming year. Really sorry I put my motion in the middle of that.
So we have a motion by Councilor Burgess,
Second. Sorry.
Yeah.
seconded by Wyland. Okay, all right. Discussion by council.
I think, what, Council Burgess is asking, to me, this is not a reductions. Actually, this is the money that we did not spend. And money is sitting there, and we have many things that we need to do. I think we need to use that money for something else. As if we are just like taking out the extra money that the police department is not using it for. And it seems like it's like the same amount, fairly, like 600,000, 800, and now we're projecting almost 900. So if we can just like take that out of the budget and move it to something else. Why it's sitting there and our people are staying homeless, and we just give them time during the winter, and everybody like a lot of people are homeless. That's what I want to say. And we have money sitting there year after year, and after that, I assume at the end of the year you take it and put it on the reserve, right?
Well, we've been budgeting deficits, so these when you don't spend the money in the budget, it goes to reducing in your budget. It goes to reducing the projected budget deficit. Excuse me. So with this budget, we're projecting a $2.8 million loss. If the police department doesn't spend $800,000, then that $2.8 million loss to the entire city is only $2 million. And if the fire department doesn't spend all theirs and the parks doesn't spend all theirs, that's how we've been closing that deficit. But you're correct. If the police department does not spend money, it doesn't stay with them. They don't get to keep that money and take it to the next year. It goes to the general fund reserve.
And do you do that like for every single department? Like you
Yes.
have, and can you tell me which department used it on the like the past 2-3 years?
Can you clarify the question? Which department used what?
The extra money that the deficit. I think you said you budget like more than the needs every year for each department. Am I understanding you correctly?
No, we don't budget more than the needs, but we budget at kind of max capacity. So, for example, we budget 100% of salaries. And it's natural that you might have a position turnover, and then there will be savings from that turnover. So we don't budget in excess of the needs. We just budget at what we think the capacity would be if we're fully staffed.
And for the past 3 years, we've been budgeting for the police and we're not using that money.
They have not used all their dollars, correct? But we've also been budgeting
It's
deficits.
almost the same amount, 600, 800, and now 900.
Yeah, and the 900 is not a staff projection. That's just a percentage. So what I provided to Councilor Burgess is that we're at 71% of the budget. So I think that's just, if that spending pattern continues, that's where
Maybe
we would
you're
end
going
up.
to have another 800,000 going to the reserve, right?
Correct, right. Whether that ends up at 800, 700, 650, we won't know until probably this fall when we close out the books.
I really just propose that we can use this money right now to transfer it. We always say that we don't have money and why we over budget. And if I see that the police department is using it, okay, but they are not for the consecutive past 3 years. So I propose that to approve this. This motion, and we can just take that amount and direct it to anything. And even all of us are talking about the mobile crisis, talking about the, if we want to do it, use it for the same cause of the safety of the community, we can just take that money and now use it for maybe the mobile crisis counselor or the thing that we need to keep our community still safe. Not take it from the police and go and do something else. In the same kind of safety use. And, I guess you will talk about, as you talked earlier about, we need to put this, we need to talk about it. Last year I heard everybody, we don't want to reduce the police budget, but do you want to talk about counseling, crisis counseling or mental health, crisis counselor? You talked about that, and I think everybody here agree we need that. I just don't even when you look at what happened at the library, I just think this kind of thing cannot be handled by the police. We need that middle person to address those kind of things. Those people already scared and feared from the police. That's why we need to think about alternative of ways to address those kind of crises. And we will take from their plate, we take some of their plate so they can focus on something else. So this way is a win-win situation. And just in case down the road, if suddenly they have really major needs, and I don't think it's gonna happen for the police department, and they need some kind of money, that we still have $5 million for emergency. And I don't think we can have emergency like that where we need to have more police department or more equipment in Iowa City. Fortunately, we have safe city. So I really encourage the council to think about, take that money, but use it for crisis counseling and mental health counseling. Thank you.
I think one of the things that always makes this a third rail to talk about is that there's so many different strands that are being conflated. Just as a reminder, one of the components that was on the slides was that 75% of our budget overall is for personnel. Earlier this year, unanimously, we all approved an 8% wage union agreement to raise wages, right? So a big portion, and inflation, and how much it costs for insurance, which is now a 58% bump in 2 years. A lot of the dollars that are going for that increase, we all agreed on, and well in advance of budget. It was a precursor to say we all agree that this will become part of the budget, right? There is also, to many counselors' points, and contrary to what some believe, the notion of public safety is not 100% antithetical to the police. We need many, many tools, which is, I think, one of your points that has been from the get-go, Councilor Burgess, and I think others agree. But some of the discourse that has been happening has been purely abolitionist, that there is nothing good, that there is no public safety component to the police force.
Public safety doesn't stop.
And I believe that this is itself, while the component of saying now is not, to use the language of someone like me saying now is not the time, is itself a way in a rhetorical argument to be able to say, okay, so we're going to take away some here, even though we've all agreed that we're going to increase their union agreement by 8% because they're the lowest paid among cities of their stature. And they, as union members, they should actually get a living wage themselves and have benefits. It feels to me like this can become a slope to say, great, we did fine this year, let's winnow it down this way, and this way, and this way, and this way, and lower and lower. And that is, you've stated, you're an abolitionist, and that is absolutely your want, and those, and to the people in the audience and other community members who have stated the same, absolutely. I respect that. And we need certain components of public safety. And as someone who also has experienced sexual assault in the past, I didn't have resources, and it was the police who helped me through it. So it's not a universal thing to say that one person, I'm not universal, my situation was not universal, but nor is someone saying that they haven't had help. I think that we need a yes and within the confines of talking about this as budget, we have belief systems, we have personal experiences, we have dollar amounts, all coming together to talk about things in a yes or in a either or kind of situation. I think we need to continue to fund the police at levels that are feasible. To the city manager's point that if we're not spending that money, it's not that the police are sitting there holding on to it, it is reducing an overall deficit, which means that we can continue providing agencies with the level of funding and service and support that they need. That kind of gets left out when we're just talking about dollars. But that is what reducing the budget means. It means that we can maintain the levels of support that we are for affordable housing, that we can for these others. So I realize I'm a bit here, there, and everywhere, but so too has this conversation. There are multiple strands, and they're all getting conflated into this is a good idea or this is not, when it is very complex. I'm not saying something as simple as now is not the time. I am saying right now, there's a lot of conflation happening among different things, and we need to think very clearly about what is the budget at hand, and it is not simply move it. And I mean, to what I was understanding, Mayor Pro Tem, was that perhaps it was like that we take it from the police budget, and to some of my counselors' points, and earmark it up front, when in fact it may be that we need that for some basic services as opposed to additional, because we are operating at almost a $3 million deficit. So are we going to take away some of the the supports that we have in previous years or in future years because we've added these additional things? I'm just saying, and I'm not saying that that is what happens. It's saying we need to think about that as well as a potential. It is.
No,
So,
but where
anyway.
is the money gonna go, Megan? The fund will be still on the city. I'm sorry, I'm just going to reply to what she said.
Okay.
You know, the money is not like we are taking it to put it somewhere. It's still on the city, but we want to, the service that we don't have, like the mobile crisis counselor and those, can we just use that money for those services? And maybe you don't need all of them, but the money is still going to be there. Not like we take this money immediately out of the city. And I think we are, like financially, we're really well positioned. We have over $26 million in general reserve. We have $5 million in. It's not like we're going to hire 2 like counselor for mental health that will reduce the budget of the city or make the city in deficit. No, I don't think
We're
so.
already in deficit, though.
We have reserve. We do have $26 million in reserve. We have $5 million in emergency also. So I think we are, you know, the way they budgeted, because they over budget every single department, that's why it looks like we're in deficit. Because we over budget, and every year we have money, we take it out from those, you know, department and put it on the reserve. Is this means we're losing? We're not, but because just in case we are over budgeting, so that not over budgeting, just to make sure we are doing 100% from everything that we need, just in case. That's why we say that, but we are not in deficit.
Can the city manager respond to that? Because I think that what you just said might not be fully in alignment with my understanding
really?
of.
He told me that.
I mean,
Yeah, I just want to make a couple of factual corrections to multiple statements that have been made. The police bargaining agreement that you approved earlier this year, just a couple months ago, we estimate that first year cost to be about 6% wage increase, not an 8% increase. And then the subsequent years are 2.75. So you are correct. We were trying to do a higher wage increase to correct for some discrepancies between our starting wages and our peer wages in other cities. And not all departments finish under the budget, right? So the police department has finished under budget the last 2 years, but I can look at several budgets, several departments that have been over their budgeted amount. So, for instance, the fire department, Parks and Rec, City Council budget, they've all spent over 100% of that authority. So it's not a universal. Everybody is we're budgeting more than we need. That's not a universal across all departments. It just so happens that the police department, because they've been working hard to get to full staff and haven't been able to get there, there's more savings in that department. For those departments that are fully staffed, you're much closer to that 100% threshold. Some are over, some are under, and it hopefully, again, washes out with us being a little bit ahead at the end.
Can you give me the example of a number? Like, for example, the fire department budget has increased. They use over their budget by $1 million. The city council member, they use by $500,000. Can you give me numbers, please?
Yeah,
When
I mean,
we-
just
we-
looking at, so the recreation department, that's not all of parks, just the recreation side, appeared to be about 120,000 over their budget last year. If I go up to the fire, finished about 40,000 higher. What was the other one you asked about? The council was about $1,000 more over budget. I'm not trying to, I'm trying to correct a statement that said, you know, all departments we're budgeting all departments too much. We're not.
That's
We're
too much.
budgeting
I
at
said
100%. We're budgeting at 100%, and some departments are over 100, some fall under 100.
Yeah, so it make the balance, because some of them is over, some of them they use 100% and maybe 10% more, but some of them are not. They're using below the budget by $800,000, which is, that's why I see every year you have money transferred to the reserve, which is good. You know, like we are not become deficit completely, so we will need that money. So I understand what you're saying completely, and I hope everybody, like the city council, oh my gosh, we spend $1,000 more, so we can take that from another department to fill that gap. But still, at the end of the day, we never ended by deficit. We ended with extra money that has been transferred to the reserve, and we're fortunate to have that. So.
The 800,000, was that unspent, or is that the difference between fiscal year 25 and 26? I just want to make sure I'm not mixing my numbers up.
Let me get the unspent. So if you look.
Just so I have the numbers straight.
Correct. Councilor Burgess had the correct numbers. Fiscal year 23 budget, which is completed, 678,000. And then fiscal year 24, last year's completed budget, 822 unspent.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just making sure I wasn't confusing my numbers here. One thing, and I look at this in a couple of different ways, and one of them kind of tying into this discussion about budgeting practices in general. And so, budgeting for 100% of personnel, knowing that in an organization this size, any organization of any size, you always have a certain amount of turnover. One of the things about that and having the reserve that I think is critically important, or at least to me, having been in organizations that have to find themselves in financial difficulty and have to start handing out pink slips. One of the things I very much appreciate, and I've come to appreciate more and more in my time here on council, is this budgeting practice that leaves us with the ability to, when we do get, and we don't know what's coming out of Des Moines. It has been so volatile and so unpredictable. But one thing that we have not talked about, has not come up, we've not seen a budget, at least in my time here, and I hope it never does, is we haven't talked about firing people, laying people off. And I think that is so critically important. Thank you for the point made earlier. We'd love to be able to do more with more, and I agree. And I think when we take a look, I'm not going to call it property tax reform because I'm not going to use that language. It's property tax mismanagement from the state level. If you take a look at some of these landlord giveaways, that plugs our budget hole. Like, that's almost exactly the same amount. And it's ridiculous. And whoever said that it was manufactured from Des Moines, you're right. Our city has been growing. We shouldn't be here talking about, can we afford to pay for this or afford to pay for that? This is foisted upon us to a great degree, and that's very frustrating. But one of the things about the current budgeting practices that gives us that insulation, and I see this when I look at Des Moines, which had to cut its climate action agency, its division, or its whatever they had, department, whatever they had over there. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about pulling back on our stuff. And I think one of the reasons we're not talking about that we're talking about, stagnation, which is not great, is that because of these budgeting practices. So I don't think they're wasteful. I think they're thoughtful. And when, another point too, like when we say a status quo budget, it's not meeting status quo in the larger sense of we're not doing anything to advance the needs of the community. In fact, quite the opposite. If you look at our budget, we're spending money on, on housing, on all kinds of crisis services. In the past year, we've been expanding, the police departments has been expanding, having the counselors, a second counselor, and out in the field with officers. So we're seeing some things actually happening. So I think that's important in law enforcement and other places in our community that we're able to do and keep doing because of what I think are actually the only time I'll ever say I appreciate something that's been called conservative would be with this particular practice. But I think that keeps us able to do that, and I think it keeps us from not having to fire people and lay people off. And if we have to do that kind of thing, we're kind of chasing one problem with another. And so I appreciate that. I think that's a good practice. And I don't think it's harmful to do that, and because, for those reasons. So that's on that point. And again, the status quo means status quo in that we're not letting people go. We're not cutting our employees, which to me is absolutely critical. Because again, I've been in places where they've had to do that, and it's heartbreaking. It's awful. And I appreciate the fact that unlike other cities in Iowa, we haven't been asked to do that, and I value that. So.
A lot of tentacles to this conversation. I appreciate our budgeting practices in Iowa City, and I'm glad that we have a city manager and finance office that manage that well, and we need a reserve. And so I don't feel like we have an opportunity to right now, at this point in the budgeting process, allocate funding to somebody else or some other initiative. Like that ship sailed. We should talk about next year's budget regarding other expenditures. I want to talk about what we can do to fund mobile crisis, and we want to have that work session. I don't think that we need to tether it to harming the police or defunding the police. I think we should talk about how we get mobile crisis to be better. I think that what we heard the very first speaker today on this conversation was, let's have a conversation, our community task force on revenue generation. I think that's number one. Like, we can afford these things if we just do better, if we figure out ways to earn more money, and we can spend that money on that. I also hear you mentioned the JAC, this current motion on the floor. I will be voting no for it, and that's because we have a really small police force, and I think your advocacy has been successful in that as our city continues to grow, our police force that as per 1,000 people, it's one of the smallest in the country, that number continues to get smaller as we grow as a city. So we aren't adding police officers. We haven't since I've been on council. And I think that if there are genuine concerns about our police not doing something in the right way, it's our responsibility to make that right, not to just take money away. I think we need to figure out what exactly it is they're not doing right and have a corrective action for that. I want a well-trained, responsible police in our city. And I want the best for Iowa City, and I want the best here, and they don't need to be big. They just need to be efficient, and they need to be lean, and they need to be serving our community. And I honestly want control over them locally. I don't want it to be someone from the outside, and I don't want more outside policing or private, which is something we did also see in other cities that did a defunding process. We saw private security forces filling the gap, and that is something that I really don't want to see that in Iowa City. So I'll be voting no for this amendment.
But, yes, you said something really important, that we are not adding more police. The police that we have right now is enough for our city, even though we are growing.
Well, they're working a lot of overtime, and we continue to have problems with that. And the biggest problem that we have is that we have some specialty slots that we have that are very tied to things we want the police to be doing that are not just patrolling the streets. And we can't fill those top 5 slots when we're not having a fully filled police force. Like, I want to be able to have all 5 of those slots that are specialty filled. Like, that's important, because those are roles that are not just patrol roles, but are specialty things that have been added over the years that we can't seem to quite get over the hump.
But if we still did not if they work overtime, that means we're paying them more because they work overtime. We're saving $800,000 in their budget. And if you can tell me last year when we transfer at the end of the year and we transfer some money to the reserve, could you tell me overall how much was?
We didn't make any transfers to the facility reserve. We didn't make any transfers to the emergency reserve. I don't know if our finance team knows if where we ended the general or the year at in the general fund.
800,000.
Sorry, it's way past my bedtime at this point. I think we ended 24, and this is going to get a little confusing technically, with about $7 million of surplus, but that's because we transferred ARPA funds in with the revenue replacement because we weren't going to be able to spend them with the other funds. So that's what bumped that up. Had we not had that, we would have had a slight loss, which is due to the 21 South Lynn purchase. So I think we would have ended with $1 million or $2 million if we didn't have that weird stuff happening with 24. And that's all due to investment income.
$1 million of $2 million that's supposed to go to the reserve if not all this happening.
It just goes into the fund balance because we wouldn't have had enough to transfer really based on our policy, right? We're getting close to what we want to have in unrestricted in case something happens that we need that fund balance there, that it's just unrestricted funds that we could use.
That's exactly what I want to prove my point. The money that is being like $800,000, which is maybe half of the money coming from the police department, not from another department because it's staying there. I agree if they need training, we need money for the training. I agree that if we need something for that, no problem. But right now, this is the only money that for the last 3 years we did not use it, and we need to hire. We need to take care of the mental health crisis. And can we use that money or part of it right now to just fund those positions? And even if something left over there is still there, something like some money sitting there if they need it. And even if they need more than that, we can go back and see because as you see, it come from something else. They are not going to be deficit. But they will, at least this is now sitting there. That's what I want to say.
I just want to add one more thing that hasn't been brought up. We talk about what was left over in the police budget. What it doesn't account for with those numbers is what gets carried forward. So a lot of the police budget is their vehicles, and the timing when we couldn't get them, we were transferring $200,000 and $300,000 to the future year, right? Because we weren't able to purchase those in this year. So some of that excess got transferred into the next year's budget because we weren't able to buy those vehicles. They didn't come in. So it wasn't really 800 or 600. Some of it moved into the next year and did carry forward with the police department.
Yeah, and it's still, if we need those things, we can still buy them. That's what I'm coming from. Not like I want to just take it away. They cannot use it. So after that, we can lay people off, to your point, and all this. That's what I mean. Let us, maybe if you want to transfer the whole thing, just let's see how much we can budget for this public crisis, because I think this is part of the safety. That's why I'm talking police. I'm not going to take it from the utility. I'm not going to take it for capital improvement, or just because this is the function for it is safety too. I don't know.
I think that while I appreciate talking about this from a financial point of view, and there's so much to be said about that, and I will probably address it, for me, I'm coming at this as a what is safest for the community point of view. And we just need, what I really want to get, the message I really want to get across is we need to decouple this myth that policing is the thing that makes us safe. When policing solves a problem in the community, or a police officer does a good thing that everybody talks about, like this police officer helped me do this and this, very rarely are they talking about things that need an armed enforcer of the state to do. And it is in our comprehensive plan that we want less interaction or response of armed police officers in the community. So, a good stat that people will probably dispute is what I've read and what I listened back to the last two council budget meetings in the last 2 years, and just a lot of the same stuff's being said. It's not the right time, there's not specific proposals. But I heard a very good piece of information that 10% of Iowa City Police Department calls are determined to have actually needed a police officer. So people will talk about that's an incorrect stat, or let's say it's 30%. Let's say it's 40%. What we were talking about is these things are intrinsically linked. That's why it's coming from the police department's budget. It's because we are replacing one set of principles when it comes to public safety with another, and it's not just ideology. It's based in fact. It's based in data. It's based in it's based in logic. It's based. I don't know how. Laura said so many things that I was going to say, and this is something that's such a baby step, and I really think that it's funny when we talk about saving $800,000. Somehow it's being spun as we're losing $800,000, which I think that's I'm trying to wrap my head around. But like I said, this is intrinsically linked with public safety, not just from a financial point of view. There's been lots of talk about, or lots of commenters. Laura mentioned this as well, but so many people on this council and on our staff, we're posting, we're saying things constantly about how we are encroaching into extremely terrifying territory in the United States. And you see people that have been disappeared, and that's not an exaggeration, that's not hyperbole. They've been kidnapped, they've been disappeared, and a court has told officials that they need to return them, and they said no. And to think that the Iowa City Police Department is not going to potentially be forced to participate in these things because there are police, they're good police, we train them better. That's not how it works. It is because they are law enforcement. And historically, every single, like just in American history, every single progression, every single strive for justice, every single fight against oppression, every single thing that has made us grow as a society has been met with abject police violence. When we're talking about the labor movement, people were beaten and murdered and oppressed by the police. When we talk about the oppression, when we talk about civil rights movement, who was beating the people and spraying them with hoses and gassing them? It was the police. When we talk about the queer movement, did they just randomly start spontaneously rioting at Stonewall? No, it was a response to abject, extreme police violence and repression. And now, I could go on and on and on. And it's not, we also need to uncouple the idea that policing, that when we make these criticisms of police, I just think it's like, oh, the police did those things all that time because they were full of terrible individuals that are bad, right? That's not how people work, It's because they were operating within the confines of the system that they are in. And if we keep putting people in those positions where they feel like they have to continue to oppress and crack down on movements, then, we're going to keep seeing it. What we are going to need to see to get out of this moment, to resist against this insanity that we're seeing in the federal and state level, is people's movements. It's labor organizing. It's tenant movements. It's all of these things that, due to its direct contradiction with the state, the police are going to have to respond because they're law enforcement. It's not because they woke up one day and just said, I want to do these bad things, right? We need to uncouple the idea that we're not talking about individually bad people. We are talking about people being put in a situation that makes them do things. And so like I said, it's intrinsically linked. There's a reason why we are taking it from the police department budget and putting it directly into something like counselors at the JEC. And for those people who are listening and don't know what that is, that's just 911 operators, basically. If you have a counselor in there, they can better direct crisis counselors instead of police to situations where police aren't needed. And downtown counselors, because we see so much of police calls there. There's just concrete things. There's infrastructure within the city to let it, that could be just, if we get the money, then tomorrow we will go and we will figure something out and start that process. So, it's not singling out the police department. It's because it's intrinsically linked, right? We are trying to reduce armed intervention in conflict in our community that does not need it. And I could go on and on and on. I have so many notes written down, but maybe it'll come up in a little bit.
So this is a budget discussion, and I'm going to try to stick to that because there is a lot of defense for or against the police budget in this. don't even know where to begin. Except I will say, I heard Councilor Burgess talk about all of the things that Iowa City wants to do for the public. The social services that we provide, that is something that we absolutely want to do, and we don't want to have a budget that can't support that. Like, we should always ensure that we're doing what we can to provide necessary services to make our community better. Listening to this discussion has been everywhere. I think if we are wanting mental health services, and I said this last year, we should be talking about and directing staff right now in this meeting, we could have done it a couple of months ago, to find $800,000, $900,000 for mental health, and that be the end of it. We will direct the staff to do that. They figure it out. If we go in, right now we have a deficit of $2.8 million. This council has the ability right now to add another $900,000 to that deficit. So if this really is about mental health, then that's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making that amendment. We're not talking about that. We're talking about, we are singling out one department. We have a bunch of departments in the city, and we're asking to pull money from them. I don't think that that is what we should be doing here at this dais. We're not going through their staffing patterns. We're not talking to other departments to find out how can they reduce and trim some of the funds so that we can make some things happen. So if we want to really have a discussion about trimming the fat, from the cities so that we can continue to do things, I think that's a task we say to the staff next year in September when we start to have our budget discussions. We want staff to bring us some ways that they can trim the fat. Or we can ask, because we just finished doing an amendment, we can do amendments every quarter to see what amount of money has not been used. Have we gone below the 2.8 million deficit yet? Once we get below that deficit, that money, we can direct whatever funds from that, from our overall all budget, we can direct that to whatever mental health project that we want. I agree that we have a lot of needs, continuous, outside of the police budget. We have more than $1 million that we can assign to really help better our community. So for me, I'm going to come back to this budget and the proposal that's on the floor, the motion. So I don't support that. And I really wish that we can have a discussion that does focus in on, honestly, if it is a $800,000, $900,000, that if that's what we want to do, again, like I said last year, that's what we should be talking about. We should not be going through in this moment, because we don't know all the ins and outs of the police operations to say we can cut that right now. I understand everything is not being used from past years, but I just don't think now is the time. So I'm going to leave it at that. And because we have been talking about this a long time, I'm going to ask if we can vote on this motion that's on the floor, if council is amenable to that. Yes. Okay. So roll call, please.
If I can, I'm just going to restate the motion just so we're all clear, if for no other reason than for my benefit. So Councilor Burgess's motion was to amend page 8 of the budget line, the police department crime prevention line, specifically from $17,520,200 to $16,644,190. So a yes vote makes the amendment, a no vote does not. With that, I will do the roll call. Sala?
Yes.
Teague?
No.
Wyline?
Yes.
Alter,
No.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
No.
Mo.
No.
Motion fails 4 to 0, 4 to 3. 4 to 3. Okay? So we're on the original motion that is on the floor. And so at this point, council discussion on that.
Did you want a motion for
I-
additional funding for?
I would like to make a motion for, how much was the amount of money?
880,000.
$880,000 to go towards more, how should this be put? Is it 860?
880.
880, $880,000 to go towards, to be earmarked for counselors in the JEC, downtown liaisons, or on-call nurse practitioner within the crisis hotline.
Is this amendment, are you trying to increase the expenditures for next fiscal year or current fiscal year?
Fiscal year
2026.
26.
26.
Yeah.
So adding to the adding to the police department budget?
Nope, adding to the deficit. Well, that's what it would be doing.
Deficit. You have to put that expenditure in a category, which would probably be public safety.
And it can't be done at this time. We can't increase any line item in our budget at all. It would have to be done with a future amendment.
Okay. I just heard that we could do it right now, so that's why I tried to do it.
You can direct staff as a group. You can't amend what we've already published for the public hearing purpose. You all can direct staff to bring you something and get those wheels in motion if you want. You just can't increase an expenditure line item in the budget.
Would that have to be as an amendment to the budget as a whole? But because we have to have it in by the 30th, right?
No, you wouldn't amend the budget
It would
for
be
an
that we
increase.
say, we want you to find
At this point.
Okay.
Right? You could, right at the start of the fiscal year, you can direct that amendment. You could say, staff, I want you to amend the fiscal year 26 budget to increase, to provide the resources to do what was just offered there. So you don't have to wait a whole year. You just can't amend the published budget right now.
So I kind of started that. So if I can step in for 1 second and just offer some more thoughts on that. So we do have a work session that's going to be coming up. This is not kicking the can down the road, but we do have a work session coming up that we're going to talk about that specifically. We also have an invite out to Community Crisis Services to come and speak to us. It's not that I'm not in agreement to citing some amount, but I do think that we have opportunities in the near future where I don't feel so pressured, or it's not like we're going to be not seeing each other, right? So I don't feel so pressured, or that we're going to not have this discussion, or someone won't make that proposal. So I'll just leave it at that. I certainly know that we can do that, direct staff, but I think we have some great opportunities coming up to have maybe something a little more concrete to direct, but mental health umbrella as the funding source could just be sufficient as well.
And I would just offer an alternative, because we have had this conversation a few years in a row. The reason that I'm saying I want to see more investment in these other things is because I believe that's what we have committed to the community. And I would hope that staff can hear this conversation and hear that there is a majority of counselors who are saying, yeah, we need to support these things. And what that would mean is, in a future budget amendment, or if we were 2 years ago, it would have been in the last budget, right? To actually have those investments in there, so that we aren't in a position a year from now saying, oh, well, we don't have any money. We know we're in a terrible budget situation. And, you know, and I think from a public health standpoint, like, these are not radical ideas, right? And the reason that they're intrinsically linked, like Oliver was saying, is that we can actually reduce harm and conflict in our community if we're intentional about it. And if we direct staff to, you know, if we provide some kind of guidance as far as scoping things to say, we want to divert, you know, 10,000 calls to unarmed response, help make that happen. I'm throwing out ideas that we've talked about because I know those are concrete things, but like I don't know why we aren't approaching this like we approach every other priority for the city. And I think it's because it's linked to the police, and that just creates this like black hole where nothing can come out. So I'm really hopeful that maybe we're getting past that. So
Just for clarity, you mean we should continue and expand, because we're already doing a lot of those things. We already fund Mobile Crisis. We
I
fund
don't
counselors.
think we're funding Mobile Crisis anymore, correct?
I don't know what the status of their ARPA commitment is.
Or have funded, or, you know, I mean, yeah, one thing, too, I do want to point out, too, just so people understand, because I know you've been part of these conversations with JEXA, and those are ongoing. But some of my takeaways from those conversations, too, is that there's still it's not as simple as plugging somebody in and getting a one-to-one diversion. At least that's what we've heard from them the last few times. That there's one of the things is like, yeah, you can say post facto, after the fact, well, this could have been something else. But when they're in the process of going through the flow charts of how they respond to things, you have to like assume you need like the most response, or maybe not most response isn't the right phrase, but they have a certain path they have to follow. And if they undersend help, that's a problem too.
And the reason we're having this conversation with these really specific examples is because we haven't gone to that place of like systemic solutions. If we have prioritized fewer interactions with armed officers, we need those solutions to come from the experts. And for how many years in a row now, we use some ARPA funding, but we're not really investing in that in a way that we can be shifting towards that commitment. So I know I talk with Jeff like, ad nauseum, talk with Chief Liston all the time about, we agree on most things, right? And I hear what you're saying, Sean, of like, don't say we're not doing anything. And we need to actually be investing in it and not seeing it as something where we ran out of money so we can't have this partnership anymore.
I guess my question at this hour is, are we comfortable picking up this conversation in our work session? Are people comfortable?
Yes.
Because we have a work session that we, okay.
And I, if I may suggest that we do, let's do this as a continuation. Let's not wait months, because this, unfortunately, I mean, we've had an incredibly productive conversation, and we've gotten better each year with starting the conversation about this in terms of the budget earlier, but we lose the specificity of what we're actually, probably the most important conversations happen on voting night for the budget. So I'm concurring, let's do it in a work session, but let's do it soon and talk through this so that staff also has an understanding as the year goes on and as they're ramping up, to then look at, you know, how do they prioritize different strategies and different goals that we have, that this can be perhaps cooked in. I maintain it as a yes and, but let's definitely strike while we still have the iron hot to talk about this, because this has been a productive conversation.
Thank you. I would also, I felt coming into this, I felt obligated to say it, but just to this, I know how it is a monumental task to make a budget, right? So us coming in here is not in potentially, like voting against the budget or having a problem with it is not on the staff who put the budget together. Y'all, I don't know how you do this. It's crazy. It's awesome. It's so much. I just wanted to thank the staff that helped put this together, and it's no judgment on them at all.
And we can continue talk about the budget now, right?
So we're going to talk about the fiscal year 2025 budget that's before us.
26.
26.
It's late, it's okay.
26. Yeah, can I also ask if this budget, we budget the city bull on it, right? Okay. If you can just like explain to me, in the beginning we budget the bull $18 million, and we are fortunate to have the bull coming for $14 million. Can you just tell me exactly, let us assume we are doing it $18 million. Can you go over how we was funding it?
Yeah, I'm going to try to bring up a spreadsheet here. So, the primary funding source for City Park Pool has been the facility reserve. With your bonding that you've been working through this budget session, you're also moving forward with bonding about $1.3 million. So I'm going to go through some numbers. If we need to kind of slow down and go through them again, we can. But our facility reserve had $16.5 million in kind of round terms in it. We are intending to use $15 million for City Park Pool.
Say 15? I didn't hear the number.
15 for City Park Pool. And then we have 600 earmarked for the senior center project. That leaves what we think will be a projected balance after the pool and senior center project of roughly $950,000 in the facility reserve. The pool project itself has about $1.7 million in soft cost, which aren't reflected in the bid document. That's your design costs, okay? That's your architect, that's your engineers working on that. The construction contract itself is that $13.7 million, and we have about 1.3 in contingency, okay? So that's going to bring that City Park Pool project expense roughly to what we project right now is 16.8. Now, hopefully we don't spend all that. You never want to spend your entire contingency, but we've been through enough projects, and believe us, we've been over on a lot of projects where we haven't had enough contingency. So that's where the pool budget is. Now, where were we going to get the money if the bids came in high? If you remember, we had a long list of alternates, right? Probably as long a list of alternates as I've ever seen on a capital project. 8, 9, 10 alternates. And if those high bids were going to come in, we weren't going to select those alternates, right? We were going to cut landscaping, we were going to cut shade structures, we weren't going to heat the pools and all that. When the bids came in good, we accepted all those alternates, right? So that's one of the ways we would have brought the cost down if we would have had high bids. And then the other thing is we would have looked to supplement with other funding sources. So for example, could we have used climate action funds to pay for the electrification of that pool house building? Yes, we could have. I could have justified that. Could we have used operating dollars that are in the budget to help pay for some of the equipment that might be used? Yeah, we could do that too. So we had strategies in place not knowing what the bids would be, but that's where we've ended up.
And when you talk like if the bid come more, you mean more than 18? Because we have 18. 18 was 16.5 plus 1.3 from the bond.
The 16.5 was the facilities reserve, but we also had 600 of that 16.5 earmarked for the senior center project too.
Yeah, but I mean, I have not finished. I mean, like, it was $18 million ready without using any alternate. If it's going to be 18, 600 out of, because we're going to bond like 1.5, and we have 16.5. That's 18. Am I right?
I'm not following. We have
$16.5 million in the facility reserve.
Correct.
That's cash.
Correct.
Okay. And we was trying to bond for 1.5, so we make it 18. If the bull came 18.
1.3. Yes.
1.3.
Yeah.
Okay. Because that's the max, right?
That's the max. Yes.
Okay. The max is 1.3. So now it came like 14, which is, and also like you said, we have to a little bit like budget more because maybe something will come up. That's why it's not 14. It's 15.5, right?
Correct. So we have 1.3 roughly in contingency, right? That could all be spent. It could not be tapped in. It just depends on whether there's unexpected conditions with the construction. And then we have 1.7 million in consultant fees and design fees.
That's
Speak
in
to
the
that
top
project.
of the.
That's on top of the bid. The bid is just how to construct the actual labor and materials to construct the pool. You still have to pay the architects and then the contingencies on top of that.
And if that was the case, where are we gonna find the $600,000 for the senior center?
The 600 for the senior center was going to stay there. What we were going to do is start to reduce the construction cost of the City Park pool by not doing the alternates. Again, not heating the pools, not putting the shade structures up. We structured the bid to where there was a baseline. This is the minimum that we could accept. And then if the numbers come in good, we could accept heating the pools. If the numbers
Sure.
come in good, we could, do landscaping. We could do a demo of a park
That's
restroom.
What about right now? How much are we bonding for this pool? It's still 1.3 million.
Yes, 1.3, the max.
Do you think that there's like money left over? Is that
Yes,
why
there
you're-
is. There is 900.
950,000
left
roughly.
over. Yeah.
And, okay,
After we do all this, there is 900, almost $1 million.
okay.
And yeah, and I'm really interested to use that leftover, and even if we can find something else to direct it to the affordable housing.
The council has the discretion to do that. That would be, just as the last item, you would do that in an amendment in the fiscal year 26 budget. So much like the amendment that Councilor Wyline was seeking, you would direct staff to prepare an amendment in fiscal year 26 to do that.
Sure, I just believe the reason of that, if we can spend all this money for the pool, we need to spend some money for housing. Like almost $80 million again is being spent just to, have a new pool for the city of like more than 100 people are homeless. So like a pool that even only will be open during summertime. And a pool that not everybody in Iowa City go there. So the people is like sleep on the street. We have people like double up. We have a lot of crisis of affordable housing in this community. So I really want to see that equity. If we know who go to the pool, the people who are comfortable, they have roof in their head, they eating very good, and now they want to spend more time, good time. So, but there is many people they cannot do that. And if there is something left, like there is money left, we need to direct that money to go toward that affordable housing of any kind. Don't ask me what exactly we're going to do with that, because I'm not experienced of doing affordable housing, but we can figure it out. That's what my proposal.
I just have a clarifying question on the facility reserve. I believe when we talked about this last summer, the cash number was always 10 million that we talked about spending. And now it's 15 or 16. Is that just?
I don't remember the 10. So as we've gone through the iterations on City Park Pool, when we started the first master plan, I think the pool estimate was 8 or 9 million. And then we got into the kind of the conceptual design of the pool, and it grew to 14 to 15 million.
Mm-hmm.
And then once we got to the actual design, our consultants were telling us to expect that 18.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point in the process, could we have projected 10 million for the pool when we thought it was going to cost 12 and we were going to bond, the difference
Yeah.
roughly? Yeah, that's possible, but the only way to accomplish that pool project outside of this facility reserve strategy was to go to a voter referendum,
public,
and I don't
yeah.
think we ever seriously considered that at this table.
Okay. We just had more in that facility reserve than I understood.
Yeah, we haven't transferred to the facility reserve in a couple of years, so that number's been pretty stagnant other than interest earnings.
Thank you.
Yeah, we also need that for Fire Station 1 replacement. With the facilities reserve, I think that there was a hope that that would support more than a pool once upon a time, and that, we are desperately need to invest in fire stations, and so I don't think that, sorry.
No, I interrupted.
No.
A facility reserve is being created by the city staff, and we was under direction, of course, the council, but we can create any kind of reserve that we want to see and put money there. At the end of the day, whether the facility reserve or whether the general reserve and whether the emergency reserve, all of them is general operation fund, like general fund that, from the general fund that can be used for anything. If we're doing like facilities, we should have done like affordable housing reserve long time ago.
Which
we do,
No,
and we spend a lot of money
it's
every year
not-
in affordable housing.
Oh, really? $1 million?
We have a massive amount of money in an affordable housing fund for the South District. We're being strategic about finding the right opportunity to spend that for,
Oh.
right?
How many affordable housing did we did last year, and the year before, and the year before? Have we done like affordable housing in one given year from $18 million? I don't think so. We have not. And
So-
especially for the 30% of the area median income. And also, I will be really interesting to see how many we done so we can talk practically. And I will ask the city manager to just give us for the last 2 years. I'm not going to go far. 2 years. How many affordable housing have we done for the 30% of the area median income? And we can compare it with the pool. We can compare it with something else. Let us be practical so I can convince you, because sometimes when I talk, I feel like, as if I'm not, understanding it, and I just talk like that.
I have a question.
And I did I did my homework, by the way. And earlier you was saying that maybe I'm not right about the budget, and he said the same thing that I said. And I think I'm doing my homework. I'm not sitting here just talking. And I asked Jeff immediately, like personally during our meeting, I will ask Jeff, and he will explain it to me.
I have a question just going directly to the $950,000 that will remain in the facilities fund. So it sounds like you're wanting it earmarked in a way, and that's what you're asking for the council to earmark these funds for affordable housing.
Exactly, we can leave it there. We don't have like to.
Staff has no plans to spend that in the next few months, so you have time for that discussion. We have plenty of projects ahead where we will need those dollars because of the bonding restrictions, if you want to move forward with those projects, right? And we've talked about those. We don't need to go into them at this hour, but the funds will still be there in a couple of months if you want to have that conversation down the road.
So I guess if the question is to earmark the funds, I don't know if council need, because I'm conscientious of our time and I'm conscientious of the fiscal year 2026 budget public hearing. That's what we're here for. This is a part of it, right? The 960. But if the council needs a little more time to talk about that, are you amenable to us having that at a future conversation?
I think we just need to see if we are agreeing to transfer that money or earmark it as affordable housing opportunity, like to be used for affordable housing opportunity. If we have enough vote for that, we can just move in with it. Why each time wanna like delay things?
The only thing that comes up for me is that I know that we have 14 million. Wait, no, 6
No,
million.
you're right.
It's
14 million. Yeah. So we have some funds that are already assigned to the Affordable Housing Fund. Not to say that we don't need much, much more.
Do we have 18
Absolutely.
million? We just spent 18 million for the
Yeah.
whole.
No, we don't. No, we don't. But and you're exactly right. We're going to be developers, and so when opportunities come up, it would be great if we have funds on hand and don't be like, well, we're going to miss out on an opportunity. So there's lots of good reasons that I think that can support this. I'm just not sure, and I'm being just human up here, that I can, and maybe some of the others, could just really think about this a lot. I think we can have another conversation. I think we can bring in, the current funding, earmarked funds for affordable housing, and make a decision. I'm with you. I think that, looking at this, absolutely we can look at.
Well, even the money that we have certain restrictions for some of them. Like, for example, $6 million for riverfront crossing. So this is a loose money. I want to just capture this, just in case if we have opportunity to do anything. Tomorrow, if you have this kind of sale of maybe an apartment building, that's we want to do it, or maybe a land, or maybe anything else. I'm not saying what it is because I really don't know.
And because this is facility reserve, I mean, we can make an argument at any point, to assign this fund, whether it was a facility
Let's
reserve
do
or
it
not.
now. Why is any time? Just now, Mayor.
Because it's 11:15 after a 6-hour
We
conversation.
used to stay here until 12 midnight if
Okay.
there is really, and this is a budget information. Why we
It
just
is.
want to delay it?
I think it would just be, I'm not saying that we put this off indefinitely in the same way that I was agreeing that we should have. And you and I talked on Thursday. I think that this has an opportunity. It has been an intense several hours. I think it is wise for us and responsible for all of us to be able to have the conversation so that we're laser focused on it and we can look at what we have with our existing and that. I understand the push and the urgency, but I think
But
at quarter to 11.
Do you have any something you want to? What we want to use that money for? This is.
I don't. I have that I can't think straight right now. I'm going to be really honest.
Yeah, I'm having a human moment myself.
I'm having a human moment.
That's what
I'm not
saying.
not
There's a
pushing
lot of-
back
yeah.
as a counselor. I'm saying I'm exhausted and I want
got
to
all
do
night.
the smart thing and just be able to think about it, and let's talk about it when we're all focused on it as opposed to in hour
We are
6.
approving a budget here.
Okay.
Is that a
I
motion
was
for cloture?
honest. I'm exhausted, and I would like some time to be able to just digest, come back to it fresh. I'm happy to do it at our next meeting, even. But we can't.
I understand what you're saying, but I just don't think it's particularly what Mazahir is trying to say. I didn't think that it was particularly. Not singling anybody out. I didn't think it was particularly hard to understand that it was like we spent $19 million on a pool and we got the money for it and we made that happen, but we do not have that amount of money currently set aside for affordable housing, and so therefore there's it's a priority argument, and yes, I agree. And like Mazahir was saying, we have people sleeping out on the street, we're building a pool, and we have millions of dollars less money from a pool into affordable housing. And taking this money that we are saving from the pool, or that we are not going to spend probably, and earmarking it for affordable housing in whatever reserve we want to. I mean, I just don't think that's, I think we just vote on that,
And even Jeff, saying he doesn't have any intent to use this money in the near future.
In the near future, yes. One, you can't increase expenditure lines right now, so you're not going to be able to accomplish it on tonight's vote. You're going to have to do this. It's a very doable thing you're seeking. You can't do it tonight because you can't increase expenditure lines. You would be transferring out of the general fund and increasing resources in a different fund, and we're restricted from being able to do that.
But we can earmark it tonight.
You can direct staff to prepare a fiscal year 26 amendment after the fiscal year starts in a couple of months, yes. Regarding the facilities reserve, we have plenty of plans to spend those dollars, just not in the short term, right? We have a whole list of facility improvements that we have talked to council about over time that show up in our CIP, in which those funds we're going to ideally support. We were planning to use those funds to help us with the 5th fire station, right? That's off the table. We've got the interior remodel of the senior center, which has a $15 million price tag on the master plan, but we can only bond 1.3. So that's the decision that you have to make. I'm not saying there's a right or wrong decision there, but if I were in your shoes, I would want a comprehensive review of what is this facilities reserve intended to do over the next 5-10 years, and then make a value judgment on whether you should transfer those dollars to the Affordable Housing Fund and be clear about what you want to accomplish with those dollars over there. That would be my recommendation. Right now, the direction that we have from council is to take surpluses that we get and put it in the facility reserve. So this would be a major change in strategy that you're working through kind of right now on the spot. And I think it'd be better to take a step back, ask staff to do a comprehensive review of this for you. And if you want to make changes to your strategic plan and shift how we're handling reserves and where we're shifting them, that's okay. You have that discretion. I will help you do that. I just want to make sure that everybody's informed and feeling comfortable about the sacrifices that you have to make and what you're giving up and what you're investing in. And if everybody's comfortable with that, or the majority's comfortable with that, we'll absolutely help you and make it happen.
That's what I want to see. If you guys, I would like to put a motion to transfer the fund from this reserve. Doing now, doing later, I don't care. I'm putting my motion right now.
To direct staff?
To direct the staff to.
But we don't do a motion to direct staff.
What?
We don't do a motion.
Okay, I would like, just help me with a motion, City Attorney.
Not a motion. So you just.
No, I want to do a motion. And after that, let it fail.
Well, I'm not sure what to tell you. I'm not sure what you're hoping to achieve. I mean, I think the city manager laid out kind of how to achieve it, which would be later after the fiscal year begins.
I think earlier, Council Burgess put a motion to transfer fund, and we did not do it, right? Can I do the same thing? I would like to put a motion to assign the money under the reserve to be used for affordable housing without transferring it.
Okay. I was about to say Councilor Burgess did not transfer funds as part of her motion. She just reduced expenditures in the budget. But I'm sorry, I missed the last part of what you just said. You said you did not want to transfer funds?
No,
I thought that was the whole
I'm not
thing.
saying. I said I would like to put a motion to use the fund in the reserve of the facility for affordable housing.
Well, that sounds like you're transferring funds, and as a city manager made clear, you can't do that at this moment, not at this meeting. You can do that at the beginning of the fiscal year when it starts, but not tonight.
The difference in the two motions is that there was not an increase in expenditures anywhere. What Councilor Burgess was trying to accomplish was reducing expenditures, which is allowable at this stage in the process. Are already at that reserve. You can't transfer and increase the Affordable Housing Fund at this time. You'd be increasing the expenditure levels, and so you can't do that now. You can do it in a couple of months here, and again, we're happy to facilitate that. But it's just not a motion on this budget item.
I cannot change on the budget right now.
You can reduce expenditures right now. Is your limitations as a council? You can reduce expenditures.
And when can we amend the budget again?
We can do it right at the beginning of the fiscal year.
Okay.
July 1st.
Yeah. So that's what we're saying. You can direct us. It's not a motion on the fiscal year 20.
Even after we approve the budget, we can still discuss it to move that fund to do something if like an opportunity come?
Yes. You can do that at any
Without
time.
amending the whole budget, right?
Eventually would have to be an amendment. You can discuss it at any time, but eventually we would have to transfer from the facility reserve over to the affordable housing fund, and you don't have to wait for a whole nother budget cycle to do that. You can
But
do
it
that.
can be before July, that's what you're saying? Or it have even just to use that money for anything is not a facility. It have to be after July.
We would do it after July, correct.
Okay.
But we can
I just want to understand that.
Yeah.
That's because I will build my decision for many things of that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And do we want to direct staff to do the comprehensive plan, as you said, to then, or how?
Do it now anyway. If you
Well, just to present it to us at the next amendment meeting.
Okay. Somebody else do it. You do it because I seem like I'm not going forward with anything here. So you do it. You're gonna have more power than I do.
Yeah.
I don't think it's
You do it.
I think what I've heard council allude to is having staff just give us a overarching of both the facility reserve funds as well as affordable housing funds. And I think the council, I want to make sure I'm seeing some nodding of heads, is in agreement with that. So if at a future work session, we'll have you do that. All right. We're coming back to fiscal year 2026 budget public hearing. Any comments from the council? They want to take some time to say thanks to the staff for, again, going through all of this. I would agree this is a lot of information. Thanks to the professionals that make it happen. All of the department heads, thank you. And because 75% of this budget is for our staff, we certainly want to say thanks to them for all that they do. If there is nothing else,
The last thing I was trying to talk about was water, but I think since
the
we
next
have
one.
another item, maybe I can talk during that time.
Yep.
okay. Yep. All right. Roll call, please.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline,
No.
Alter,
yes.
Burgess,
No.
Harmson,
Yes.
Moe,
Yes.
Salah.
No.
Motion passes 4-3. Could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved, Mo.
Second, Burgess.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Rates public hearing. Ordinance amending Title III entitled Finances, Taxation, and Fees. Chapter 4 entitled Schedule of Fees, Rates, Charges, Bonds, Fines, and Penalties. I'm going to open the public hearing. And anyone from the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to give first consideration, please?
So moved, Mo.
Second, Harmson.
All right. And council discussion. This is the,
Regarding the landfill increases, what's the communication strategy that the city has developed for that?
On the minimum yard waste and the
Yeah,
sticker?
yeah, for the
both of
sticker and the
those?
yard waste stuff, is that going to show up in a utility bill, or?
Oh, I don't have a communications plan in front of me tonight. I wouldn't, but yes, there would, anytime we have a rate increase, it's going to show up in the utility bill, oftentimes printed right on the bill. Sometimes we'll do the insert with it, and then there'll be plenty of social media and, advanced newsletters and anything we can to get that word out.
Okay. For clarity's sake, the announcement that if you take yard waste will show up in the bill. It won't show up in the bill as an extra fee.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yep.
for that clarification.
I just want to talk about like the increase. Just like we've been just increasing the water, and this is how it seems gonna be every year, and we already increasing the what do you call it, the franchise?
The franchise fee.
Yes, the franchise fee, which is going to increase from 1% to 2% on the electricity bill.
And gas.
And gas. So and who is really going to suffer from that is the low-income people. And who is most of the people who riding the bus is the low-income people. We telling them, you know what? We give you free buses. But in the same time, you're going to pay for it another way, which is by increasing this. All right. Yes, this is something already passed, and we cannot go back to, this for the increasing of the water. This is also the really burden. I contacted the city, I think the city manager, and I contacted the mayor during the, like last winter, for a family that their water has been shut off for 5 days because they can't afford paying this, and they has been disconnected, and they have this disconnected fee. They put them in a payment plan. They failed to pay. They paid the first one. They failed to pay the second month, like the first month, the second month. And we do have a policy. If you are in a payment plan and you failed one of the payment, you don't have that payment plan anymore, and you have to pay the full amount. And this family, they failed to pay the second month, and their water has been, there is no longer have the plan, and they have to pay $900. Thank you for Community Crisis Center, who is the one finally, I reach out to the city, can we do something? No, we cannot do something. I understand, we cannot do to individual. If we have to have a policy for the whole city, got that. But you can check with Community Crisis Center and see how many people come all the time for help of water. Even though we have the discount at the city, but this discount is not working. I've been talking about this all the time. The discount is not working. 60% or 75% from the basic use, which is $36, is not working. I really urge this council to think clearly about just do 10 to 15% from the usage, from the whole usage. You don't have to do this 65. Do the 10 to 15%, for example, from the, if your bill is $100, you have $15 off. And if your bill is $400, maybe you have $60 off, if I'm doing that math right. So that's what I want to see. It is really, the way that even we do it, we're very smart, like showing the public, 65% off. But that's not the reality. Not everybody knew that the 65% is from the basic use, from only $36. So if my bill is $400, I will get like 75% from that $60. That means somebody whose bill is $50 and somebody whose bill is $400 because they and they leave the water on. I shout on them all the time. So that's thing. I feel like I'm getting the same discount for somebody who have $50 bill. Mm-hmm. We get the same discount. That doesn't work. Really, that doesn't work. That's why, please, let us think about just across the thing, like 15% off, period, and that's it. And we have only, if I remember right, 400 families, I think, 400 family only there, the people are enrolled in the discount. It's not a lot. It's not. Mm-hmm. Please, I urge you just to think about that. And I don't mind voting, yes, for increasing the water. But again, let us think about this population. I see you are not experiencing this. I'm sure 100%. Maybe, I don't know, I can say almost 90% of this council, they are not seeing the people whose water has been disconnected. I see those every day. They came to my office, they look for it, and I say we don't have. Even communities, they have help, but for $900, where are they gonna find help for $900? They always have like this $100 that you can have it every Monday you apply for it. But there is no another help for water. There is no beside our one. That's why please consider having a fixed discount percentage Doesn't have to be 65. It can be between 15 and 20 or 10 and 20, 15.
It was a long time ago, I think, that we got a overview of the way we do water bills and discounts and everything, because we forgave a lot of water bills with ARPA money. I wonder if, and I know Dennis was here, so it had to have been a while ago, but I wonder if just informing the council, like in an IP, of what our current, what that low-income discount program is, like how it works and how we got there.
Yeah, I think we went through this last year, actually. I think we might have had a couple of
We
works.
did.
I think we had 2 or 3 work sessions on it.
What is
Sorry,
what is
I
the
don't
base?
remember
sorry.
that. Go ahead.
What is the base water unit? Is it $30?
36, right?
I don't have that information
You
in
told
front
me
of
36. I was saying 30. I remember, guys. I don't know. I told you this is what happened. You want to make sure, okay, we have a work session so you can just say what I said is right.
Okay, so
That's going to make you feel better if it come from Jeff. I did my homework, and he come here with a bill, and he have the bill on
No,
there.
okay, you're right.
And he
Yep.
was telling us,
Yep.
it is 36. I was saying 30, and he said, no, it's 36, the average. That's what you said, the average is 36.
So if I'm understanding you, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying correct. So if someone, $36 water bill, and if they only have $36 water bill and they qualify for the discount of 75%, that means that they're paying like 27 or whatever that number ends up being, right? But if they, like you were saying, have a $400 water bill,
Only 36 of it gets discounted.
only 36 of that gets discounted. So I just,
No.
Yeah.
Let us just make it clear. So let us use like numbers that really we can find the percentage out of it. Like for example, I have my water bill is $200, and your water bill is $100. Do you think the discount that we both receive is different? It's not different though. The discount is the same. Why?
Oh, yeah.
Because the basic use that the city identified, I don't know how they come up with that, you can tell us later maybe, is $36. If we apply our discount that we have, which is 65% of the basic use, and the basic use is $36, calculate that, will be like more than like I think 36, 18 or $20, like discount. That's $20 will be applied because that's the basic use. But it will be applied to you because you have $50 bill.
yeah.
To her because she have $100 bill. To me because I have $200 bill. It's the same. So the people who are really suffering to beg, like because they have big family, they have big kids, which are normally immigrant and people of color. So those are people who really needed that discount. But you also in the program and you are single. That's why you don't use a lot water and your bill is $50. You get the same discount that I get. I want to see equity. Let us see equity, and after that we can do something else. That's exactly what I want to see.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that that's what I was understanding. It was
And
correct,
that's
and
like,
yes.
Isn't that in the English is equality? Like you give discount across for everybody, whether they are very poor or they're. Yeah. No, I want to see equity instead of equality.
I was also just going to ask if there's any information or if we could get information on just how many water shutoffs typically happen, maybe like over the past 4 or 5 years, so
Yeah,
we can
maybe ask for that.
see how much that happens.
And
yeah,
also the reconnection fee.
it's $40, right?
45?
I don't know. If after hours it is different, right?
I don't know. I'd have to gather all that information. I
then.
don't have that at my fingertips.
All right.
I'll just.
So it sounds like the council is going to direct staff to bring us some information in the future on that. So
Also
that's
the future.
Don't remember.
Next meeting?
Are we
Well-
just- I'm
Next
just
meeting.
clarifying.
Next meeting, please. Not on the future, because we
Yeah.
are in budget mood.
All right. Next meeting, if it's feasible.
The only reason I said
Because you and I sit there and we create the
And
work
we
session.
create the agenda. and I
Right. So
work-
sometimes
I
it can
there.
get a little, we have to maneuver. So
Do you want it as a work session item, or do you want it as just a memo with this particular utility rate consideration?
certainly, It sounds like the council wants to have discussion, so we might as well put it on a work session.
Okay. We might need to talk about work session scheduling.
Yes, you
We're
know-
I know.
stacking up
Yeah,
pretty good here.
it's stacking up.
I
Yeah.
think if you look up, you're gonna find all the information that you have from last year.
Yeah,
Yeah. Just bring that.
Council, you increased the benefits last year.
Yes, and because you and I, we had a talk, and you were thinking it's 65
Right,
out of
and
100.
Right,
I-
and then you're
Yes.
like, no, no,
I'm new, I'm sorry.
no, no, no. I'm just.
Anyway,
All right, so we're
back to business.
we're going back to fiscal year 2026 utility rates public hearing. Any other comments on this? Roll call, please.
Wyline,
Yes.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Sala,
Yes.
Teague.
Yes. Motion passes 7-0. We're on to item 10G, parking lot enforcement and pedestrian mall. Ordinance amending Title 9 entitled Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 4 entitled Parking Regulations, Section 1 entitled Parking Prohibited in Specified Places to prohibit parking in City Plaza, and Chapter 9 entitled Towing and Impoundment Procedures, Section 2 entitled Towing and Impoundment of Certain Illegally Parked Vehicles to allow towing of vehicles parked in City Plaza. Could I get a motion to give first consideration?
So moved, Mo.
Second, Burgess.
All right, and welcome Eric Gores.
Thank you. I'll be quick, Council. So we, the city, were having some problems with vehicles, particularly construction vehicles, parking on the Ped Mall and not having a great tool to deal with that problem. There were two issues. One, because the ordinance that was already in place prohibited operating on the Ped Mall, not parking on the Ped Mall. And the second was that the remedy for that offense was either a simple misdemeanor, which would require a police officer to write a ticket, or a municipal infraction, which is not particularly wieldy for that kind of thing. So we had some discussions with the parking folks, and we've offered an amendment to solve that problem, to make it illegal to park downtown, on the Ped Mall, make it illegal to park on the Ped Mall, and to be able to tow vehicles if they are found there.
What's the mechanism if there is a legitimate construction project and they need to work on a project?
They can go to the city manager's office and get permission for that. That's right in the ordinance. That already is in the ordinance.
Sure, yeah, is it equivalent of an orange bag for a meter, but
Yeah.
just different?
Yeah, I would designate that to the transportation office, and it would be just like a meter hood.
And that would likely be limited by hours or something oftentimes.
Is this?
And is that the same like for if there is an event and the people who are participating, they bringing like loading and unloading?
Are you talking about an event on the Ped Mall that has
Yes.
a permit or something?
Yes.
Like a festival or something?
Festival, anything.
We would still accommodate all that.
That would be allowed.
And how do you differentiate people who are loading or people?
Well, the key is that city manager or designee permission. That's built into the ordinance. You just can't do it without getting permission from the city first.
Oh, you mean because all the festivals have permissions, and on that day you will figure it out if there's somebody's barking it or if there's something.
Correct.
Okay, sure.
Is the, sorry, I'm trying to remember when I read through this, all the details. Is it towing first offense or a $25 ticket? Is that what you're saying, or?
Well, you can tow, and I think there's a judgment call, and Darian Nagelgamp is here if you've got specific questions about enforcement.
Yeah.
She has stayed here very late to, just in case
Thank you,
you had
Darian.
this level of.
I'm going to ask you so many questions now to make up
Gary
for it.
Nagelgam, Transportation Services. We don't usually start with a tow situation.
Okay.
There's a few reasons that someone could get towed. There could be they could be blocking emergency access. They could be blocking access to another building doorway. So I would say the enforcement mechanism that's going to be the most benefit to us and to the downtown is going to be being able to issue a parking ticket, because
Okay.
we can't do that right now. So we don't have any fast way to address the issues outside of going through this municipal infraction process, which takes weeks, staff time, city attorney's office, a court process, and we're trying to avoid all that and just keep it consistent with, you just can't park here, we're going to issue you a ticket, but then we have the tow option in case it becomes necessary.
In case it's like a, this needs to move right now
Yes,
type of
exactly.
situation. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like a, if you park down here, we're going to tow you no matter what. Because, I mean, I don't know how many of y'all have had your car towed, but it costs so much money to get it out. And if you don't have a lot of money, you don't have a way to get to work, you're screwed. So that's why I want to be very I just want to be cautious with this. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, starting with ticket is, and I guess like overall, like do the parking to be able to have this and not like the police do that. I think this is by itself is a way of, if something that we don't know, we don't need the police eliminating some stuff that the police doesn't have to do it. So I really appreciate that. That's really good move to do this. This is great. Yeah.
All right. Any other questions for either staff or either staff? Hearing no questions. Did I already ask if the public want to address
not
this?
yet.
Okay, all right. That's what I was thinking. All right, anyone from the public like to address this topic? Seeing no one in person or online, council discussion.
Kirk has a comment.
I was just going to say, Kirk's like, I'm going to be.
Hearing nothing from the council either.
Nope.
Roll call, please.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Sella,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We're on to item number 10H, 3-year fiscal plan and 5-year capital improvement plan. Resolution approving the 3-year financial plan for the city of Iowa City and the 5-year capital improvement plan. I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome Jeff.
No further budget presentation from staff, Mayor.
Okay, yeah, because you already did it. All right. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? See no one in person or online. I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Mo.
Second, Harmson.
All right, council discussion. Roll call, please.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Sella,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Wyline,
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We're on to 11, council committee appointments, 11A.
Thank you
And-
both.
Yes, thank you all. And so so we have council appointments. We know that Councilor Dunn was assigned some things, and that's what we're trying to figure out.
I would like to nominate Councilor Wyline to be the appointee for the Economic Development Committee, and so to replace Sala, which was done, also to be the Graduate and Professional Student Government Association liaison, and also, help me on the third one.
I think it shouldn't be like that. You give me a feeling like you want to kick me out of there, and
We
I
just
want to
dis-
say I'm not like let us.
What? We
No.
just discussed this. Why
Oh,
are
you said I can do the motion immediately.
Oh, then do it. I did not intend
You did that.
to offend. I'm just trying to move
No, you did offend me.
expeditiously. Go ahead, make your motion.
I'm not doing a motion. You are the one who was doing the motion.
What's the third position?
I think Rules Committee.
Oh, in Rules Committee.
I think we should first talk about, we already assigned this, okay? We already assigned this, and you should talk about, you are interested in talking that, and we can talk about it. Like after that, if I want to say, yes, I want to give up this because this was approved, I'm voted for, and I think Sean is on the rule committee right now. So after we talk and we agree that we can give the
For the Economic Development Committee, that was done, and then you replaced him. And I'm willing to take on Dunn's former role, and any other former role that Dunn had, just to expedite things. And because I need to get as much experience anywhere, so why not start with these three? So yeah.
It's 4.
Oh, it's 4.
Is it 4?
No, it's 3.
Graduate Student Government, Rules Committee, and Economic Development. Am I missing one?
MPO?
So MPO.
Well, MPO's all of us.
MBO, all of us will go to MBO.
Sure, yeah. So I guess yes then.
Oh, MPO, I went to one.
Yeah, he already went to one.
I was there.
Good question.
So, I mean, if that's okay with you, I could take Dunn's role that you have on the economic development.
Yeah, and first, Don Rowe right now, I'm in the Economic Development Committee and Sean in the Rule Committee.
Yeah, I can step aside from the
Yeah,
rules
and
committee,
yeah,
that's fine.
we have to do it that way, and I can step now. But, you know, I was offended by just keep going and put a motion for making, put a motion to make him in the Economic Development Committee, even it's not on the Rule Committee, just the Economic Development Committee.
And then what was the third one? Sorry.
The graduate and
the graduate
professional.
student.
Which we did last meeting.
We did that
yeah,
last meeting, okay.
Just confirming that.
I don't mind giving up my place.
Okay.
So the changes, I just want to make sure that we all just do it. Everything is remaining the same, except I'm going to cover, so that we don't miss it, any of Don's old positions. So could I get a motion? So we already had a motion and no. Could I get a motion to appoint Councilor Weinling to the Economic Development Committee, to the Graduate and Professional Student Government Organization? Sounds like MPO organization of Johnson County. It was already done last week or last meeting, but we'll make sure that it's official.
No, it was not done. The only one is done is the students' government.
Okay. And then the Rules Committee as well.
There's, if I may, Mayor, it's a little trickier than that in the sense that we'll need to also identify who is going off each of the committees. Again, I think the graduate student and professional
It's already done.
student, that's already done.
Okay.
But for the other three, the Economic Development Committee and the Rules Committee, we would need to probably identify someone who's going off. For the MPOJC, no one, obviously everyone else is already on it, so there's no replacement needed.
Got it.
Is that through a motion too, like getting off?
Yeah, I think we would need to do both of those things at the same time. Because otherwise you would have too many people on some of those committees.
So just phrase it.
You mean like raise the motion, like I would like to put a motion to appoint, first get off.
Right, it would probably.
Well, how are you going to do that?
Sure, I
motion?
would suggest, like, for the Economic Development Committee, I move that we remove whoever you decide to remove, and in their replacement, appoint Councilor Wyline. Graduate student is already taken care of. For MPO-JC, it just moved to approve Councilor Wyline to be appointed. And for the Rules Committee, move to remove whoever you choose and appoint Councilor Wyline.
Okay. I would like to put a motion to remove myself from the Economic Development Committee and put Council Wyliner in the Economic Development Committee.
Moved by Sala.
Seconded.
Seconded by Burgess. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
All right, I will go ahead and make a motion to remove myself or be removed from the Rules Committee and have my replacement be Councilor Wyline.
Moved by Harmson, seconded by Alter. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
And I would like to put a motion. We do that too for the MBO?
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to put a motion to appointed Council Wyline to the MBO Commission.
Second.
Moved by Sala, seconded by Burgess. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Your name plate.
I already went to one of those meetings. Was it
Yeah,
bad
that's
that I
okay.
did that?
Yeah.
Everything's made up.
Okay.
Now, my assumption is the Graduate and Professional Student Government Organization has already been voted on.
I recall that we did
Last
that
time,
last
yeah,
meeting.
last meeting.
All right.
Rings a bell.
We are done there. Thank you all. All right, we're going to move on to item number 12, announcements of vacancies previous. It's a lot. Airport Commission, 1 vacancy to fill a 4-year term. Community Police Review Board, 2 vacancies to fill a 4-year term. Historic Preservation Commission at large, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, Brown Street, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, Jefferson Street, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, Summit Street, 1 vacancy to fill a 5-year term. 3 vacancies to fill 6-year terms. Planning and Zoning Commission, 2 vacancies to fill 5-year terms. Applications must be received by 5 p.m. Tuesday, May 13, 2025. Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, 1 vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Airport Zoning Commission, 1 vacancy to fill a 6-year term. Board of Appeals, HVAC Professional, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Historic Preservation Commission, Jefferson Street, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation, Woodland Avenue, 1 vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Vacancies will remain open until filled. We're at item number 13, City Council information.
The Library Gala on Friday was fantastic. It was Bright Future, and there were 250 guests, and they thought they would only have 100. It was a great turnout, wonderful live stuff, really, really good sense of togetherness and support for the public library.
Mayor Teague and I were at the Neighborhood Centers Gala on Saturday night. There was also a wonderful community event highlighting an organization that does really good work in our community, and
The pelican migration is happening right now, and there's lots of pelicans on the river close to where we are going to be replacing the bridge, and also at the Coralville Dam. If you want to go look at some cool birds, they're there.
I just want to thank everyone for great discussion tonight. It's very late. This is very hard, but I appreciate all of you as colleagues immensely.
Yeah, you guys get used to earlier now.
All right, we're going to move on to item number 14, reports from our city staff, city manager's office, city attorney's office.
Oh, thank you.
City clerk office. All right, we're on to item number 15. Could I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Alter, seconded by Burgess and Salah. We are, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.